3 female warriors marched up to the mountain pass and offered him mentorship, then hit him with such intense suspicion that the air practically crackled. With swagger and pride, he sneered at their plan, brushed off their challenge, and yanked out his weapon like he had nothing to fear. With one savage hit, a woman hurled him into the air, and the crowd stared in stunned silence. The fighters finally ripped off the masks, Rion, the dragon warlord, and Liadmilla, the disaster-class wizard. Telemia, the vampire cleric, and her kind declared him unworthy, and their overwhelming power left zero wiggle room for doubt. Rion pummeled mountains to rubble with raw fist power, while Liadmilla erased entire armies in one crushing spell. Telemia's cursed magic struck fear into every nation, because when they fought as a team, they weren't heroes at all, they were divine-level natural disasters. Even gods trembled, but some fools still had the nerve to ask why women this powerful were suddenly hunting for disciples. Roasting their love lives, he hurled insults at them. Then, just seconds later, he shot into the air and vanished in a flash. Rayoni replayed every past failure and seethed at the men, weak, all talk, and totally devoid of real talent. Ludmilla craved real love, but her heart demanded a man who could match her or tower over her. Frustration surged while the trio argued their odds, and nobody would give up their power or swallow their pride. Then it hit them, why keep searching for worthy men when they could just build one themselves? Training a man from zero felt smart, since they had zero experience. Taking control right away seemed way more efficient. And just like that, their journey kicked off, not to save the world, but to train a husband. And months dragged by with zero luck, so there they sat in the shade, talking fast about where they'd hit next and what options they still had left. Even as fugitives, Rayoni refused to hide. She demanded they go straight to where legends lived, because she wanted strong warriors to test them and hand them fame. Word around town buzzed that the hero's own descendant was about to enroll in one of those top-tier adventure training schools. That school was basically a love and hero battlefield, where standout men, future legends, and talent on the rise all gathered to get noticed. With zero hesitation, they picked the hero's descendant, or his fiercest rival, as their next disciple target. 3 women launched through the sky like rockets, eyes locked on their next target. Now it was finally in sight. Dark storm clouds rolled in overhead as they closed in, and the air turned heavy with tension, like something was about to explode. They rolled up to Basque Rubia, sacred ground for every adventurer, and where legendary magical forces actually live. Bustling streets erupted in cheers and fluttering flags, and the capital buzzed with that electric feeling that something huge was about to happen. A massive festival was roaring through town, ceremonies blazing, feasts overflowing, and brave adventurers flooding the streets with pure, unstoppable hope. The earth cracked out of nowhere, the walls shook hard, and panic spread in seconds. Something terrifyingly powerful just slammed into the academy grounds. At the Royal Adventurers School of Armeria, chaos erupted. Everyone felt the same weird disturbance in the air. Dean Saliera's blood went cold when he heard the rumors, because that infamous trio of S-class women had just arrived out of nowhere. Their arrival was undeniable. Every presence, every aura, and even that tea-snacking habit screamed the truth. No imposters, just the real deal hitting them like a wave. Rayon blared, "Don't slow down," but the school still cracked into rubble, and as things spiraled, the guards bolted before it got even worse. Saliera finally broke, demanding tranquilizers and recovery scrolls. Then she stepped up to face that unstoppable trio head-on. Racing to her office, she fumbled through the chat and abruptly cut him off, clearly rattled by how overwhelmed her thoughts had become. With dread clawing at her chest, Salia begged that this was just a mistake, or a cruel rumor blown way out of proportion. Instead, she burst in to find them lounging like they owned the place, munching her tea cakes calmly while her panic bounced off them. She demanded to know why they were here, and they shot back with cheeky smiles, reminding her just how much they'd baited her out before. Cellura snapped at them for the mess they'd made before. Festivals with heroes always spiral into chaos, and she warned, not again. Rian smiled like he had nothing to hide, so what was their first target? The hero's descendant. No guilt, no guessing games, just a straight-up, blunt demand. They swore they'd come to help train the hero, yet Saliera couldn't believe what she was hearing. She was sure they were plotting something. Those smiles felt rehearsed, and their motives reeked of pure selfishness. Even if they meant well, Saliera knew their chaos, those wild personalities, was the deadliest threat of all. Saliera panicked because she knew those women were reckless. If they ever got to the hero, total disaster would crash down on everything. She tried to stay calm while the trio sat there, tossing out threats and petty demands like it was nothing. Right then, an explosion ripped through the air outside, thunder blasting the room as it shook, and every single pair of eyes snapped to the smoking horizon. Everyone went dead silent, completely lost. Was this strike a warning, a trap, or just the worst timing fate could have picked? Smoke clawed up over the city, even those towering buildings shook, and Basque Rubia's peace started falling apart in a hurry. Panic tore through the streets, buildings cracked, tilted off their foundations, and screams erupted as debris rained down on everyone. An unnatural roar tore through the air, smoke blasted upward, and a black, tentacled monstrosity surged up beyond the hills. The creature surged up monstrous and towering, still swelling taller by the second, while everyone in the streets just froze, staring in pure awe and terror. Its jaws gaped open, screams erupted, and that poison slime hydra started devouring the city, bite by brutal bite. Saliera trembled. It wasn't just a hydra, its size exceeded all known danger classifications. A massive poison slime hydra burst into the city out of nowhere, and the streets instantly erupted into chaos as everyone panicked. The elite women warriors snapped into action and hurled long-range spells to shield the city as it crumbled around them. From a busted rooftop, the protagonists stared down the chaos, fuming at how completely they'd chosen the wrong priorities. The monster's body slithered like liquid across the buildings, and the citizens bolted in pure, shaking terror. Plunging downward at full speed, the warrior snapped her ultimate spell, Absolute Zero, straight toward the monster's core. Magic detonated with a violent boom, blasting the earth apart as Lyudmila launched herself into the sky. Rage surged through Lyudmila as she dove from above, winding up for a bone-crushing strike aimed straight at the Hydra's massive head. Her punch smashed into its side, yet the Hydra stayed planted and refused to fall. The impact blasted out a brutal shockwave, and several civilians got flung off their feet as the market stalls caved in around them. Even with all their combined strikes, Hydra's regeneration was so insane that Lyudmila couldn't land a hit on its core. A colossal monster rears up, and its acid venom hisses straight at the city. Then Rion charges in anyway, even with everyone warning him to stop. Telemia freezes for a beat, doubting if her skills can even make a dent, because the creature keeps regenerating, and it throws their whole plan into chaos. An explosion blasts Telemia skyward, right on the mark, then hurls her flying backward through the air like a wrecking ball. Telemia slams into the monster's chunky slime, gets badly burned but doesn't die, and drags herself across the wreckage just to recover. Realizing the opening, Telemia smirks, then she unleashes her pesky skills with full force on the Hydra. Rion's strikes shred the Hydra's defenses, tell her to crank it up and drive the assault through, no hesitation. Inside the academy, the teacher watches their hard-won restraint, because one misstep in this battle could still put civilians in grave danger. As the faculty braced to help, staff burst in, yelling about brand-new, totally unexpected developments happening right nearby. Panic explodes when the news hits. Over 4,000 beasts are stampeding toward the capital, and they're coming like a monster wave. Thunder crashes, and at the edge of the forest, huge silhouettes surge into view. Yeah, that's when the real crisis finally starts. Dozens of monstrous leaders burst out, one more terrifying than the last, and this stampede isn't chaos, it's a coordinated mission of destruction. Commanders lose it as disaster hits from every direction at once. Hydrofire explodes, a stampede tears through, and the harvest that was almost saved gets wiped out. Hydra blasts the battlefield with a wild storm of acidic tentacles, and the heroes get slammed back, pounded into defeat by sheer, unstoppable force. With fierce resolve, Rayoni snaps into action with quad mage magic, firing elemental bullet after elemental bullet straight at the monster. Explosions hammer the sky as the Hydra writhes in agony, and Telomia stares in stunned, breathless disbelief. The Hydra's core starts pounding like it's about to explode, while inside, Telomia locks onto the danger and braces to take the hit. A strange glowing orb blooms inside, and Hydra's body swells up fast, threatening to swallow the nearby structures whole. Its colossal body towers over the city, and a blazing core churns at its very center. They clock it. Telomia has to tear it apart from the inside, and a clean, direct sword strike is the only way. With pressure crushing in, Riwin clamps the front and screams for someone to drive straight through the core. A colossal, vexing magic circle crashes into the sky above, and the second it hangs there, everyone's status level gets yanked down instantly. Warriors crumple to the ground, frozen in place as their power gets ripped away at breakneck speed under the magic's full blast. The Hydra lets out a deafening roar, and in an instant, civilians and fighters alike tumble into full-blown chaos. A warrior snaps into action, perfectly focused as he sprints straight for the core, no hesitation, no slowing down. Her eyes flare with intent as she declares, "I'm ending this right now. No more games, no more delays." In the middle of the chaos, a hooded figure bursts into view and dashes through crumbling buildings straight for the Hydra's exposed core. Determination blazing in her eyes, the new warrior snaps her new skill on, her blades scream to life, flashing with massive magical power. She unleashes a storm of dust slashes, slicing through the tendrils while staying locked in to guard the nearby civilians, leaving them staring in pure awe. Right as she's about to win, black tendrils snap around her and crush her attack to a dead stop. Every face drops in shock, friends, fighters, and citizens alike gasp as they realize the hero is trapped in the monster's grip. The whole crowd erupts into stunned gasps. This brutal, armored hero. It's a young girl, captured but refusing to bend. Even stunned, her allies can't help but stare. Her royal insignia screams she's elite reinforcement, and her raw strength backs it up. The Hydra's wounds heal like nothing happened, and everyone's courage crumbles, because those earlier hits suddenly look pointless as destruction rages all over the city again. With courage back in his chest, a young swordsman stands up and refuses to go down, while Telemia weighs whether to break the rules if it means they might survive. With chaos tearing through the air, the boy rockets forward, blade held high, charging straight for the Hydra's heart. At 14, the boy's data screen spits out a gut punch, no skills, no level, and every single status stuck at 0. Even without an ounce of power, the boy rockets straight for the core, set on landing the hit no matter what. Cross had absolutely nothing, no power, no skills, just a helpless 14-year-old kid with the world closing in on him. Even so, the female masters clung to hope, ordering their allies to rush in and protect Cross right away. With the Hydra's core laid bare, Cross bolted forward. This was their only shot at safety. Giant tentacles erupted out of nowhere, Cross yanked out of the way on pure instinct, steel flashing as he braced, ready for the next deadly blow. Wrenched through the air by a brutal hit, he froze, staring into the glowing Hydra's eyes as he zeroed in on its exposed heart. Cross braced hard as the Hydra's core unleashed a blazing beam, charging straight at him. The masters leaned in and held their breath, fully trusting Cross's instincts to steer every move. Tentacles thrashed like weapons in every direction as Cross staggered ahead, gulping air, while the Hydra's scream blasted through the battlefield and wrecked the whole fight. Suddenly, Cross was boxed in from all sides, frozen to the spot as the core split open, blasting deadly shots straight at his trembling body. Even with injuries screaming through her body, she fought to lift herself up, gritted her teeth, and whispered, "I have to help him, no matter what." Cross stood there, wrecked and trembling as tentacles writhed all around him. Right ahead, the enemy's core hovered, waiting to be reached. He clenched his teeth. This weird orb had to be the final core, and its destruction was the only thing that mattered. One of the students lunged in recklessly, raising his shield as a Cross blazed, then tentacles snapped and lashed while both sides squared up to strike. With a single, brutal swing, the cross-connected core shattered with a deafening crack, and power exploded outward in every direction in the blink of an eye. The Hydra shrieked in agony as its towering body buckled and crashed down, then its core splintered, and an awful silence swallowed the whole battlefield. Even as the Hydra fell apart, one last tentacle shot out and caught an instructor in its deadly grip. The three master warriors dove in like a strike of lightning, racing to pull her out before the final collapse crushed everything. A massive blast of crystal hurled into the sky, and the Hydra's body shattered into glowing shards across the town. Cross and the others hit the ground safely, and the instructors finally staggered in, wrecked with exhaustion. Then every gaze snapped around, hunting for a single injury. "Telemia recovery magic now," someone yelled, and when Cross crumpled, they still clung to the truth. They'd won this battle together. Cross lay barely conscious, his chest plastered in frozen slime, yet the poison hadn't burrowed inside. Suddenly his voice cracked as he whispered, begging, "Is the hero okay?" The masters surged in at once, racing to calm him down. One lone swordswoman stood in tense silence, hanging back from the group, haunted by the guilt of her earlier failure. Cross let out a shaky, faint smile, so relieved he'd made it, while the others closed in around him, all staring, wondering what the next move would be from here. She dropped to her knees, grief choking her voice. "I'm sorry, if I hadn't been so careless, none of this would have happened." The warriors dropped to their knees beside Cross, and you could tell he'd thrown away everything, only to do it without even being the hero's ally. A mentor leaned in and quietly praised Cross's nerve. Reckless or not, Cross had still won their real respect. Another woman shot him a smile, completely baffled. Why, of all people in that classroom, did she suddenly feel like she wanted to teach him? Cross lay motionless and unconscious, breathing soft and steady, while around him, the ruins seemed to whisper the sting of brutal days and hard-won struggles. She leaned down, smiled, and said, "I knew you'd come. This is where the real journey starts." Far from the city, sunrise finally cut through the calm, and the brutal battle's aftermath lay scattered across the land. Down deep in the black water, bubbles shot upward, and something eerie stirred in the silence like it had a pulse. Faint voices drifted through the air as the Cross floated between sleep and waking, swallowed by heavy dreams and thinning thoughts. His eyes snapped open, he was sprawled in bed, dazed and lost, and even though the pain had slipped away, a storm of questions still wouldn't let him rest. A girl sat right there, smiling like nothing happened. Cross was alive, but everything had shifted, and it would never go back to the way it was. Cross jolted awake, eyes wide in shock, and right beside him, Rian, the Dragunian girl, sat there like she'd been waiting all along. Rian flashed a confident smile, reassured him the city was still standing strong, even after the battle's destruction. She thrust her status plate into his hands, her shock still frozen in place as she watched him register her as an S-class adventurer. He stammered out of breath, wondering why someone that powerful would even want a guy like him. Then she chuckled softly. Rian told them they were in Basque Rubia, shelter from the chaos, because the church had spilled over with injured people. Rayoni flashed a warm smile at Cross, calming him down fast, and told him his choices mattered, no matter how stacked the odds were. Cross wanted to resist for a second, but his feelings crashed over him. He couldn't wrap his head around Rayoni caring about someone like him. Crushed by embarrassment, Cross shoved his hands over his face and muttered that it was desperation, nothing more. Rian's words ignited a proud fire in his chest, and it hit him that everything he'd done mattered. Even with the weight of it all crushing him, Cross still found space to feel grateful for Rian's encouragement, because his journey was only just kicking off. With a sly grin, Rayoni beckons Cross to be her apprentice, wondering why his status keeps flipping so suddenly. Cross whips around, stunned. Her offer leaves him completely baffled, because all his past school failures come rushing back. She leans in and says she's an S-class adventurer, then drops the bomb that she's Dragunian and an absolute beast when the fight starts. Cross's cheeks burn with embarrassment, and he can't stop wondering if he'll ever be able to live up to Rian's offer and the huge expectations riding on him. Even while Rayoni doubts himself, he fires back with reassurance and playful teasing, and it absolutely wrecks the way he feels about being an apprentice. Telamia Creeblood and Ludmilla Hailstorm practically bounce up to Cross, begging him to join them as their apprentice. Ludmilla slams into Telamia's offer and promises she'll train Cross, then a blazing argument erupts over who gets control. Ludmilla's rage surges as she vows to burn Telomia, and Cross is left trembling, terrified by the rivalry. A brutal earthquake rips the ground open, screaming that a disaster is coming, one that might dwarf the legendary Hydra's terror. Right in the middle of the chaos, Cross throws out a wild idea: join him as his disciple, and he claims it'll put an end to the whole fight. Telamia and Ludmilla lock eyes and cross-check the plan to raise the perfect man, then they both nod, because whoever gets the last word wins. The three masters lock eyes and declare Cross their apprentice, even while he's trembling with nerves and unsure of himself. Cross, still stunned out of his mind, fights to accept the fact that he's officially their apprentice now. Cross proudly introduces himself and blurts that he's a 14-year-old human with no class, then immediately cringes at how exposed he feels. Cross swallows his pride, accepts his fate, and promises to give it everything he's got, even if the world hasn't seen what he's truly capable of yet. Cross pauses and stares back at his path, remembering how he'd been thrown out of adventure or school before he ever found his way to his masters. Buzzing with excitement, Cross dashes off to train, completely oblivious to the brutal rivalry brewing between the masters. Cross gapes at the giant mansion in awe, but his nerves start spiraling as the situation hits him. Cross hears his masters pulling strings, and the moment their money power flexes, everyone rushes to buy that mansion. After a round of playful banter, Telamia and Ludmilla snap into an argument over who gets to train Cross first. Ludmilla cracks a joke about using a secret draconic technique to turbocharge Cross's growth, just in case he ever needs it. Telamia pushes Cross to chase the Dark Chalice, a terrifying dark artifact, so his growth will explode faster than ever. The trio finally caves and agrees to start Cross's training right there with Cross, yet none of them can tell if they're dead serious or just messing around. Cross pushed through brutal training and got hammered by Ludmilla's lightning-fast pace, igniting an intense sword practice. Ludmilla watches Cross mess up his sword work and instantly realizes it's not talent. He's been getting bullied for being weak ever since. Ludmilla spots it instantly. Cross hesitates because old trauma still claws at him, and non-stop verbal bullying has worn his mind down to the bone. Ludmilla snaps out that Cross fears counterattacks, and that one weakness has basically wrecked his sword skills. At 14, Cross couldn't even outmatch a girl. He'd been mocked by his classmates, and weakness crushed him to the core. An official notice drops the truth: Cross is jobless, and that makes him the weakest adventurer out there. Cross steps into the arena and a massive crowd erupts in awe, because for some reason he hasn't grown a day. Cross begs, "Don't expel me," as the dean pushes him to rethink his future and look at other career paths. In the middle of his deep thoughts, he remembers Ms. Dean shutting down his dream of becoming an adventurer. Ludmilla clocked Cross's slow grind, then leaned in and reassured him. He's got a rock-solid foundation, and now he just needs to build. Ludmilla hurls a blade across the ring and tells him it's simple. If he wants to win, he has to love the fight, not dread it. Cross starts to fall in love with fighting, realizing these battles could be the key to becoming even stronger. Ludmilla dares Cross to hit her with everything he's got, forcing him to take his training seriously for once. Cross freezes in fear of hurting her, but Ludmilla pushes him to stop hiding and face what scares him. As Cross keeps training, Ludmilla teases his kindness with a grin, and somehow his efforts are starting to get better, slowly but surely. Telemia laughs and dares Cross to take a shot at her. Then the moment her eyes catch the other preparations, she gets pulled off course. Suddenly, Ludmilla's earth magic, *edge stone*, detonates with brutal force, and everyone's jaws drop at the sheer magnitude of her power. Cross, panicking, lashes out with his sword at Ludmilla, shaken that he might wreck everything, yet she doesn't even flinch. Cross, reeling from the chaotic wreckage of his own swing, frets that he just can't control it. Ludmilla flashes a confident smile, tells Cross, "I'm not getting hurt," and pushes him to keep swinging, no pause, no mercy. Cross spirals, utterly overwhelmed, staring in horror at Telemia's playful look, only to realize his body moves without him. Ludmilla bursts into laughter and tells Cross straight up that his hesitation is just fear, but then she promises him that once he gets the training, he'll pull it off. Cross follows Ludmilla's command and smashes into her with everything he's got, his killer intent burning in every hit. Cross snaps in frustration at Rion's teasing, then fires himself up and swings with way more confidence. Ludmilla watches Cross level up, cheers him on to push harder, and tells him point blank, "Never let up, keep the attacks coming non-stop." Ludmilla and Telemia huddled up and hammered home this rule: train hard but don't go brutal, and make sure everyone gets the recovery they need. After a brutal training day left him wrecked, Cross sank into a soothing bath, grateful for every single comfort. Cross froze in stunned disbelief as he stared at the feast in front of him, while Ludmilla pushed him to eat up tight, because training demands it. Telemia huddles with Cross and pushes him to take more food, saying every bite will build his strength, even if his plate looks painfully thin. Cross, buried under the sheer weight of the feast, attacks the food with total hunger and relief, because every bite tastes so good it washes the stress right out of him. Ludmilla gets ready to start her lesson with Cross, making sure he's fully rested after that massive meal. Cross jolts back when Ludmilla orders him to drop face first on the ground, and he can't even guess what she's plotting. Cross snaps into confusion, wide-eyed and shaken. He can't wrap his head around why Ludmilla is forcing this strange new training method on him. Ludmilla stays cool and throws Cross a confident reassurance, yet Cross is still drowning in embarrassment. As Ludmilla rubs lotion into her skin, she starts telling you how that massage snaps her stamina back and cranks up her magic. Cross feels magic surge through his veins like lightning, and Ludmilla lays out the technique step by step. Ludmilla teases him about how physical touch awakens love, and Cross's face instantly burns with embarrassment. Cross reels from Ludmilla's request, stomps toward bed, and tries to lock in his focus for whatever tomorrow throws at him. Cross sprawls alone in his lavish room, totally oblivious to the chaos waiting for him the next day. Cross snaps awake, totally baffled, and can't stop wondering if Ludmilla's advice to sleep early somehow caused all of this. Cross jumps in shock when Telemia shows up out of nowhere, and she makes sure his hard work gets repaid with real affection. Telemia lays it all out, every move she's making matters, because she's convinced this moment will forge his growth. Cross, drained and sprawled out, can't help but wonder if Ludmilla's methods are boosting his magic even when he's finally at rest. Ludmilla lays out her plan to Telemia, and Telemia snaps with rage, demanding to know why she's doing things so unorthodox and using methods that make no sense. Rayoni's surprise strike detonates the moment, and suddenly everyone's fighting over what's proper and where the boundaries should actually be. Cross looks totally lost and crushed by all of this, wondering if his laid-back training was even the right road to take. Cross gets hit with surprise trouble that ratchets everything up, and fresh faces roll in with even nastier training challenges. Rian and Ludmilla trade heated words about why training has to be tailored, tearing down the tough teacher myth like it's nothing. Cross, locked in and determined, is told to slow down, build his strength piece by piece until it's unstoppable. After 3 brutal days of training, Cross finally starts syncing with the rhythm, and seeing real progress click into place. Cross slams into Ludmilla in a training duel, grinding their skills to the absolute limit with every ruthless clash. Cross straightened up feeling lighter and razor-fast, stunned by how that brutal training had upgraded his body. Cross suddenly feels it, magic surging through his sword, and the pieces click as he finally starts to understand. In their duel, Cross swings his sword and pushes himself to use magic at the same time, real growth in the fight. Ludmilla leans in and demands Cross flashes his status plate while they keep tracking his every move. Cross glances at his status plate and sees his beginner stats, clear proof he's nowhere near finished yet. Cross realizes he's unlocked a brand new skill, and the whole crew goes wild over how fast he's improving. Ludmilla cheers Cross because he finally nails his first skill, clear cut, a magic-boosted sword technique. Rion and Telema dig into Cross's wild, jobless class compensation perks, because the abilities he gets are nothing like anything else. The group sits there and talks about Cross's progress, because even with his compensation skills, watching him grow feels brutally hard. Cross can't stop smiling as training pays off, his strength, speed, and skill keep leveling up fast. Ludmilla nods at Cross's lightning-fast rise, and praises the fact that he racked up 4 skills in no time. Ludmilla beams and gently ruffles Cross's head, praising his progress as Cross stiffens up and awkwardly takes the compliment, like he can't believe she said it. Cross freezes on the spot, stunned by all the praise and the crushing pressure, not knowing what to say or how to answer. Ludmilla tells Cross his compensation skills will sharpen with every fight, then underlines one big truth: real combat is the only teacher. Cross freezes for a second, realizing he's way too unready for a real brawl, especially against something as brutal and powerful as a horned rabbit. Rion leans in and reassures Cross, pushing him to build real confidence in actual battles, because for now he's still stuck at level 1. Ludmilla charges back with the news: she's found a monstrous power lurking near the abyssal sea of trees. Cross's stomach drops when he spots the snake-eyed creature, because this isn't just any monster, it's the one he's been terrified of ever since. Ludmilla steadies him with a fierce promise: he can take that monster on right as he faces it, shaking with overwhelm. Cross faces a terrifying, multi-eyed snake monster, and dread claws at him. He's not sure he can beat it while his mentor just watches. Cross feels his mind slipping away, smothered by the creature's blazing eyes and crushing power. Confusion hits him like a wave. A snake coils around him and clamps down hard. Cross screams rip from his throat as he thrashes, desperate to break free. Terrified, Cross begs for help and his mentor snaps a warning: those snake eyes are a death sentence. Cross spots it, those snake eyes are controlling it. He digs deep, gathers every ounce of strength, and readies a brutal counterattack. Cross fights the snake's speed and starts to realize the terrifying truth: its attacks hit faster than he can even react. Determined, Cross admits his skills aren't enough right now, but he swears he'll claw his way to a comeback. He readies a counterattack, locking onto every snake movement while he plants himself for one crushing, decisive strike. Cross throws his concentration into one sharp moment, unleashing a perfectly timed move as the snake's deadly gaze swivels all around him, screaming that an attack is about to land. Cross swings a brutal, powerful slash through the snake's coils, ripping his way free with a victorious shout. Cross slices the snake's head off clean, then rips the rest of its body to shreds with one brutal, decisive blow. Cross's victory lights up the whole place. His mentors roar with pride, stunned by how far he's come and the massive growth they've witnessed. Cross fires hard questions, doubting he truly pulled it off, and then his mentor breaks down exactly how he crushed that brutal opponent. Cross pauses, grinning at his status plate as his fresh skills prove just how far he's come. After the fight, Cross soaks up the victory like he earned it, until his mentor throws him a teasing grin for being way too hyped. Cross's mentor hands him medicinal wine, promising it'll crank up his magic abilities like never before. Cross sharpens his clean-cut technique, drilling himself to feel how magic and movement lock together. The group grills Cross about how much stronger he's gotten, and you can tell, ever since he crushed that snake monster in battle, his confidence has skyrocketed. They brought up Giselle, the blazing orphan with insane skills and a nasty reputation tied to the ruinous warrior apprentice class. People finally see Cross's real potential, and suddenly the world starts rooting for him to rise as an A-rank adventurer, even after everything that bullying put him through. Cross is told to keep shoving past his breaking point, no fear that his magic will run dry, because he's already ready to go. Cross and his mentor kick off a sparring session, trading strikes while Cross's technique sharpens fast with every round. Cross has been leveling up fast, growing bolder by the day, while his mentors keep a sharp eye on every step, already spotting just how much power he's got. He checks the status plate again, stunned by how far he's come, spotting fresh skills and new levels like they just appeared overnight. Cross and his mentors locked in on short-term goals, then mapped out the very next moves for his training. Cross freezes for a second, then finally nods. He's choosing to face a monster, or at least someone he can test his strength against in battle. The team huddles up to plan a reinstatement exam, and just when they think it's gone, the dream of studying at an adventurer's school comes roaring back. Cross reels back to his village getting crushed by monsters 4 years ago, and that brutal memory spills his whole traumatic past. Then the tale flips to Elijah, the hero who swept in like the wind and saved Cross's village. Cross admits he's got a huge crush on Elijah, so he throws himself into adventurer's school to protect people. Cross snaps back, rejecting the thought of taking on the Hydra, and you can feel his doubt. He's hesitant, convinced he's not good enough, and questioning if he even has what it takes. The whole crew huddles up and tells him, if he wants to push forward, he's got to sit for a reinstatement exam. Cross, no way around it. He freezes mid-step, wrestling with his past, and the terrifying monster attack on his village from 4 years ago comes roaring back. Cross remembers Elijah, the hero who tore through monsters to save his village, and that sacrifice sparked his dream to protect others, no matter what. Cross straight up admits he's got a serious, crush-worthy admiration for Alicia, and that's exactly why he joined that adventurous school, to protect people. Rian smirks like she's up to something, teasing Cross with a secret weapon that'll get him through his reinstatement exam. 20 days drag by, and the pressure keeps cranking up as Cross starts prepping for his reinstatement exam, nerves eating at him. Group huddles around Cross telling him, "You've grown, now own it," and pushes him to walk into that exam with full confidence. Rayoni and the others slap Cross back into the moment, reminding him that the reinstatement exam is coming right at him. In the exam hall, Cross draws a deep breath, and the skills he's learned hit him like a wave of confidence. Cross strides into the arena for his reinstatement exam, and the moment he steps in, the whole crowd erupts with cheers. A few students start whispering about Cross's looks, then turn on him, jeering after his last expulsion and slapping the label "jobless" on him like it's gospel. Cross is completely floored by how brutal and intense this exam is, and it slams home that this wasn't going to be easy like he thought. Cross freezes in disbelief when Giselle steps forward, standing tall with unshakable confidence, her overwhelming presence daring him to blink first. Giselle snaps with shock and fury, demanding how dare Cross be so bold to pick her as his opponent. Cross is left reeling when Rayoni steps in as his opponent. She smirks, then sets herself to utterly crush him. Cross gets crushed by a powerful master. He's told he'll never be an adventurer, and she laughs in his face. Rage is boiling in him, and Cross slams in fresh challenges, pushing them hard while insisting they take the exam as a full-blown contest. It all kicks off in a roaring arena packed with brutal cross-facing battles, and the tension keeps climbing the closer they get to going all out. The female master snaps into action and hurls a vicious sword strike at Cross, trying to crush him with raw skill. Cross slams into a body-hardening skill to stay alive, then realizes, boom, he's unlocked new powers and can finally fight back. The master sword swings and boom, an earth-shattering explosion erupts, blasting debris everywhere and cranking the fight into overdrive. Cross, still alive, gets grilled over that impossible power, and the whole room suddenly turns heavy with worry. Cross crumples in pain, groaning through it, and the master just freezes, staring, wondering if he's got anything left in him. The crowd snaps into stunned silence at the sudden twist. Cross's defense moves are so insane they leave everyone reeling in pure shock and awe. The master cranks up her assault with a brutal sword skill, and Cross braces himself for impact. Just as the female master swings in, her sword slams into empty air. Cross twists out of the way in time, and the strike is cut short. Cross realizes his fear is gone for good, and he's stunned, because calm and resolve have taken over like they were always his. The master replays her earlier strike in her mind, then realizes, shocking, it didn't do nearly the damage she'd been counting on. One more master steps into the chaos, flashes a confident grin, and charges straight into the fight like he's been waiting for this. Cross feels that raw power roar back into him, so he kicks into physical enhancement mode and lines up the next strike. Cross fights through the chaos, swapping his agility on command while his master barks the battle strategy mid-fight. With a grin of realization, he lands cross counters with surgical precision, and that brand new technique smashes her rhythm to pieces. Giselle rockets forward with a crushing charge to end the match right there, but Cross just barely slips the blow. Cross snaps back with flawless timing, unleashing a surprise offensive skill that slices right through her attack formation. Giselle takes a brutal step back as the crowd gasps in disbelief, and Cross presses his advantage with ruthless, unpredictable zero-point movement. Giselle whips in a sweeping kick, but Cross slips aside so smoothly, it throws her timing off and breaks her whole counterattack rhythm. Breathing hard, Cross snaps to the fact his strike didn't land. Jaisel's defense held firm, blocking him clean every time. His mentor remembers how, by stitching together multiple skills, his X skill turned into an advanced technique, one brutal, upgraded strike. Cross slams the skill on, his sword bursts into blazing light, and then a razor-sharp strike lands perfectly, smashing through Jaisel's guard before she even has time to react. Jaisel's hit lights a fuse, she revs up with a quick boost, then charges forward, dead set on ending it with brute force. Jaisel gets slammed by the Cross's strike and rockets across the arena, leaving the crowd stunned as the momentum flips in an instant. Jaisel snapped back with a brutal vertical slash, and Cross flashed on his mentor's words, "Face death with courage." Cross charges slam forward, shrugging off the murderous intent, betting everything to flip the battle's momentum. The flashbacks of his Hydra fights hit like thunder, and they harden his resolve. This new skill fits his fearless nature perfectly. Cross hits emergency evasion and nails a clean, full-speed dodge, then instantly snaps into a decisive strike. Cross whips in a deadly cross counter, landing it perfectly, while Jaisel gets blasted backward in the middle of her attack leap. Jaisel smashes into the ground and the crowd just freezes in shock. Cross steps in front of Victoria, sword still blazing upward. The moment it lands, the whole arena erupts in shockwaves, and just like that, Cross's victory is sealed, pure, dramatic proof that he took control. Jaisel crumples in the arena dust, utterly defeated, while one mentor leans in with a proud, approving smile at how spectacularly it all turned out. The judge slams the results down, Cross has passed, and the crowd explodes into cheers. Erupting with disbelief, Cross just stands there, frozen, speechless, and completely overwhelmed. Confetti rains down as Cross just stands there, totally stunned, because after that brutal fight, he finally realizes he actually pulled it off. Cross erupts in disbelief while celebrating, and right beside it, Jaisel slumps there defeated, burning with frustration and unable to accept that she lost. The crowd erupts when Jaisel collapses, people shout for healing, while she grinds out accusations through her clenched teeth. Voices ricochet outside the arena as Cross's mentors roar about his raw strength and the grind he pushed through. Cross beams and thanks his masters with all his heart, and when they check out how much he's grown, pride lights up their faces because they know exactly who raised this boy. Cross's status sheet claims he has 0 base stats, but his skills keep exploding past every expectation. The mentors stare at the stats in stunned silence, because what they're seeing breaks every rule of normal growth. Both women freeze, staring in total disbelief. Cross's skills are leveling up way too fast, and the speed feels almost threatening. As Cross sprints ahead with a grin, his mentors trade nervous looks, stunned by how fast he's been leveling up, way faster than anyone expected. Now that the school finally hits his eyes, Cross explodes with joy. His wild journey is just getting started. After school, he waved back with a bright grin, cheerfully clueless that 3 powerful mentors were watching every move. When Cross finally made it back home, he greeted his teacher, Liadmila, and she just stared in stunned silence, baffled by his way too confident energy. Liadmila spilled what Cross's laid-back outing looked like, and the others grilled him. Why wasn't he training under Rian's watch? Everyone stared in disbelief. He actually passed the academy exam, and nobody could believe a guy like him pulled it off. A copy of Cross's status plate was shown. They demanded analysis, his abilities needed immediate verification. Cross's stats blew everyone's minds. His insane growth rate sparked suspicion and had people comparing him to past students. Frustration erupted. One mentor snapped into motion, hurling a rage-fueled spell that detonated in roaring flames across the whole battlefield. Smoke and wreckage swirled around Ludmilla, and she stood there, triumphant, blazing-eyed, alone in a battlefield scorched and still boiling. Another mentor tore into them with a furious scream, demanding to know why Ludmilla unleashed that kind of devastating power. With her skin badly burned and her clothes in shreds, the women erupted in complaints, snapping that Ludmilla had wrecked everything, even today's schedule. Meanwhile, Ludmilla pointed the finger and accused them of using forbidden treasures on the cross, and that suspicion cranked everyone's tension higher and higher. She snapped in fury that using those items too soon would permanently wreck Cross's development and growth. Even with the accusation hanging over them, the 2 girls screamed, "Nope, not us," furious that they were being blamed for Cross's terrifying strength. Ludmilla snapped, "Explain this, because if that relic wasn't used, how on earth could those stats even exist?" Even they started to doubt everything, because it hit them that Cross's progress might not be natural after all. The mentors slammed for answers, pushing the one who personally took Cross's apprentice under their wing to finally spill the truth. They tracked his 2-week progress, and even with brutal training, his growth blew past every normal human limit. Even without a class, Cross's growth sprinted past reason itself, and his freakish speed got impossible to ignore. Meanwhile, at Almeria Royal Adventure School, fresh lessons on innate and awakened powers kicked off, like the whole campus was gearing up for the next big leap. The professor laid it out: rare people sometimes snap awake with weird, unnatural skills after they're born, and he basically hinted that a Cross like that could be the reason. While class rolled on, Cross uncovered the truth about rare awakenings, things that magic might spark, or that might flare after a near-death moment. He drilled the cross-focused moves with everything he had, praying that what he'd learned in class would sharpen his training under Rehan's brutal demands. Suddenly, the whole classroom went cold. Cross spotted ominous stares, and the tension in his classmates beside him snapped into place. Gazelle's icy stare made it crystal clear her anger hadn't budged, so Cross's whole body shook as he realized her resentment still burned deep. Outside, the students were told to team up for mock battles, with other kids right around their level. Cross tried to ask for a tag team partner, but time after time they shut him down, until discouragement swallowed him and he ended up alone. Still reeling from Gazelle's wrath, Cross realized everyone in class kept their distance, terrified her bad mood, and her retaliation would come for him next. He approached Gazelle with a shaky apology, and the second she reacted, boom, her explosive outburst stole the room, leaving everyone staring in shock and worry. His classmates screamed at him to back off, terrified that Gazelle's rage would spark another disaster. Suddenly, Cross noticed something horrifying stalking right behind them. Everyone went stone still as danger slid closer without a sound. Ludmilla snatched a top-tier magic tool that could expose hidden attributes in jaw-dropping detail. The mentors huddled back together and checked Cross's condition again, this time peering in with the merchant-grade magical detection lens. While they watched, something cracked the rules. Smoke burst up and distortion warped the bottom section of his data. Cross's numbers looked perfectly normal, but that weird magical interference was clearly masking something big. They started wondering, did Cross have a secret concealment skill that could hide his real power from every kind of detection? The mentors snapped to it. Someone had slapped Cross with advanced appraisal magic, blowing past any concealment tricks their usual detection could handle. They chose to bury the findings from Cross for the moment, quietly studying his condition in private. Terrified someone would sniff out Cross's secret, Taroma feared the school's adventurers might rip the truth right out into the open. Cross's eyes went wide. Alicia Lafigulin, a descendant of legendary heroes, just appeared out of nowhere at his school. Spotting her the moment she stepped in, Cross blurted out Alicia's name, caught completely off guard by her sudden arrival and hit hard by shock and emotion. The whole hallway went silent as Alicia Lafagalian, the hero's descendant, strode in like she owned the place. Alicia strode up to Cross with fearless confidence, brushing everyone else aside while Gazelle and the others just stared, totally baffled. She leaned in until their faces were inches apart, locking eyes with Cross and reading him like a mystery, silent, sharp, and intensely curious. Cross panicked from that sudden confrontation. Alicia's worst fears snapped into place. It was him, the same guy she'd heard about. Relieved, Alicia finally admitted the truth. After rumors spread about her passing the reinstatement exam, she'd been terrified something would go wrong. Cross went rigid when Alicia yanked his hands, and the whole room froze with him as students stared, watching her tears spill. Alicia snapped into motion, scooped up Cross, and vanished in a blink, leaving everyone who witnessed it utterly speechless. Meanwhile, Gazelle was lost in thought about Alicia, the swordswoman prodigy everyone praises, and the true descendant of that legendary hero's bloodline. Alicia's presence lit a spark in some students. Suddenly they chased glory and fantasized about marrying into heroic bloodlines, all by throwing themselves into adventure. Out there on her own, Cross thanked Alicia with a trembling grin, and once he finally opened up, it turned out her past heroics lit the fire behind his dream to make things better. Alicia replayed Cross's courage in her mind, the way he saved her, while everyone else insisted they'd take him on instead. She confessed she'd hunted Cross nonstop, only to be crushed when Rian never showed up again after the stampede. Alicia stepped in with a sincere promise, offering her help and vowing she'd support him any way she could in return. Cross tried to dodge the compliments, but everyone else kept pushing, telling him to guard his training history and never let it slip. Under Alicia's expectant gaze, Cross panicked, unsure what favor he could possibly request from her. The shy boy finally admits he upset that orphanage girl, and then he begs for help on how to make a real apology. Thinking it through, he corners Alicia, a female adventurer, and demands she pitch him an idea from her own point of view. Alicia blurts out that they should grab some sweets, convinced a sugary snack could melt the girl's fury. Alicia lights up and pushes to go with him, right now, insisting they grab treats together immediately. Still mortified, he nods and agrees. Then Alicia flashes a smile and vows to meet him right after she swaps into casual clothes. The boy stands in the noisy church square, bouncing with nerves, terrified Alicia won't show up like she promised. Alicia suddenly bursts in, catching him off guard, and her disguised arrival shocks everyone around them. With a magical cloak wrapped around her, Alicia spills the truth about her secrecy and warns him, hard, not to draw any attention. She drops the truth that her arrival slipped past the guards unnoticed, making it crystal clear that everything has to stay discreet. Alicia whispers that today is their secret, and the boy is left stunned, blushing hard in his own head. They hit the vendor stalls and started browsing side by side. Alicia watched in silence while he eagerly snapped up his best picks. They slid into a cozy cafe, and while Alicia calmly sipped her tea, she studied the menu like it was a mission. Alicia dug into her meal with a big smile, while he darted around to fill every order, like they were weirdly at ease being out together. She grinned at him like the sun had decided to show up, and he instantly flushed, stunned by how warm and openly kind she was to him. On the bench they finally crashed. She asked about shopping, and he confessed he had almost no experience and even less money. Alicia and the boy both grin and say it was awesome. This time he finally feels useful. She admits this carefree day was her very first real outing, no training missions, just living in the moment. Even if fun wasn't sure it counted as thanks, she still meant every word. She truly valued the boy's kindness and all the effort he put in. Curious as hell, he leans in and begs Alicia to tell him everything, her battles, her wins, and every wild world she's ever seen. She hesitates, but he won't let up. His excitement spills over as he pushes for whatever she's willing to share, because she's someone he deeply admires. Alicia kicked off a wild retelling of the brutal fight at Beckoning Valley, painting monsters and pure danger so vividly you could almost feel it. Cross stared in awe, stunned at how Alicia could face that terror head-on. No fear, no hesitation, just pure grit. Alicia didn't hide it. She admitted her fear straight out and said her intense training was how she kept it under control. She heaped praise on Cross's bravery against the Hydra, catching him off guard with real, heartfelt recognition for how courageous he'd been. Flustered and panicking, Cross scrambled to play it cool, insisting everyone else was the real reason he looked that strong that day. Alicia leaned in and thanked Cross for rescuing her, praising his move as awesome and unforgettable. Cross nervously blurted out his thanks, ready to slip back, until Alicia gently stopped him. She pushed him to make peace with another student, then slipped away before she could even thank him properly. Cross stood packed in the crowd, staring as she walked away, torn up inside, but her words hit him so hard he couldn't ignore them. Soon after, Cross tore back to Almeria Royal Adventure School, and a brand new fire burned in his chest. Cross tells the wild story of how he fought monsters in Beckoning Valley, and you can practically feel the boy's awe explode with every word. Alicia finally cracks and admits she's scared, then tells you she trains non-stop so she can stare down those terrifying foes without flinching. She hits him with the truth: hard work will never let him down, and it leaves him frozen, staring in awe at her unshakable resolve. Even with only level 0 to her name, Cross still fought off a Hydra, putting herself between danger and her own safety. Touched by her praise, Cross pauses and lets himself feel how much kindness people have shown him up to now. A faculty member drops a terrifying warning: wildlife is vanishing fast, and they can't shake the feeling a terrifying demon is lurking right behind it. Meanwhile, Cross storms off, dead set on making the most of the danger, completely oblivious as a sinister figure keeps tabs on him. Cross's wooden sword snapped in mid-swing during training, shattering his rhythm, catching him off guard, and sending him stumbling out of balance. Panting hard, Cross practically insisted on paying for his own weapons, and Rion clocked something strange about his motivation today. Rayoni declared that Cross would train with the others from now on, and Cross's mind went blank, half shocked, half blazing with excitement for his new magic lessons. Ludmilla kicked off wind magic lessons, drilling into how mana flows and demanding a full-body immersion in the elemental force. Cross got yanked out for training. Ludmilla insisted it would drill the chaos into his bones, then everything erupted in magical chaos around them. As Cross spun through the air, humiliation crushed him, while Telemia laughed and tossed out jokes about making training way more efficient. 2 days blew by and Cross stood there reciting a chant, calling wind magic into a brand new technique. With sheer willpower, Cross launched a wind shot and nailed his very first offensive magic attack, shocking everyone around him. Ludmilla gave him props for the effort, then warned him straight up: magic takes time, and it can't fully kick conventional combat to the curb. Instructors checked Cross's status, and even with him broke, jobless, and sitting at level 0, his skill set looked insanely out of the ordinary. The mentors stared at Cross's insane jump in skill, impressed by how those advanced abilities blossomed in a ridiculously short time. Even at level 0, Cross's weird status left the teachers hooked, and they were basically waiting with bated breath for the new appraisal tools to arrive. He scanned his skill list and couldn't believe what he found, pure results. Then he felt flooded with gratitude for his master's guidance. Cross proudly hefted his brand new sword, feeling the rush of progress, while his empty wallet screamed that trouble was coming. At the Adventurers Guild, Cross hunted for quests like his life depended on it, because now getting paid was his #1 priority. The guild board kept flashing new problems, monsters growing scarce, the empire simmering with unrest, and meat prices climbing, so demand just kept surging. Cross felt utterly crushed. Without a party, he couldn't even scrape together the requirements to qualify for beginner quests outside town. A few old friends rolled up like it was no big deal, and their easy talk instantly lifted Cross's spirits, dragging him back to the warmth of past kindness. With shock and pure gratitude, Cross couldn't believe it. He'd been invited to join the team, and he finally slid right into their missing 5th spot. Grinning at the chance he got, Cross realized that even the tiniest kindness could shove his life onto a brand new road he never saw coming. The party plunged into the western forest and split up the jobs. Cross got the rear guard, locking down the back no matter what. Cross swallowed hard and nodded, knowing every teammate had a job, as he volunteered to escort and guard their water mage. Cross suddenly felt his stomach drop as they slipped off the trail, and fear gnawed at him over the unfamiliar terrain waiting ahead. Even with Cross hesitating, the leader pressed him forward, swearing the route was safe and the monster danger was minimal. They came to a clearing, but Cross's gut screamed that something was wrong, because there wasn't a single monster around. Cross realized the whole quest was a trap, then the leader's warning hit far too late. Giselle lunged in a blaze of fury, shouting Cross by name, and Cross went wide-eyed, fighting to make sense of what he'd just heard. Cross stood there stunned and lost, while his old teammates stared on as chaos swallowed their so-called monster hunt. Giselle bared her hatred in full view, then pulled every string to take down Cross and prove she was finally worth more than just a name. Fueled by raw resentment, Giselle pinned the humiliation from that public exam on Cross and swore she'd get revenge. Giselle snapped the order to strike, and right when Cross needed backup most, his so-called allies turned on him. He got swarmed and outnumbered. Overwhelmed, Cross got struck, and Giselle's rage erupted, fueled by humiliation, the sting of loss, and her relentless vow to take everything back. Giselle replayed those cold, biting stares and the verdicts they threw at her. Every ounce of hatred burned straight into her thoughts. Consumed by desperation, Giselle threw herself into a brutal fight, refusing to fall, because one loss would shatter her heart completely. Cross dug into their motives. Was his accidental wrecking of Giselle's reputation really enough to spark that kind of betrayal and rage? The water mage called down sacred magic, but Giselle exploded forward, tearing her own spell loose mid-chant, fueled by pure fury. A brutal wave of water roared ahead, and Cross dug in his heels as the spell slammed into the battlefield. Cross panicked as a brutal surge barreled toward him, and he couldn't wrap his head around it. The magic was locking right onto him. The ground buckled as everything shattered around him, Cross faced by impossible odds, so he barely escaped on pure instinct, desperation driving every move. Even with exhaustion crushing his body, Cross clung to his mentor's faith, and he swore he wouldn't drop until he reached the moment his real journey truly began. Cross broke into a furious chant of wind magic, pouring all his mana into it as the others got ready for the next wave of attacks. He unleashed the spell in full, pouring wind spirit power into every strike to cut down his oncoming enemies. With one Cross-unleashed wind shot, Giselle blasted her opponents backward, and she just couldn't believe he'd actually learned real combat magic. The whole crew is blindsided by Cross's sudden magical power, and it hits them. He's been hiding way more than he ever let on. Panic erupts on the team's faces as they scramble to survive Cross's shocking power and magic, and total chaos breaks loose. Cross, now brimming with confidence, fires off a vicious wind shot, blasting a savage gust that totally smacks them off guard. Cross reels as his magic cuts out midair. Panic floods him while he scrambles to seize control again. The female master seethed, then snapped her own magic into the air, daring Cross as their powers crashed together. The master slams out a brutal wind attack, and Cross barely swerves out of the way, still getting pushed back every second. Cross fights back against that brutal force, but it starts winning. His grip slips, and his body gets hurled through the air like a rag doll. The female master smirks and flashes her gorgeous magic, rubbing it in like, yeah, mine beats what Cross pulled off earlier. Cross realizes Giselle's magic doesn't just cast, it snatches the magical initiative right out from under her, turning her into a terrifying, unstoppable force. Cross, worn out and crushed, slinks behind a tree, but Giselle leans in and taunts him for throwing in the towel. Cross, desperate, snarls at the air until it forges itself into a bullet to blast his enemies, ignoring every warning Giselle just gave. The windshot blasts off, tearing forward with massive force, yet the enemies don't even flinch, like they were born ready. Cross throws up a smokescreen to slip out unseen, but Giselle clocks the trick in seconds. Giselle slams the brakes on the panic, shouting for everyone to stay calm, because Cross's physical strength is still way below theirs. Even with his limits, Cross refused to stop. He bolted deeper into the forest while the others split up to go after him. Aaron is ordered to hunt down Cross right now, because the team's mission is teetering on the edge of failure. Suddenly, Aaron's crew hears a brutal crack in the woods, and every instinct screams that something is seriously wrong. The moment the group gets hit with a brutal shockwave, the whole area erupts, impact slams through everything and rocks scatter everywhere. The whole forest lies in chaos, and the team can't even speak as they stare at the wreckage. Giselle is stunned by the wreckage, and she frantically tears through the ruins, hunting for any shred of proof her team is still alive. Aaron gets the order, track down Cross, or everyone's in for serious consequences. With a sudden snap and crack, the whole group freezes, because they instantly clock it. Something dangerous is about to go down. The impact hits like a thunderbolt, slam-backing everyone, and tears through the forest with raw, unstoppable destruction. The whole team stands frozen in shock, trapped in the wreckage left behind by a brutal attack deep in the forest. Giselle storms over to her team, her heart pounding as she checks the damage and prays everyone's okay. They stumble onto a terrifying rock warlord warrior, and it hits them. This thing is behind the eerie forest disturbances. Giselle barks orders for the injured to be hauled into the woods, then shoves everyone else into a run, flee now, live later. The warriors bolt for safety, but Giselle can't shake the terror that the monster is still hot on their heels. With the creature roaring its head off, Giselle plants her feet and stands her ground, shaking with fear but refusing to back away from the monster. Giselle charges into the monster, her fury climbing higher as it tears through the forest and wreaks havoc all around her. Giselle's knees buckle, exhausted, battered, and bleeding when the awful truth hits. No matter what she does, someone is going to get sacrificed. Despite her pain, Giselle finds a glimmer of hope, believing her actions will buy Cross more time. Cross catches desperate cries in the air, freezes at the weird noise, and knows something is seriously off. Cross gets hit with a memory from his past, one that drags him back to his sibling and the dreams they swore they'd chase. Giselle clings to a sweet memory with her little sibling, one tender moment that fuels her strength and keeps her fighting. A heartbreaking scene erupts as the younger sibling begs for forgiveness, knowing they can't chase their dream of becoming an adventurer. Giselle charges at the rock warlord warrior, raging at her coming defeat and crushed by the burden of every mistake she made in the past. Giselle stared at the orphans she was watching, terrified that if she slips up now, their whole future could crumble. Giselle, seething with rage, swears she'll carve a scar into the creature's face before she dies. Giselle charges straight at the warrior, but the monster's strike slams in any way, forcing her to brace for the impact. Cross barrels toward Giselle, panic spiking as he checks if she's hurt, while that rock monster hangs overhead like a doom cloud. Giselle freezes in shock when Cross shows up again. She realizes he didn't come back just to look, he's here to help her. A colossal monster erupted from the shadows, and Cross grabbed Giselle's arm, pushing her to run while he steeled himself to face the terror head-on. Giselle screamed, stunned, then, even after the betrayal, Cross still stepped in, protecting her and backing her all the way. Cross's earlier wind shot barely scratched the monster, its power stayed untouched, and it didn't even flinch. They swore it was a rock lizard warrior way out of their leg, charging like a blur, unstoppable as a storm. Cross's knees shook, but he didn't budge. Fear screamed in his chest, yet he still picked a fight instead of running. Cross looked back at his mentors, then hardened his resolve and charged ahead like a hero, ready to protect at any cost. He refused to leave Giselle behind, because running would have been the ultimate betrayal to the people who believed he had what it takes. The monster lunged in like a living storm, and Cross clocked its rhythm mid-fight, hunting for the one crack hiding in that brutal charge. Cross snapped forward, going for the beast's neck with a desperate, full-commit counterattack, anything to stop it. Cross's strike landed with a brutal asterisk thud asterisk. The impact blasted him into the air as the monster got yanked off its path. Cross braces his blade and snaps into a grim realization. This monster's hide is too tough to crack with direct hits. Giselle studies the monster's armor and realizes Cross has no power to go straight in head-on. Cross starts chanting a vicious dark incantation as the monster charges in like a freight train, snatching Giselle completely off guard. As defense magic batters the beast, Cross tightens his grip and charges in, ready to land a ruthless close-range blow with pure determination. Cross drives his attack into the beast's weakened opening, then slams down a knockout counter that ends it. The boy rockets upward to swing again, but the monster explodes back with a huge, shaking roar. A giant claw slams down like a hammer, and it hurls the boy into the air with brutal, violent force. He slams into the ground and goes perfectly still, while the girl stares, frozen in pure horror and disbelief. His status card snaps open, and suddenly the skill levels and stats blast into view, supercharged by brutal compensation effects. No matter how hard he tries, his magic just can't crack the monster's armored defenses. He pauses to stare into his own dreams, then steels himself for the people he's determined to protect and lift up. Burning with frustration over everything he couldn't stop before, he declares, "I'm done being helpless, and I'll never need anyone else again." With raw strength surging, he springs back up, grips his blade tight, and refuses to crumble under despair. Even with the enemy chanting in his face, he charges straight ahead, refusing fate itself and vowing to protect everyone. He snaps the guard back out again, staring down the charging beast with fearless grit and pure, unshakable courage. He flings Windshot into the air, pouring raw energy into his sword, and slamming the monster with a whirlwind-powered strike. Right in the middle of the beast's incantation, the spell crashes into its head, stopping its deadly charge with an explosive blast. Each guard-out spell blasts through, cutting the monster's defenses down with every roar and flicker until it's getting weaker by the second. The monster bursts into emergency evasions and hardens its body, bracing tight as it surges forward at swirling speed for the incoming counterattack. He slams guard out, wind shot, and clear cut back to back in a blink, hunting for the perfect opening to punch straight through. One of the girls can't stop trembling as she watches, while Cross starts throwing his skills around recklessly at the charging monster. Cross snatched a sword from the ground, and this time he was done. He'd end the fight clean and exact. He rockets forward with laser-focused eyes and hurls a full-power swing. Debris erupts everywhere around his target. A brutal shockwave detonates as Cross screams for more power, smashing the monster under non-stop crushing force. Even when everyone expected it to stall, his momentum just keeps surging, and the girl can't believe his attack hasn't slowed one bit. Cross triggers a brand new skill, and a brutal surge of power blasts outward, smashing straight into his monstrous opponent and leaving him reeling on the spot. The story jumps to Almeria's top-tier academy, and suddenly everyone's buzzing about Cross's secret, mysterious past. Inside the dean's office, the three mentors uncover something startling hidden within Cross's confidential student record. They stare at a magical screen and see it clear. His gift is already there, and it's built for lightning-fast growth until he masters everything. Cinderella Grey's skill hands out unstoppable growth, explaining why his power explodes and his progress goes faster than anyone expects. Cross's mentors dissected his rare gift with sharp eyes, and every single one of them realized they'd never seen anything like it before. Cross snapped the monster out of the sky midair, and the crowd gasped because his bizarre growth was nowhere near normal by any standard. His status screamed with power from the top tier, and every single clash pushed his skills to level up at lightning speed. Adrenaline and pain fueled Cross as he drove forward, forcing out yet another burst of power on pure, unbreakable will. Cross has a secret skill that supercharges his learning speed, so fast it even stumps his top-tier mentors. A terrifying, high-risk monster bursts into the beginner forest, and instant panic rips through everyone as they scramble into teams. Cross and Giselle engage the monster alone. Cross uses sword techniques while Giselle provides support. Giselle grabs Cross by the direction and orders him to pour his magic into his palms until it condenses into a deadly wind bullet. Cross explodes with dark magic, fueled by raw rage and brutal power as he smashes through the enemy's defenses. Cross lunges forward with savage speed, so fast it looks like a whole squad of warriors is attacking him single-handedly. Every hit connects and boom, system notifications explode on screen as his skills keep climbing in real time, right in the middle of the fight. Every attribute he owned surged higher and higher, while his techniques got razor-sharp from non-stop training in brutal, high-stress fights. Even while exhaustion hammers him, Cross throws another swing. His whole body shakes, but his focus and will refuse to break. The monster takes no damage at all. Cross burns with pure panic, not knowing if he can survive all the way to the end. The monster unleashes a massive blast, and Cross throws himself into a brace position as a scorching wave of fire crashes toward him. The attack slams in with brutal force. Cross barely holds on, but right then he gets a warning. He's missing a vital countermeasure. Giselle steps in, and when she reveals her magic, it slams the enemy's skills out of place. Then she gears up to support the fight. Cross is stunned by Giselle's strength. She commands him to ready wind magic for combination. Together they unleash a perfectly timed combo. Giselle's gorgeous magic throws everything off, and Cross blasts the sky with his wind shot. Giselle shouts for the cross, and once it takes hold, a furious whirlwind erupts, snapping the monster's attention and leaving it utterly bewildered. Their combo attack slams through, smashes the final strike, and drives straight through the monster, making it howl in pure, unbearable agony. Cross checks the hit landed, lets out a quick shout of victory, but the moment Giselle screams, "Don't let your guard down," he snaps right back into focus. Cross lets his guard slip, and right then, the wounded monster snaps into a hard glare and readies a brutal counterattack. As the monster rockets forward, Cross realizes, way too late, that he's left his guard down and he's trapped in a deadly moment. Giselle throws herself onto shield Cross and takes the monster's counterattack head-on, sacrificing her life in the blast. The monster's punch detonates with a brutal thud, shockwaves blast outward, and both warriors get hurled back as rubble explodes across the battlefield. Bruised and choking, Giselle Scold swings her cross, then collapses, and it hits him hard. This is why she relies on her magic. Giselle can't stop thinking about her sister. She breaks down in tears and begs, "Please, don't die right in front of me." Cross squares up to the monster by himself, bloodied, terrified, shaking hard, but he forces himself upright and refuses to run. Cross remembers what she told herself. Fear is natural, so to survive you train, you endure, and you keep moving forward. He towers there, battered but blazing, still clinging to the belief that hard work can steady even his trembling hands. Cross triggers every little enhancement he's got, then dumps it all into one final, brutal skill combo onslaught. He barks out the chant, and every bit of training and magic his mentors hammered into him surges to the surface. The wind lashes and whips around him, and without even thinking, Cross blurts out a chilling magical chant, his mouth moving on pure, terrifying instinct. Cross cluelessly hurls a brand new spell, and the wind shot and guard fuse into something wildly unstable, exploding with raw magic. Watch closely, people are realizing the impossible right before their eyes. Magic and black magic just fused, and an extra skill has been born. The system spits out an anomaly error, registering that age isn't a normal skill at all, and it doesn't fit any standard ability category. Cross fires off Aegis shot and slams the monster's chest point blank with a blast of condensed dark energy. The monster's body buckles for a split second, just long enough to expose a deadly opening, and that's when the killing blow lands. Cross slams his blade into the monster's exposed weak spot, blasting through its armor and driving straight deep within. The Aegis shot finally staggers the monster, and Cross wastes no time. He lunges in and drives his blade even deeper. With one last thunderous roar, Cross's attack rips straight through the monster's core, and the whole thing starts collapsing in a breath. Giselle stares as the beast crumples to the ground, frozen in shock. She went from powerless to standing over its defeated body. She remembers how Cross got laughed at, broken, jobless, and too powerless to stop the tears from spilling. Even when rejection and humiliation crushed him, Cross refused to quit. He shoved through pain and failure, grinding forward until strength finally started to take shape. Bleeding and wiped out, Cross drops to his knees by the wrecked monster, and finally realizes it. He actually beat it alone. Struggling for every breath, he forces out a cross release. Pain crashes in like a wave, then sudden relief lights up his face. He mutters, shocked out of his mind, and Giselle just stares back speechless. Somehow, they actually pulled it off and beat that monster. Cross throws a wild celebration with Giselle, but she's left stunned. She can't stop staring at his raw power and the bizarre skill he just pulled off. After that, things get painfully awkward. Cross snatches her hand without thinking, and Giselle instantly erupts into a blush, caught between fury and total confusion. Giselle fires up Cross, begging him to tear the corpse apart for materials before more monsters creep in nearby. Right as they're about to start, a gigantic shockwave erupts out of nowhere, blasting the whole area and smashing the ground into chaos. 3 fierce women barreled toward Giselle in the middle of the storm, misreading her connection like a petty, personal attack meant to get under their skin. One guy screams to level the whole forest, while the other panics. What if that Cross is still in the blast radius? While everything else erupts in chaos, Cross and Giselle just hunker down beside the monster's corpse, still, silent, and completely unaware as they rest. Giselle and Cross slumped against the monster's lifeless body, dead silent, while the others barreled toward them, totally unaware. The masters storm and panicking. Cross just wiped out a rock lizard and sprinted to get him healed. Cross tries to thank them, then crumples again, and right on cue the whole scene detonates with shouting accusations and painfully awkward moments. Giselle's eyes widen in pure horror as she realizes these unstoppable women make even level 4 monsters look laughably small. Cross forces a weak smile, fades out again, whispers his thanks, and can't help wondering, did he get close enough? Chasing dreams of either living an all-out real adventure or becoming the dependable hero who steps in when everything goes wrong and saves others in the middle of the chaos. Under the bright sun, that massive building looms, proof that Cross is finally safe again, back inside civilization. Cross stirs in the bed, slowly coming to as the battle's wreckage crashes over him, his strength slipping away while he powers through the exhaustion. The girls swarm around Cross, breathing out in relief, worried sick about his health, and ready to jump in and help any way they can. Cross finally realizes he's safe inside the mansion, and the gratitude hits him like a wave, because everyone's risking everything to pull him through. Cross and Giselle slip into silence beneath the blazing sun, leaning against the beast's fallen giant head as they both recover side by side. Cross gets tackled by his comrades and they crowd in like, "Your feet are insane," while they sprint to mend his battered body. Cross stammers out his thanks to his mentors, and as soon as he collapses, confusion and chaos explode across the girls. Stunned by the girls' chaos, Cross realizes they're way scarier than monsters, loud, ruthless, and emotionally all over the place. He crossfades into unconsciousness, wearing a peaceful smile, while the others freak out and scramble like crazy to save him. Cross bowed to his mentors, then lit up with pride as he proudly retold how he fought off a ruthless level 4 monster. He credited their lessons because even in his desperate struggle, he could see those unknown skills finally bursting to life. The girls felt like chewing him out, but his humble attitude and bright, grateful smile won them over. Days later, Cross rushed into the prestigious Royal Adventurers School Almeria, ready to crank his training up to the next level. As Cross stepped into the buzzing lecture hall, he froze. Students stopped mid-breath and turned to stare him down. Cross stormed into the lecture hall and head snapped his way. Students whispered like, "No way," staring at that monster-slaying tale. A sudden burst of movement from Giselle sent everyone into a jolt. Cross stood there, totally lost, feeling the misunderstanding ignite right in front of him. Cross tried to ask about her health, but the moment the words left her mouth, Giselle's rage flared and the tension snapped tighter. Red-faced and rattled, Giselle snapped back at her classmates as they mocked her, especially the grudge she still hadn't settled with Cross. Still clueless about what was happening, Cross tried to back off, then Giselle shot back with panicked, messy confusion. Giselle's cheeks burn as she stumbles through a shaky apology to Cross, finally smashing the tension that had been choking both of them. Guilt hits them like a wave, and they blurt out their apologies in perfect unison, leaving Cross totally blindsided. Cross doesn't even flinch, he forgives them on the spot, stunning everyone with his kindness, and leaving people worried he's too naive for his own good. Their reconciliation crashes through the whole class, and suddenly whispers explode, rumors of their skills, and a wave of admiration from every student and adventurer watching. Elsewhere, a noblewoman scoffs at the tale, sneering at a jobless commoner's strength, then smirks like she already knows exactly what's coming. As Cross stared from behind, the girl walked off, and he couldn't stop wondering if they'd finally made up. 3 women watch in awe as the boy hurls out a brutal incantation, and magic surges around him like it's alive. He crams all that charged power into his blade, bellows the skill name, and then blasts an Aegis shot straight at the world. The attack detonated forward like a bullet, and he sprinted straight through the blast, locking eyes with the female warrior closing in. He rides the blast's momentum, springs forward, and slams his knee straight into her armored chest. She's impressed and totally unharmed, and when she clocks his skill, she realizes that his low-level move is packing way more destruction than anyone expected. One master studies his craft, blending black warrior techniques with magic until it becomes a deadly, lethal combo. Pumped about his progress, the women swarm him, showering him with praise and calling him their gifted disciple. Even with all the praise, they admit the chant drags on, and getting it right is such a shaky bet that success can't be counted on. They told me that even broken skills can still trick their enemies. Suddenly your fear chills out, and the battlefield flips in your favor. Still humbled, he nods and commits to sharpening the basics, and the veteran lays out a plan that trains him from this point forward. Cross suddenly blasts out an unexpected technique, and the so-called masters freeze, calling it an error skill like they can't believe what they just saw. After every fight, his stats explode upward, thanks to a secret gift called Cinderella Grey. Once they see what Cross could be, every master secretly schemes to win him over, because they all want something out of him. Next, Cross goes right back to his daily chores, completely oblivious to how his passion has already hooked his mentors' attention like wildfire. One mentor pulls him aside, tells him to unwind together, and drops a hint that this bond runs deeper than training. Each master pitches a secret one-on-one meetup, slapping a fake label on it: education, training, or battle study. Talonia clutches Cross tight, then pitches board games and shopping like it's destiny, while everyone else just stares in stunned disbelief. The mentors snap at each other, refusing to yield, each one gearing up to end it with raw power. They bolt out for a quick workout, and Cross is left staring at the dinner table, utterly confused, completely alone. Cross shoots nervous glances as distant tremors and violent shockwaves rattle the calm evening walls. Their brutal duel fizzles into a draw, each of the three women battered and bruised, but still fighting like they've got more to prove. To settle their next moves with Cross, they strike a deal, throw down in a lottery, and keep their tempers under control. The next day, the Grand Gladiator Hall erupts as spectators pack in, hungry to see the tournament explode into action. Two cloaked figures lane in, soaking up the view, buzzing with excitement as the crowd roars and the Primarina seats glow ahead. Rayoni and Cross are in the stands screaming their hearts out, soaking up every brutal battle, and building a bond with each shared burst of excitement. Cross gapes in awe as the semifinals ignite, stunned by how sharp the fighter has become. Two battle-scarred warriors step into the Cross Marvel arena, daring each other with raw strength, while Rian leans in and studies their class levels. Rian breaks down appraisal skills and shows you that even the simplest ones can give you real, game-changing insight mid-match. She pushes Cross to learn by watching, and then pitches a friendly bet on how it all ends. Cross hesitates for a split second, then snatches up the wager, grinning as excitement surges, ready to jump in and learn from this wild little challenge. Cross slams down his bet, betting on the underdog quick flash knight instead of the stronger, heavier warrior. Rian lays out the heavy warrior's brutal defense plan under attacks, then smashes it all with one final, decisive strike. The Flash Knight rockets ahead on razor-sharp speed, then his instincts scream, watch out for counter techniques. The knight's sudden assault rips the battlefield apart. One heavy warrior gets hit by an explosion, and his weapon clatters to the ground. As the smoke finally fades, that quick flash strikes through, and Crosswatches just freezes in stunned silence, eyes wide with pure awe. Pavlov is crowned champion. Cross stuns in disbelief. Rian just smirks to herself, and the whole day's chaos finally feels worth it. On their way back, Cross can't stop gushing about Rian's lessons, then asks her to take him along again. Even after losing the bet, Rayoni still offers Cross food, flustered as kindness and that sweet, innocent charm hit him like lightning. Pavlov bursts into the competitor's waiting room, and the nobles watching his incredible performance shower him with praise. House Richmond dives into brutal noble power struggles, and they push Pavlov to spread his influence as faction wars start heating up. Catalea Richmond slams her fist down and vows to lead the expansion, showing off her power and noble influence like a force you can't ignore. She steps up with total confidence and demands to know which contest will best prove her faction's power in the upcoming competition. Pointing at the poster, she hypes up a huge event, one meant to scream their dominance to everyone watching. The very next day, Cross grins as he relives the tournament's magic, totally clueless about the noble ambitions already creeping in. Cross collides with Giselle, and she shocks him by offering financial help the moment she hears the orphans' rumors. With Cross finally recruited for the quest, he nervously blurts, "Are you sure this is really okay?" But he can't shake the doubt. Once Cross gets the quest details, he spots a brutal job he's not sure he can handle, and the question hits, am I really ready? The second Cross spots a sweet, fluffy slime suppression quest. His excitement surges so hard he can't help but accept. The slime suppression contest kicks off, and Cross quickly realizes the prizes hinge on how many he's subdued, because magic is keeping score. Giselle bursts in and reveals she leveled up from her last fight, earning the spot to lead their current quest. Surrounding him, people crowd in for training tips, then embarrassment hits hard and he tries to dodge the moment, but Giselle cuts in and shuts it down for good. Giselle fires a warning at Cross, stay cautious, keep things under wraps, and when she confesses her worry, it's clear she doesn't want any needless blame landing on him. Cross bows with real gratitude. They both agree to keep it all locked down, and with that quiet vow, the trust between them becomes unbreakable. Giselle's cheeks flared with heat as Cross's words hit her. She scrambled to calm herself, trying to breathe through the embarrassment. The party spotted a distant swarm tearing closer in a blink, and every single person tightened their grip, bracing for a fight as the pressure kept climbing. A brutal storm of fluffy slimes erupted from above, darkening the sky as it crashed down on the warriors below. Giselle strode forward with pure confidence, barking orders that sent everyone into the perfectly coordinated battle formation. Mage unleashed scorching fire, icy water, and roaring wind, smashing the swarm as Cross stood his ground with rock-solid determination. Elemental blasts tore in from every direction as they geared up to crush the flying slime swarm's attack. A ruthless elemental barrage slammed into the charging slimes, blasting up plumes of smoke as slime bodies splattered and scattered across the battlefield. Giselle stormed forward with pure determination, clenching her sword tight as she barreled straight into the charging slimes. As soon as the battle erupted, everyone surged into action. This suppression contest finally went full throttle. Giselle burst forward and hacked through slimes in a wild frenzy, while the others snapped into formation and fought in perfect sync behind her. The team throws themselves into the match, snapping slimes left and right to stack up the kills, and everyone sprinting to outscore the others fast. A fresh wave of flying slimes crashes in, and the whole team braces like it's their last stand. Even while they hurled spells, the slime swarms didn't slow down a bit. Their speed and brute force stayed unstoppable, shocking the frontliners. A colossal slime storm crashes into them, smothers the whole team, and drives them back. Giselle snaps into a defensive stance, and they realize the slimes are way stronger than they ever expected. Demanding quick adaptation, then a sudden explosion detonates, swallowing the whole field in blinding flames and raining debris everywhere. The mage cackles with pure glee, basking in the damage he just caused, while everyone watching freezes in stunned silence, confused and hit with disbelief. The magic he unleashes looks eerily like a bombing spell, and the caster only smirks harder as he watches it hit. She unleashes her long-range magic technique, blasting apart monsters as she storms forward, and leaves every mage gaping in pure awe. She casts again, gears up for another brutal barrage, and chants as eerie magical shots drift ominously above her. She lets loose a terrifying swarm of magical bombs, and they shriek as they rocket down toward the battlefield below. Supporting mages lob rock cannons, mixing mid-level earth magic with a bombing barrage to blanket the entire battlefield in sheer saturation. A pack of melee fighters, steel-eyed and fully ready, lines in and promises the mages they'll wipe out the survivors. In the middle of the chaos, the frontliners burst forward, dodging, brawling, and mowing down monsters as sheer pressure smashes them down fast. Crowned the Gladiator Tournament champion, the smug mage grins and summons one more massive, elegant, magic-powered annihilation blast. Giselle spots the flamboyant caster and shouts that it's Catalea Richmond, the flashy noble who lives for the spotlight. Catalea, a mid-level noble and a 16-year-old dual mage, blows everyone away with explosive raw power. Giselle lays it out plain: you'd better know the nobles, because in this place power clashes decide whether you live or get crushed. Slimes still flood the field, and the moment the group notices, chatter dies, then they snap into action to wipe out the last lingering enemies fast. The story rockets into a massive arena as the crowd erupts, and the winner of the fluffy slime hunt gets announced. Catalea's crew crushes the match with 2,628 slimes, but Giselle's team limps to just 221, leaving everyone staring in disbelief and envy. Despite the loss, Giselle remains focused, urging her group to prepare for the next opportunity. They look back and realize their formation shattered because everything fell apart, and the mage is left drowning in the chaos. So now they're setting up fresh training to hammer their teamwork back into shape. Giselle snaps at Cross, telling him to sign up for training if he wants bigger rewards, then pushes him to stay disciplined even while his nerves are screaming. The team starts guessing why Giselle's doing this, teasing Cross until she finally snaps, she glares, and the whole group panics. Cross spots a noble carriage rolling inside, and Catalea snaps her eyes away behind a fan, silently watching everything unfold. Thrown off by the noble's arrival, Cross stares as Catalea steps out of her carriage like she's totally unbothered. The carriage nobles observe Cross's group starts turning heads, and word about them spreads fast, first to the townspeople, then to adventurers who can't stop talking. They huddled up talking about the classless orphan and Giselle's win against a rock lizard, skeptical in one breath, hooked in the next. Laughing, Catalea taunts her so-called reputation as nobles start doubting the rumors, and now they've decided to challenge Cross's party next year. As Cross and Giselle slipped past, a noble carriage rolled by. Inside, rich nobles were scheming to lure in skilled adventurers. Catalea plots to recruit Giselle, but if loyalty slips, she'll cut her down fast. On the orphan's private grounds, the female instructor snaps into action and launches slime-shaped projectile stones for brutally intense training. The kids shoved plushy stone slimes onto the field like real monsters and kicked off the warriors' evasion training. Cross and his crew hunker down, bracing hard as the soft slime streaked toward them at full speed. They slash, twist, and dodge with pure rage, but Cross still trips up when a near-miss projectile comes screaming for him. The instructor snaps with rage, stumbles into a cross apology while getting flustered, and his teammates spiral into the chaos of the mock battle. Even in the total chaos, Cross still slips into training alongside everyone else, and for the first time, he feels pure unity and real excitement rush through him. A smug noblewoman barges in, sneers at their old-school methods, and laughs at how they've got no real noble-level resources. She feigns praise for Giselle, then drags her through the mud, snatching up an old defeat and throwing it in front of the common crowd. With fake sympathy dripping from his words, the noble blasts Giselle as a liar, and the orphans and her students erupt in pure fury. She steps up and calls herself their superior, promising protection if they obey her under the Richmond noble household. Giselle shuts down the noble's offer and declares she'll live on her own. Then the nobles fire off thinly veiled threats of retaliation. Catalia snaps a cold warning at them, swearing they'll regret it, while her knights stand in silent formation and the tension keeps quietly building behind her. Giselle's refusal sparks cross-questions from them, but she snaps, demands silence, and orders them to jump right back into training. The very next day they sprint to register for the quest, only to get their access slammed shut without warning. A guild officer spills that the Richmond Countess, accused of a grave, unspecified crime, has dropped the bomb on them, and everyone in the room goes completely pale. Catalia saunters in with a smug grin, waving her authority around like it owns the room, while Giselle clenches her fist, furious, because Catalia's been pulling underhanded strings. Catalea's guards start hurling insults at Giselle's crew, so Giselle snaps, exploding with fury and refusing to let nobles intimidate or silence her. Catalia tells Giselle, retract the complaint, sure, if you bow down and join my faction. Catalia demands total subservience, but Giselle, sick to her stomach at the offer, snaps and decides to face her head-on, dead set on defying her. Giselle dares Catalia to duel for freedom, win and she's free, lose and she loses it all, with submission on the line. Catalia accepts the duel, boom, and the guild slaps it onto the calendar for 2 weeks from now, locking in the challenge like it's official. They lock in a wild 7v7 showdown, and Giselle swears she'll flatten Catalea's arrogance right in front of everyone. Cross panics as Giselle snaps at him, accusing him for everything that went wrong, then storms off, burning with frustration. Giselle lays it out. Catalea's crew is chasing power by pulling strings, and they use these contests to spread their control all across town. She lets it slip that the city is hunting noble heirs for marriages, and the moment she does, you can feel the crushing political pressure pouring off every wall. Nobles in Bascarubia scramble for power and climb the ranks by turning the town into their own worldwide proving ground. Strong nobles charge in with muscle to hold their territory, while weak nobles crumble and lose respect. Like society's dishonored people, they get cast aside. Noble heirs are chasing heroes for wives, then using marriage and conquest like a loaded weapon to spread their power without limits. Claiming defeated orphans grants him a higher title, and dragging those subjugated commoners under his rule turns his image into pure control. Giselle lays it out, nobles using them to exploit the commoners. Then Cross finally gets how deadly this is, rushes to apologize, and realizes the game's cruelty goes way deeper than he ever thought. Giselle spots the duel for what it is, a brutal leader battle, and she tears Catalea down fast because speed is their ticket to victory. With the danger hanging over them, her crew rallies with fire in their hearts, ready to crush those arrogant nobles. Cross lays out their grim situation to everyone, then finally nods and vows to get serious and prep for the fight. The mentors hit them with training strategies, speed bursts, drowning the enemy in relentless attacks and throwing in disruptive tactics to cancel out their superior numbers. Mentors clash head-to-head, shouting like they'll break each other, convinced their own ruthless, chaotic training will crown them with victory. A fresh strategist steps in and locks onto the enemy team, calling them a stone-solid artillery setup built to take hits. She declares Cross is the real key to victory, because tactics alone can't crack the enemy's defense. Cross's rare hybrid class grants him insane mobility and even 2 different attack types, giving him the power to flip the whole battlefield on a dime. The strategist pushes for cross-training, urging him to step into real magic swordsman mastery so he can wield both sets of skills like a deadly combo. Cross realizes the magic swordsman isn't some fixed class at all, it's a fighting style, and it demands serious, dual-discipline training. A sharp strategist tears into Cross's shaky skills and demands he master dependable, high-powered magic, no more risking everyone's safety. Even with their pride stinging, the mentors finally swallowed their reluctance and put Cross's magic training first, just to help him. Cross gets blasted to the abyssal sea of trees, a cursed zone packed with elite magic. They're reshaping the whole training zone. Cross has no choice now. He has to fight monsters and power up his magic for real. Lewin hammers the forest with high-ranked water magic, blasting it into a flooded maze and reshaping the ground for the monster combat training that's coming next. Cross grills line about her magic types, but she dodges the question and only confirms, yep, the battlefield's ready for war. She flicks an incense pouch into the air, eyes locked in silence, ready to call the monsters out. A screaming horde of savage monsters comes barreling out, summoned by the wild, overpowering scent tearing through the forest. Next, Lewin spells it out. Those incense sticks are bait that snags the weak monsters. Then Cross freaks out when they start closing in from every angle. Cross panics as Talomia, grinning like a menace, smashes his training with an avalanche of summoned monsters. After the monsters dropped, the mentors leaned in and told them, this huge battle was just the first phase, and the real fight was only getting started. Lewin grabs Cross and pins him down, then drills him with mental and physical focus, because intense magic-based shooting practice is about to start right now. She tells him to lock in on the magic flow, firing those wind shots again and again until his control gets razor-sharp. Cross unleashes a colossal wind blast, blasting monsters into nothing and tearing the battlefield apart with one unstoppable magic surge. Cross panics as Telomia cackles and unleashes a crushing wave of summoned monsters for his training. Once the monsters were finally wiped out, the mentors stepped up with calm confidence and told everyone this massive clash was just the first phase of something way bigger. Lewin clamps down on Cross, steadying him mentally and physically, because the second intense magic-based shooting practice kicks off, Cross won't be caught unready. She tells him to lock in on his magic flow, firing steady wind shots again and again until his aim becomes razor-precise. Cross unleashes a brutal wind blast, shattering monsters and ripping up the terrain in one savage burst of magic. Cross slammed his hands down, protesting the brutal workload, but Telomia just grinned and complied, summoning wave after wave of wild, nasty monsters. Monsters crumpled one after another, defeated, and Cross staggered in shock, because right from this moment, training was about to begin. Monsters closed in on all sides, but Liadmila clutched Cross tight and steeled herself to start the brutal training right then. She snapped orders for perfect magic control, and Cross unleashed non-stop, razor-focused blasts of wind. With Liadmila steering him, Cross tore loose a massive wind shot that blasted across the field, smashing enemies apart like they were nothing. A giant three-headed monster suddenly burst forward, jaws snapping in sync, and swallowed Cross in one brutal gulp. The girl froze in pure terror as the monster loomed overhead, and then, just like that, he was gone, leaving no trace behind. Liadmila sized up the chaos in complete silence, meeting the beast's gaze like nothing could shake her, even with that sudden twist. Cross tore free from the monster's gut, and a brutal windshot erupted from him, slicing the creature apart in an instant. Bloodied and gasping, Cross slammed through even more beasts, forcing his way forward while he hurled his final spells. Cross froze for a heartbeat, dread slamming him as the beast's fangs loomed, then his mentors barked at him to stay calm. Even with fear clawing at him, Cross sprinted forward and started chanting. Liadmila's teachings flooded back, and his resolve finally locked in. He hurled a savage gust straight at the monster, and the hit slammed it back, staggering hard. Realizing wind could be redirected, he recalculated the distance and set himself to fire off another razor-precise counterattack, built around pure mobility. Cross thought his attack had worked, then the monster's head regenerated on the spot, leaving him reeling and panic-struck. Cross learned Cerberus can keep coming back to life, unless you wipe out all three heads at the exact same moment. Even with danger screaming at him, Cross rockets forward while Cerberus blasts full-power magic beams straight through the chaos. After surviving the brutal battle, Cross crumples to the ground, and Liadmila slams the brakes on the day's punishing training. The very next day, Cross strides into the peaceful eastern forests of Basque Rubia with Liadmila by his side. Liadmila admits she brought Cross here on purpose, so they could finally steal some quiet time together after training. They sprawled beneath the trees, and Liadmila wouldn't let it slide. She insisted that rest was just as vital as training. Curiosity sparked in him as he pressed her about her past. She didn't flinch as she confessed she'd fled the elven forest, ignoring every human boundary like they weren't even there. She crowned him her cherished disciple, and even as he panicked that he'd dug too deep, she calmly reassured him. Liadmila bared the loneliness she'd carried for years, and people still shied away, because they couldn't stand her brutally honest ways. Even after being cut off from everyone for so long, she still pushed through the pain, convinced every trial forged her into something stronger, and her words quietly fueled him when he didn't even know he needed it. They sprawled under the trees in total calm, letting their training rest, breathing slow as their emotions settled, and then reflection finally took root. The boy shot upward on a wind vortex, and the instant assault yanked Cerberus's attention. Realizing his old moves fell flat, he split his wind power and sharpened his control, aiming at two targets at once. With power roaring in both arms, he unleashed twin spirals and screamed his spell like there was no tomorrow. The violent twin wind blasts screamed forward and smashed Cerberus' head at the same time, detonating with a crushing, explosive force. The boy hurled himself into the air, slipped past Cerberus' beam, and snapped straight into a counterattack. Burning with exhaustion yet locked on his goal, he kept pushing forward while his teacher watched, seeing just how far he'd come with every steady step. A colossal beast roared back to life the moment Cross hurled his magic, and he froze, watching it regenerate at lightning speed. Right before the blow landed, Telomia burst in, smashed the monster, and once again rescued Cross from certain danger. Even with exhaustion chewing at him, Cross refused to stop training, until his master slammed the door shut and ordered him to rest, no arguments. Once he finally understood her wisdom, Cross bowed his head and let himself rest, because recovery was part of getting stronger. Even with his nerves screaming as the duel crept closer, Cross nodded and jumped into training, right under his master's sharp, careful guidance. To master wind magic, you learn control by cleaning and practicing every move, but the moment you swing, chaos bursts out with every single motion. Cross fought to keep his magical power steady, while his teacher stayed calm and told him to keep going until dinner. Outside the academy, his teacher leaned in and shouted, "Feel the mana flow, stay sharp, and don't ever lose awareness." Even with the dishes shattered and the accidents piling up, Cross kept pushing forward, and his teacher lit up, praising the small, surprising growth in how he controlled his magic. Late at night, Cross shrugged off everyone's advice to sleep, then pushed through anyway, still hell-bent on sharpening his magic until his precision felt flawless. During laundry training, Crossover whipped out wind magic, and accidentally blasted the undergarments way up into the whirling air. When the clothes shot into the open, terrified girls let out blood-curdling screams as their underwear was suddenly exposed in plain view. Chaos erupted the moment Telomia misread everything. She clung to Cross with a tight hug, then another master barreled into the scene. Shocked and mortified, the teacher admitted her underwear got dragged into it, then blamed Cross for training like a reckless maniac. Suddenly lightning tore through the sky, and that creepy sign screamed that far worse trials were sprinting toward them. As the duel drew closer, Cross had one job, beat the Borberos, and finally slam the door shut on his training. Cross strategized to blend wind magic with his own motion, striking instantly with zero opening. His master finally unveiled a brand new wind magic, subtle, deadly, and the missing key to unlocking his real power. With Borberos bearing down on him, he snapped into action as the Cross summoned roaring wind around his body, readying himself for the ultimate test. With grit and laser focus, Cross bolted ahead and fired his attack spell, like a final exam meant to scream, "My training's done." Cross unleashed intermediate wind magic erupted as he blasted off into the air with a deadly technique named Graceful Leap. He rockets toward the Borberos, eyes blazing, locking in on one last finishing strike to end it for good. He thrust across the air with pinpoint control, dashing through the dashes like a strike of lightning, driving straight for the beast's core with zero hesitation. His teacher broke it down like magic. Those graceful leaps weren't just pretty, they used finely controlled wind energy to boost every movement and stretch his jump distance. The spell didn't just work, it kept tweaking his position midair, letting Cross dodge, slide into a new spot, and land his hit on the exact perfect moment. Cross's strike blew the enemy's core apart, so razor precise it basically decided the whole battle in a single hit. He slipped past the beast's guard, lining up a single strike meant to smash both remaining heads at once. With a surge of windshot power, Cross slammed both targets, then the monster snapped back with a lethal counterattack. Cross clocked it fast. Each Borbero's head wasn't just a head, it was a whole roll. One attacker, one support, one scout, like 9 fighters fused into a single monster. This wasn't just a fight to stay alive, it was training on the spot for the group duel he'd face soon. Cross lunged ahead in pure desperation, convinced he'd never survive the next duel unless he struck gold right here. The Borberos launched a brutal counterattack, crashing straight into Cross's wind spiral with raw, explosive force. As Cross fought with everything he had, he suddenly realized the third head was healing and regrowing right in the middle of the fight. Telomir lunged in to help, but Cross roared his chant, setting up one last, brutal strike. His chant snapped into a new rhythm mid-cast, catching his mentor Cross off guard as the magic kept mutating, growing stronger with every single moment. Cross's spellwork kept leveling up, and his mentor just stayed quiet, like he couldn't help but silently admire how brilliant it was getting. Cross strained every muscle in his body, unleashing a raging surge of power from above like a thunderstorm breaking loose. With a head exploding right in front of him, Telomia's shout ripped through the air as he called his name, pure shock, pure fear, begging for his safety. At the orphan's training ground, the others sparred like maniacs, completely clueless that Cross was out there, fighting a solo battle that could cost him his life. Giselle broke down the cross-skipped group drill plan and admitted he'd been training solo for the team-based showdown coming next. Cross had the team's ace position locked in, and now his training was the fuel their strategy desperately needed. The team was dead set on leveling up, all fired with curiosity, but still shaking a little at how brutal Cross's solo routine was. Cross bounced back with a grin, but the same old calm on his face still left his teammates staring in shock at the contradiction. Elsewhere, Ludmilla boldly claimed she just knew he'd grow, her confidence rock steady even as danger storms started brewing. Standing over the fallen Borboros, Ludmilla snapped that his victory was already written, because her meticulous training had driven him there. Cross couldn't stop praising his teammates' progress, while Ludmilla's enhancement magic, Cinderella Grey, quietly pumped their power from the shadows. The 2-day deadline slammed into place, and suddenly the Richmond faction and the orphan group were staring down their showdown. The orphan team huddled up for one last strategy check, and every single one of them was fired up to win together. Both factions locked eyes across the line as the referee lifted his signal, about to call the official start. Tension snapped into place the moment insults flew, and you could feel the hatred burning between the noble and the orphan leaders. He cross-examined the enemy's toughest members, replaying Giselle's intel on who they were, how they fought, and exactly what roles they played. Catalea Richmond, the mighty dual-element mage, stood tall like a battle banner as the Richmond faction's unstoppable commanding leader. Cross snapped his focus onto the enemy lineup, spotting their healers, their elemental mages, and every role they planned to use in the fight. The officials slammed down the duel's rules, wrapped in high priest magic, so no one could slip into a fatal ending. Contestants got tagged with colors that flipped the second injury-triggered magic hit, marking them for elimination on the spot. To everyone's shock, they dropped the bombshell, a dual-format, all-hands, high-stakes team extermination match. The whole team erupted in protest over the unfair rules, only to find out that even a draw would kick them out of the quests. Furious at being played, Giselle snapped at the nobles for cowardice and fired off a sharp backhand before the battle even started. Catalea played dumb while her team mocked the arbiter, until the arbiter demanded everyone take their positions. Even with the rules flipped on their head, Giselle didn't flinch. She clung to her secret intel about her own power and energized her allies like, "Come on, we've got this." Catalea's faction cackled with smug confidence, then started circling Giselle's rumored past triumphs, like he'd uncovered a hidden power behind it all. Darius shot down defeat without a second thought, betting everything on their overwhelming power in an extermination-style duel. The duel officially kicked off, and as both teams surged from their starting spots, the battlefield buzzed with pure, crackling tension. Catalea's scouts nailed the orphan's location, and with a grin, she raised her magic, ready to blast first. Catalea bombarded the area with deadly, pinpoint magic, wiping out the entire forest in an instant and burying her enemies in the aftermath. With victory already in her head, Catalea grinned, convinced her brother would shower her with praise for mowing down those weaklings. Catalea felt something shift, her magic cut out in midair, and the whole team went silent as the explosions abruptly stopped, confusion crashing over them. The orphans launched a brutal counterattack, and Giselle's plan hit perfectly. Her magic shattered the Catalea, turning its explosive spell to nothing. A colossal magical blast tore across the battlefield, wiping out trees and rattling every fighter on both sides. Catalea's crew fought to get through the wreckage, her magic sputtered out, and confusion darkened every flash of her warrior's expression. Shock slammed into the Richmond group when Giselle's secret skill detonated mid-fight, wrecking their whole plan, while Catalea stared, stunned, as she realized she was actually losing. The Catalea's team gets rocked when their healer gets knocked out, and just like that, their support power shuts down instantly. Even with magic messing everything up, Catalea snaps at her allies to regroup and charge in with brute melee power. Catalea spots the enemy closing in and panic snaps her composure. She barks orders for her subordinates to stop them right now. Carrying out the plan, the classless boy surges ahead, fueled by Giselle's magical interference that totally hit its mark. Spying Catalea's troops, he sprints through the forest, gearing up for a surprise, full-throttle melee attack. Pavlov's crew braces when Cross slams the brakes, then throws wind magic like a warning, and everyone's left staring, wondering why he's stalling. Cross-channel fired focused wind incantations, wrapping power around his spear while Giselle watched in calm silence from a distance. In a flashback, Cross wrestles with doubts as Giselle pushes him forward, betting her faith on the strength he's been growing into. Spelling the incantations in a rush, Cross cranks up his magic and blasts toward his foes, trying to shred them with a brutal wind-based bombardment. Cross hurls a triple wind lance, his upgraded spell blasts straight ahead with raw force, rattling both allies and enemies in the same instant. Cataleya's forces brace as Cross's group approaches through the trees, confusion and tension gripping the defenders. Right when Cataleya's group locks in, a brutal magical assault crashes down. Tornado after tornado rips through their ranks and hurls everyone apart. Cataleya panics as the storm rips her allies out of the way, and the blow lands so fast she's left totally blindsided. Her warriors crawl out of the wreckage, their minds reeling at how fast and brutal the enemy's wind magic is. Cataleya's team snaps to attention, realizing they can be overwhelmed, and then splits up to hunt down the hidden mages lurking deep inside the forest. Cataleya tightened her grip on her staff as the warrior yelled warnings, and the tension snapped so hard in the air you could feel it. They braced for a surprise attack. Suddenly, Cross exploded off the ground, riding momentum and wind magic to slam into the distance in an instant. Cross zeroed in on his target with razor-sharp precision, then Cataleya gasped, realizing she'd misjudged where he'd be. Cross's slash near Cataleya, but her comrade snaps into action and intercepts just in time, sealing off the incoming deadly strike. A towering swordsman drops in from the sky, shocking every enemy in sight, and the classless boy bursts forward like he's daring the world to stop him. He lunges in first, snapping a strike for the neck, then the enemy intercepts it with chilling, pinpoint accuracy. The mage sneers at him, saying his job is nothing but a distraction. Then Darius is shoved with one command: finish the job. Darius bellows and swings in a brutal arc, cutting wide. Then his blade surges with raw power, blasting the boy flying as the impact hits. The mage gets knocked back in shock, while the boy clenches his teeth, reeling from the sheer brute force. Once again, the warrior slams the order for a full retreat to shield Cataleya, only to underestimate the boy's real power all over again. Now Darius clocks it. This kid's combat growth magic is going off the charts, and his melee skills hit harder than any regular classless fighter could ever dream of. The moment the boy shows up, their whole command falls apart. Darius slams forward, roaring that the classless are their greatest threat. A full-powered assault crashes in. Warriors rocket forward with their skills blazing, and the boy braces himself, surrounded by danger but totally unfazed. He slips past every strike in a blur, taunting them as he goes, and their defense crumbles because his dodge game is on another level. As the battlefield churns, a fresh wave crashes in, and those fellow orphan fighters launch forward with fierce, no-turning-back determination. Darius clocks it instantly. The classless kid didn't just slow them down, he planned it, giving his allies the time to regroup and crash back in for an attack. Pavlov gets the order to fall back as Darius braces to hold off the advancing orphans by himself. The boy slams at Darius' wall, but Darius blasts back with crushing defensive force. The boy gets slammed midair and his allies lose it, screaming as they watch him tumble down, terrified for his safety. Cross surges back and his allies rush in like they mean business, because all he can think about is rescuing Cataleya and the rest of the crew. Darius locks eyes with Cross, and the moment they face off, the air snaps tight, like their duel is about to explode. Darius surges forward and Cross charges crack the air in clean, brutal strikes. Then he snaps into place, locking down with hard-hitting defense and physical reinforcement skills. Gil's Cross swung his blade and slammed into resistance, while Darius calmly met the strike, eyes locked on the boy's power growing stronger by the second. Darius lunges with raw fury. Cross barely slips out, rolling back fast with an emergency evasion just to dodge the brutal hit. He cuts through the smoke, and that mentor's voice hits him hard: heavy warriors, masterful defense, and the endurance he can't afford to lose. He catches Darius gearing up a devastating strike, his only polished skill, built to end everything with one lethal finisher. Darius hurls even heavier drops from above, ripping through the cross braces as massive debris crashes down around him. The others scramble in pure panic as those crosses start screaming overhead, and the whole crew surges forward, Cataleya charging at the front. Allies hurled magic support at once, fire and water blasts blasting outward, trying to smash straight through Darius's front. Pavlov's team panics, their regrouping collapses, casualties spike, and Cataleya begs anyone, to finally do something. Orphans surge ahead on one command: don't let the enemies regroup, strike fast from every direction. Fuming, Cataleya snaps that the magic reflection just killed their edge. Then Pavlov finally spots the opening to turn the fight. The orphans disappear into the forest, and their enemies tear through the woods in a chaotic search, burning to strike back. Aaron tells everyone to split up, and Giselle's grin widens, because she swears this is their best shot to strike back. Giselle senses the hesitation and snaps at her team to stay razor-sharp, because the enemy's silence feels way too planned. Boulders suddenly start raining from above. Enemy mages strike an ambush with crushing force and ruthless sealing magic. The bombardment slams the battlefield into rubble, screams tearing through the air as stone erupts and shockwaves smash the regrouping orphans apart. Survivors claw their way out of the rubble as Giselle spits curses, tearing through the choking dust to check on her allies. She gasps in pure horror. Niccolo and Chiara are down, and just like that, 2 members get wiped out in a single strike. Giselle suddenly realizes someone's slamming their magic back, and she's sure the enemy finally figured out exactly where Lovely breaks. Pavlov and Catalia throw a celebration, because they've confirmed Giselle's reflection magic can't be kept up without brutal drawbacks. Catalia tells everyone Giselle can only bounce back 2 spells, and now the enemy is gearing up to swarm that exact weakness. They launch attacks from 3 directions at once, and 3 magic circles snap to life in perfect sync, pure, coordinated intent. Giselle unleashes beautiful magic, only for it to come too late as more boulders slam down with deadly perfect timing. Giselle braces as massive boulders slam down over and over, her defenses getting shredded by the enemy's non-stop bombardment. Giselle is wiped out, realizing her stamina just isn't keeping up, because that gorgeous magic guzzles mana, and Cross still hasn't come back yet. While the chaos erupts all around him, Darius keeps his cool, quietly watching as his property tag shows 0 change, like nothing touched his world. Cross finally shows up again with fire in his eyes, sword out, then he barrels straight at Darius to end this for good. Cross slams in a brutal double-bladed attack, driving it straight for Darius' chest with everything he's got. Darius plants himself with calm steel, his power doesn't even wobble, and Cross's strike slams into his massive guard only to fail and bounce back. Darius slams back with a crushing blow, and Cross gets thrown off his feet, drowning in the raw force. Darius thunders that duty is his pride, then ignites with pure resolve and charges back in even faster. Darius slams the boulder drop, rips the cliff apart, and blasts a fresh wave of rockfall straight at Cross. Darius lunges forward with an obstacle charge, but Cross snaps into action and dodges out instantly with an emergency evasion move. Cross jukes again, slams his own obstacle charge midair to counter, and closes the distance with razor precision. He whips in a clean slash, but Darius snaps his reinforced shield into place and stops it cold with 0 effort. Darius barrels in and slams Cross midair. Cross snaps to the truth fast. This charge isn't defense at all, it's an all-out attack. Cross weakens and Darius grins as his technique flips defense into a full-on counter, snapping all that pressure into a single, crushing strike. The enemy finally showed what it really was, an intelligent rock lizard warrior bursting with an overwhelming magical presence. Hearing how fearless the classless fighter truly is, the warrior fires back with a warning. Nobody's hybrid melee magic hits harder. Guilt gnawed at him, urgency shoved him forward, and he launched into a brutal charge to finally atone for every past failure. The hero slips away from the warrior, throws up a chant on the spot, and starts charging wind magic just as the attacker closes in. The warrior bursts into a lunge mid-chant, swinging for a crushing hit straight at the hero's exposed solar plexus. Cross remembers his mentor's warning, chanting draws attacks, and as the enemy strikes, he clocks their intent before it even lands. Cross reads the attack's angle like a map, then fakes a weakness to draw the hit, just as the warrior braces to unleash his finisher. Cross snaps into a surprise counterattack mid-chant, and his sword drops with a brutal hit before the warrior can even react. The massive warrior slams to the ground, then Cross stands over him smug because he saw that finishing move coming and flipped it back. While the warrior fights to get back on his feet, Cross stays unshaken and keeps chanting. His trap had been set to perfection. Cross fires off a triple wind lance, blasting the armored warrior so hard with concentrated wind magic that they get completely overwhelmed. The wind whips into a roaring spiral, flinging the massive warrior skyward, while Cross stays locked in, holding total magical control. A raging storm rips across the battlefield, gouging out a brutal path and blasting debris flying everywhere. Breathing hard, he charged over the wrecked stairs, staring at the chaos and wondering if that final strike really was the end. Just when you think it's over, the enemy surges back up, armor battered and split, but still standing tall, their eyes blazing with pure rage. The boy's magic rockets forward, 3 blazing wind lances slam through the lizard warrior's defenses. The spell yanks the warrior into the air, spiraling out of control like a human tornado made of pure magic. A gigantic trail of destruction gets carved into the battlefield, screaming just how brutally powerful those spells are. Bone deep exhausted, the boy shakes as he stares at the dust settling, praying that this win is real and not some cruel setup. Through the smoke, the warrior rips himself free and steps out still standing, his body now trapped in solid, hardened rock. Cross barrels straight at Darius, crashing forward with raw power, determined to smash right through his defense with a brutal obstacle strike. Cross fires off an emergency evasion to slip past Darius' counterattack in a blink, then rockets straight into his next strike. He drove into cross lunges, snapping in a clean sword strike, hunting for a crack in Darius's brutal armor defense. Cross realizes obstacle charge is a skill built to snatch his dodge attempts mid-move and shut them down cold. Darius slams up thick defense to shut down Cross's attacks, then lines up a crushing boulder drop strike. Aaron fires off a brutal spell, and then he clocks it. An enemy ranger is orchestrating a deadly ambush with ruthless precision. The team gets boxed in from all sides, and the enemy keeps slipping just out of Aaron's range, coordinating attacks from every direction like they've planned it to the second. Trapped and crushed, Aaron's hope collapses, yet even with everyone panicking over her, she finally admits there's nothing they can do. Aaron refuses to make a reckless move. She plants her feet and waits, daring Cross to come to her. A teammate lunges into the frame, shouting defiantly to Aaron, like, "Hey, we're in this too, you're not the only ones risking everything." Even with hesitation gnawing at her, Aaron gives in and agrees. Then her allies, shaking with nerves, swear they'll back her up in any way they possibly can. Enemy forces unleash coordinated barrage spells, and with Cross still missing, relentless fire rains down on Eren's trapped group. A mage throws out his spell, but right in the middle of the cast, something slams into it and ruins his strike, so he snaps into a new position on the spot. Out of nowhere, the boulder snaps back and slams him again. Magic or not, the mage's panic spikes, because he doesn't know if he can block the very spell he unleashed. Aaron's teammates mount the flying boulder and hurl it straight at the enemy, risking everything with one brutal last-ditch counterattack. A brutal explosion ripped through the forest, and the cloaked man just stared from the shadows like it didn't even faze him. Two warriors crumpled in the rubble, bruised from head to toe, their breaths coming shallow after their ambush went terribly wrong. Their enemy sneered at their defeat, cackling like it was over, completely oblivious that the battle was still far from done. Suddenly, both warriors snapped to their feet with iron resolve, turning out their surprise plan wasn't finished yet at all. As the enemy surged forward, panic hit them hard. They planned to pretend they were beaten, then strike back the instant the perfect counterattack opening showed up. After a brutal fight, he clawed back the tags of his fallen comrades, honoring their sacrifice in fierce, wordless silence. Fresh fire sparked in their hearts as they readied themselves to fight again, terrified not to forget the comrades they'd nearly lost. Their allies swore the escape worked. Magic was weaving a safety net, cushioning the fall so they could live. Just as the chaos erupted, a new squad burst in and struck from the shadows, right when the enemy was still stumbling to regroup. The enemy froze in confusion when the orphans suddenly backed off. Right then, they finally cracked open the chance to set up their counterattacks. Yale and Vigo crumpled to the ground and panic detonated in the crowd, so Sigurd snapped into action, knew they needed backup, and signaled the others. Reinforcements tore in fast, and this mysterious girl steered them in like she owned the place, leaving everyone stunned by how fearless and confident she was. The girls' team sprang their trap on the nobles, then she taunted them, exposing that their mages were already wiped out. The nobles were left speechless. Just moments ago they had the upper hand, and now the whole world flipped on them. The girl laid out her plan, then used spell steal and tracking to cut down the mages one by one. The underdog squad pressed in on the elite knight, and you could feel victory creeping in as the tides of battle swung in their favor. Pavlov shoved Sigurd forward and told him to flee with Catalya, betting they'd regroup with Darius for a real defense. The knight snapped on his speed skill and charged forward, hell-bent on stopping Catalya before she could slip away safely. With hurricane thrust, he unleashed a brutal blast, and Sigurd and Pavlov got hurled through the air like they'd been punched by a storm. Both fighters slammed into each other with a brutal crash, their weapons exploding into shards, and the knight's crushing power stopped their desperate getaway cold. Corius badly wounded the knight before battle, and as the enemy looms strong, everyone's on edge and barely holding it together. The knight taunts everyone, sneering that they're weak, then a colossal beast crashes into the scene out of nowhere. The beast drops dead in the blink of an eye, slain instantly, and the knight just freezes, stunned, trying to figure out who struck so fast. A young man bursts out of swirling energy, grinning ear to ear with his sword already in hand, and everyone's jaw drops because no one saw it coming. The knight rips into him for answers, and the whole crew finally snaps to the truth. The boy took down Darius by himself, no class at all. Kai blasts his enemy apart with wind magic, and the nearby soldiers stare in disbelief at the power they never saw coming. A guard barrels in to shield Catalea, yelling at her to run, because the danger is already closing in. A blazing female warrior lunges from the shadows, slicing through the fleeing group with ruthless precision and lightning speed, right as panic erupts, Catalea and another soldier try to make a break for it, but the enemies swarm in fast and squeeze them shut. Kai fires off triple wind lance, praying the blast will smack the enemy's attack apart and buy his team precious seconds. The flashlight tore through the storm of wind, zeroing in on the lone defender perched on the slope. He blasted through the barrier so fast it caught his opponent off guard, leaving them stunned before any counter even had a chance to start. The mage just figured out the flashlight wasn't for light at all. It could see their next move, so they dodged and struck faster than anyone could even react. Then bam, a surprise spell flipped the knight's strike back on him, blasting reflected magic in every direction. Shaken by the reversal, the knight dropped his guard and left his back wide open, right into the defender's clean strike. Cross snaps into action, dodging the enemy's crushing blow with a split-second counter. He's sharpened from watching and training. The enemy swings back, but Cross snaps into action and fires off an instant counter, then hits them again with an even deadlier follow-up attack. After the victory, Cross collapsed in exhaustion but wore a proud grin, then blew everyone's minds by beating an intermediate rank knight. Cross spills that his big win started when he studied Pavlov's tricks during a gladiator tournament, right there with Rihan by his side. Elsewhere, the enemy commander spirals into panic. Her elite knight just got wiped out by a desperate orphan. Catalea crumpled to the ground, wiped out. This forest hunt went from bad to savage, and the clock was almost out. Giselle and her crew trapped Catalea in a dead end, and their plan to drown her in sheer numbers worked flawlessly. Giselle laughed in the face of her fear, and Catalea finally understood this forest's cruel rule: pain is guaranteed, but death is the one thing the forest doesn't seem to deliver. Giselle came at her with zero mercy, unleashing a non-stop barrage that had Catalea barely hanging on. Bruised and shattered, Catalea got beaten hard, while Giselle stood over her, triumphant and completely unopposed. The match finally blows its whistle, Richmond goes down hard, and the orphan team declares a clean, total victory. Giselle clamps down on the terrified noble girl, holding her steady while the orphan team erupts in celebration, because they've crushed status and fear and made it out. Catalea jolted awake beneath a tree, totally disoriented, while her ally stayed right by her side, silently watching her come back to herself. Panic hit her as the duel came rushing back, then Darius confirmed they'd lost, and her mind sprinted straight to the orphans. Reeling from the loss, Catalea braced for punishment, then Darius stepped in, promising they'd unite, bow together, and atone for it. Catalea snapped and blamed her subordinates, demanding answers, until they froze and one brave soul stepped up with news so devastating it hit like a gut punch. Red-faced and totally lost, Catalea finally realized her underwear was showing, one brutal hit that shattered what was left of her pride. Cross caught a scream echoing from far away, snapped his head toward it on pure instinct, and froze in place, fully on alert. From the hill, Cross spotted both sides, and the second he appeared, the whole atmosphere snapped. Darius and Cross locked eyes in silence, two powerful fighters silently acknowledging strength and mutual respect. Cross bowed and Darius beamed in approval, then the losing side swallowed their defeat with shockingly smooth grace. Catalea clenched her fists, and even as humiliation burned, it only forged her resolve. She vowed she'd stand proud in front of her followers. Cross hurried back to the academy as the snow melted behind him, and those memories hit like a tidal wave, stronger than ever. His three powerful masters greeted him with pride, seeing how much he'd grown, and celebrating the war he'd fought through and won. Choked with emotion, Cross blurted out he was back. Only now did he finally feel worthy of the very place he once feared. Days later, the fight snapped back into action. Cross combined techniques slammed forward, and a brutal triple wind lance tore into the monstrous creatures. Victory was theirs. Cross stood tall among allies, and Blade thrust his blade up high, having earned his place with pure strength and unbreakable spirit. The contest wrapped up, and 4 top teams, Cross's included, were called out so everyone could see them, cheer them on, and rank them in front of the crowd. Cross's team stormed through over 2,000 slimes, and when the final score put them in 4th, the crowd erupted, cheers crashing as they raised their weapons high. As his teammates erupted in cheers, Cross stood back in silence, replaying Catalea's missing presence and the unsettling way she vanished without a trace. Cross snatched a huge prize pouch, stunned by how much he'd earned, and soaking up all the praise like it was fuel to his heartbeat. Even after they begged him to celebrate, he shut it down fast. He already had a solid plan for what to do with that money. A quiet hush fell over the town as Cross closed in on the area, clutching a plan he couldn't afford to miss. He grabbed a special item, heart hammering, praying his masters would finally notice and actually appreciate the gesture. Right out of nowhere, he collided with Lyudmila, and her sudden, radiant glow caught him completely off guard. Red cheeks blazing, he fumbled over his words, fought his own nerves, and finally gathered the courage to ask for a private moment to explain himself. He thanked her from the bottom of his heart, giving credit to her training for his team's breakthrough and how it boosted their performance across the board. Cross soaked in the win, then gave the credit to Lyudmila and his orphanage crew for backing him every step. Lyudmila spoke with unnerving calm, declaring the result was locked in and making it crystal clear that only smart teamwork could pull it off. She spilled the truth about her real plan, train Cross into a force that could wipe out the corrupt nobles for good. Blushing hard and shaking with nerves, Cross thrust his handmade gift into the spotlight, praying it was worthy of her elite status. Even though he didn't know if sweets could ever cover it, he still poured out his real gratitude for everything she'd done. Lyudmila was instantly moved by Cross's heartfelt gift, and before she knew it, pride and emotion slammed into her all at once. She beamed at Cross and told her how lucky she felt to have a pupil this devoted. Suddenly, Telomia burst in and tackled Cross in a burst of affection, shocking him and Lyudmila, then lighting them both up with excitement. Telomia basked in praise, but a jealous rival snapped in, yanking her away, all sharp irritation and bad intentions. Even though it stung, the rival took the gift anyway, tucking her flustered emotions behind a strained grin. Tension detonated as the girls tore into each other, fighting tooth and nail over who Cross's heartfelt present was truly meant for. Cross went into full panic mode, blurting out that he'd rush out and grab more gifts just to calm everyone down. To crush the tension, he threw a moonlit feast, stacked with sweet desserts and steaming tea. Laughter burst through the room as cream-covered grins chased each other, and the whole group dug in, sharing sweets and pure joy. That night, Cross finally drifted off peacefully, completely unaware that his growth had blown the top instructors away all over again. Even with zero base stats, Cross's skills exploded upward, and now it's clear his power is surging with fast, non-stop growth. A stats document, translated into multiple languages, spells out the wild surge in his strength and magical power. Instructors dig into his growth, jaws dropped at how fast he's improving, while Cinderella Grey's mysterious skill stays shrouded in mystery. Each master turns inward, swelling with pride and fierce protection, because their once classless apprentice isn't just improving now, he's outshining nobles themselves. Cross throws his pride aside and credits his strength to his friend's support, because he knows his real power only ignites when they stand together. Cross stares at his dream of becoming a heroic adventurer, and the truth hits hard, he's still nowhere near it. Even with exhaustion crushing him, Cross refuses to rest. He keeps training, fueled by gratitude for his mentors. With fresh fire in his chest, he strides back to training, determined to level up with his teacher's steady hand guiding every step. A lavish ballroom blazes with life, packed guests, dazzling lights, and a towering mansion looming on the horizon. The whole crowd freezes and gasps as a terrifying presence strides into the ballroom. Every single eye snaps to her. A young lady in a dazzling gown strides to the front, flanked by intimidating figures that loom all around her. People in the crowd murmur about Alicia Lafagalian, somehow the descendant of a legendary hero, and always wearing that calm, mysterious look like she's hiding something big. A masked figure strides forward, and that intimidating aura hits like a storm cloud, right before the whole scene explodes into an intense showdown. As tensions spike, every faction starts trading barbs about their competition, and the elite gear up for brutal power struggles. Noble families pack into a grand dinner gathering. 3 brutal power factions collide in the same room. While everyone laughs and celebrates, one person feels the tension hiding behind the smiles, the moment the power struggle truly ignites. When the power shifts and everyone's gaze locks in, they whisper Alicia's name like it's the key to her legend. A confident young man steps up and declares his name. Gimlet Waldria then drops the bomb. He's the 4th son of Disgrave. A young man drops into a deep bow and begs to be remembered. Then the whole crowd erupts into whispers, staring at him like they've just uncovered a secret. Gimlet Waldria's grin lands like a cold blade in Alicia's spine, and the moonlit night only cranks their tension higher. Outside, that towering mansion looms in all its glory as distant clashes finally start to roar through the air. Inside the arena, skilled warriors slam head-on into each other, their enhanced weapons and brutal abilities turning the fight into an all-out war. With grit in her eyes and confidence on her tongue, she sharpens every move with a victorious grin, ready to crush the fight and take the win. With one earth-shaking blow, the warrior hurls her opponent through the air, and everything erupts into a wild storm of chaos and non-stop action. The young fighter lunges ahead, fighting through pure desperation as he hammers his opponent with relentless, crushing strikes. With nerves of steel, she flashes a confident smirk at the incoming attack, then prepares to strike back. Teaming up, the two warriors slam together their combined power and unleash the triple wind lance in one unstoppable burst. The earth rips and shakes as a monstrous force detonates, blasting dust and wreckage screaming into the sky. Breath shredded from the fight, the warrior braces himself in the chaos of the battlefield storm, gasping like every second is a fight for air. With a glowing smile, the young mage throws a celebration for how far she's come, because right now, she's stronger than ever. Her mentor bursts into praise, cheering how her magic and combat skills keep leveling up, and how her confidence is finally exploding. Elijah calls out to Rian, grinning because she's about to unveil a brand new technique for her improving disciple. Two women square up to prove their skills, and the bewildered Cross gets stuck right in the middle, totally caught off guard. Cross can't look away as two skilled adventurers square up for a duel, and he practically vibrates with excitement, ready for them to go at it. Ludmilla shows off wind magic's quiet strength. She steers it with surgical precision, sliding through danger without wrecking a thing. Ludmilla springs into the air with stunning grace, launching herself with pure agility while her opponent can only stare in shock. Two warriors slam into each other in a ferocious clash, both burning to break through and land one devastating hit. Ludmilla, drenched in magic, rockets through the sky and slams her opponent with an attack that sends them flying back hard. Two titans slam into each other in a brutal showdown, their weapons screaming and sparking as the impacts thunder like explosions. Ludmilla blasts through wind magic to prove it can wreck foes in a dozen ways, and it leaves Cross staring in pure, stunned awe at her power. Elijah leans in and coaches Rayoni on how to use all those class skills, drilling it into her that surviving in battle means adapting fast. After they crush the mission, Cross and Telemia steal a calm moment together and start plotting their next move for the Magic Bazaar. Cross stands tall, flashes his status plate like it's a trophy, and can't believe how far he's come since he unlocked those powers. Telemia rips into a furious scream, baffled and furious as her skills keep regenerating over and over again. Telema snaps with frustration, furious that she can't train Cross even after taking him on as her disciple. Lyudmila snaps at Telemia, insisting Cross's training can't get hijacked by everyone else's needs. They argue that Cross won't survive the next brutal quests unless a Dark Priest's recovery skills are ready to kick in fast. Telomia lunges in and hugs Cross, grinning so hard she basically declares, "Your life comes first, always." Cross panics when he realizes recovery magic is being forced on him, staring at the situation like, what does this even mean? The villain sneered at Cross and shoved a photo in his face, dragging up the ruined family and calling them a disgrace. A sinister figure hangs in the shadows on a throne, looming over a battlefield littered with fallen enemies. A woman panics on her knees, begging for forgiveness, deathly scared that her failure to foresee the fight will get her punished. Bruised and battered, the brave man begs his friend to flee as the punishment keeps escalating. Gimlet Waldria plants his feet and clamps his sword in hand, demanding his cousin answer for the shame he caused. After that long meeting, a woman shoots Gimlet a heartfelt thank you for all his hard work, then she walks out, leaving him with the respect he earned. Gimlet snaps orders at his subordinates to dig into those orphans who supposedly beat Catalea, dead sure they're behind it. The orphans, Cross included, are now under a full-blown investigation, and everyone's making it clear they matter more than ever. Cross agrees to kick off his training with Telemia, who sets out to teach him restoration magic so he can heal and save people. Rian bluntly warns Telemia to stop making any sketchy moves around Cross, then hits her with a stern reminder. Cross's training skyrockets into an instant nightmare because he gets shoved into a painfully compromising position. Cross feels swamped and humiliated, and he scrambles to make sense of the weird, spotless training Telemia demands he learn. Telemia slams her point home, defending her methods and calling recovery magic a must-have skill, yet the whole group stays tense and uneasy. Telemia leans in and teaches Cross restoration magic, daring him to stop thinking and start feeling the magic as they train. Cross blushes and fumbles in the awkward spot, but Telemia keeps pushing him to carry on with the exercise. Lyudmila frets and tells Telema to not push it too far, but Telema snaps back and stands by her ruthless methods. The squad argues about whether Cross should let Telemia train him, especially as she pounds the point that recovery magic matters. As Cross's training kicks off, the whole group starts to worry. Some of them even doubt the methods will actually work. Tension spikes as the group erupts in arguments, and every single one of them fiercely guards Cross and his hard-earned training. Cross, wiped out after brutal training, staggers through his day as worried looks land on him. He's fighting to keep his eyes open. After that brutal training, a new conversation sparks. Cross is seriously thinking about taking a breather and swinging by the arms store. At the weapons store, the whole crew can't stop gawking, blown away by the insane craftsmanship of the guns on display. The crew steps into the arms store and starts grilling the items like pros, talking up how this place's reputation for quality has earned every bit of its hype. Giselle snaps at the others as they tease her non-stop about Cross, and the whole vibe turns icy fast. Giselle, met by an arms dealer, instantly leans into her legend, bragging about her hard-earned reputation and the victories she's racked up on past adventures. Cross bumps into Giselle's go-to arms dealer, this dwarven woman, and she instantly sizes up Cross's skills with hungry interest. Giselle and Cross huddle over the festival plans, plotting how they'll jump into the contest when the big day finally hits. The combat festival kicks off with brutal 1v1 fights all over the city, exploding into pure chaos. Cross and Giselle hammered out a simple truth: if you want to survive the festival's combat trials, you better show up fully ready. Cross stands at the store staring at a wall of top-notch swords, and he can't decide, so he grabs advice and pushes through the panic. After hesitating, Cross finally gives in and trusts Giselle's pick, convinced that this design is the one that'll end up fitting him perfectly. Cross shoots Giselle a grateful grin, like the sword finally clicked into place as the perfect match for who he really is. The arms dealer and the others gawk at Giselle's skills, then roast her relentlessly for the terrible calls she kept making. Cross buys a sword, then Giselle, smiling like a pro, shows him exactly how to keep it sharp and battle-ready. Giselle polishes her sword with razor-fast precision, and when the blade flashes bright, Cross is left completely stunned by her skill. Giselle tells Cross that if he keeps up daily weapon care, he can stretch its lifetime way longer, even without any skills. Cross freezes as his sword starts to glow, then it hits him. This blade is packed with real magic. Cross's status plate lights up, showing he's finally mastered the basic polishing skill after putting his sword to work. Cross gets showered with praise for his talent, but when Giselle offers to nurture it, his nerves kick in and he hesitates. Cross strides through the city, new skills buzzing in his head, and he can't stop thinking about what could happen next. As Cross hears about the upcoming combat festival, he instantly realizes this is his shot to level up and rack up real experience. Over dinner, the group starts jawing about the combat festival, but a heavy worry creeps in over what safe even means. After going back and forth, they decide to break out the guard-out magic so they can stay bulletproof during the festival. Cross is already running behind, and his friends are basically shouting, "Hurry up," to get him to the packed opening ceremony. The whole crew sprints to the festival, firing off stories about how one past incident cleared the way for this moment. The ceremony's already blazing with energy, and the combat festival is about to explode as wave after wave of an overwhelming crowd pours in. The opening ceremony kicks off, and the whole place buzzes with pure adrenaline because the competition is about to explode into action. The fight kicks off with a blast of wind magic, whipping up raging tornadoes as the contestants brace themselves for combat. Alicia Lafagalian, the hero's descendant, strides up to the stage as the opening address ignites. Alicia bursts in like a shooting star, stunning everyone with her flawless elegance and blazing aura. The crowd stares in awe as Alicia sweeps in with raw confidence and a presence so stunning it leaves everyone speechless. Cross immediately clocks that something's off about Alicia, because this time, when she introduces herself so formally, it hits different. Alicia Lafagalian stands her ground and tells you how the world almost fell apart, and how her ancestors clawed it back from the brink. Cross clocks something strange in Alicia's mood as she speaks, and the crowd's energy is sky-high. Alicia speaks with a heavy, solemn voice about her sacred duty to protect the world, even as the heroes steel themselves for the fight. The crowd roars for the hero's challenge, but Cross can't shake the worry that Alicia's mood is about to snap. Alicia stared at Cross as he clocked her serious face, and a worried chill hit her the moment the competition kicked off. Alicia flashes a bright wave to the crowd, her warm smile pulling everyone in, especially Cross. Cross freezes, wondering, did Alicia smile and wave at him while the crowd erupted in cheers? Cross stares at Alicia, baffled by that smile, and wonders if he's truly seeing things right. Cross's friends clock Alicia's moments with him, and they start roasting him, hard, for how close they think their bond really is. Alicia yanks Cross in front of the crowd with a teasing grin, and pure embarrassment hits him hard as everyone bursts into laughter. Before stepping into action, the fighter sharpens their agility and then snaps forward with a lightning-fast strike, showing off brutal skill all during the festival. The crowd erupts as a competitor grabs yet another win, and the combat festival keeps roaring at full blast. Priests dash to help the injured fighters, turning the whole festival into a buzzing, action-packed spectacle. Giselle whips her sword through the air with fierce power, rallying everyone around her with pure confidence and unstoppable energy as the fights rage on. Cross, now emboldened, squares his shoulders like he's ready to dive headfirst into the fight, fueled by Giselle's fearless courage and raw strength. The crowd erupts for that unstoppable dwarf as he keeps racking up victory after victory in the combat festival. That massive dwarf lunges into the crowd, grinning like a storm, loudly bragging that he's never lost and that his strength is untouchable. Cross and his friend lock eyes with the dwarf who looms over them, and the guy hesitates like he's unsure he should even fight back. The dwarf spots Cross, lines in, and fires off a question about his latest win, then mentions how he crushed that noble. The dwarf sized up Cross's potential and threw down a challenge, daring him to prove his strength right there. The dwarf erupts in laughter after Cross dares him, and Cross squares up. Intimidation hits, but excitement surges right behind it. Cross shoots a shaky grin, admits he's brand new to fights, then boldly tells the dwarf he won't pull his punches. The crowd leans in, buzzing with excitement as Cross, the classless fighter, steps up and gets ready to take on a level 33 dwarf. Cross's friends fire back, warning him that battling the dwarf is pure suicide, because that thing's level is way higher than his. Cross's nerves slam into him, but he steels himself, because he knows he would have backed out before, yet now there's no turning back, he's ready to fight. Cross gets fired up, fists clenched with determination, ready to charge into the upcoming battle, even with that crushing gap in strength. The dwarf braces himself, then charges forward and unleashes a bone-crushing swing that rattles the ground beneath him. Cross realizes the dwarf is unleashing a brutal, overpowered signature move, straight from a heavy warrior's playbook. As the clash rages harder, Cross gets hit hard, but he doesn't flinch because he's fully locked in and certain he can handle it. Cross slams the battle's crushing pressure with Rion's realization, growth hitting him like a shock, and suddenly you can see just how far he's come. Cross snaps into position as the dwarf barrels forward, swinging that massive weapon at him with pure, lethal focus. The dwarf hurls his weapon with brutal power, blasting shockwaves straight into the ground. Cross slams the switch, unleashing his body and weapon upgrades as he braces for a brutal clash with the dwarf. The dwarf slams a terrifying defensive skill onto his gear, hardening his armor and clothes so every blow bounces off like nothing can break him. Cross and the dwarf slam into each other, and the fight explodes into a brutal storm of power-packed hits. The dwarf barrels ahead like a wrecking ball, and he hammers Cross strikes with every last ounce of his strength, unleashing sheer, overwhelming power. The crowd erupts in gasps and raw shock, staring at the fierce clash between the classless Cross and the mighty dwarf. Cross feels that adrenaline slam into him, his body suddenly turns lighter, and he unlocks a fresh fighting style built for this moment. Dwarf finally clocks what Cross can do, and the moment danger starts rising, he admits the classless power is the real deal. As Cross vanishes with a smooth, soaring leap, the dwarf erupts in a roar, only to realize he's completely lost sight of his opponent. With swift agility, he dodges the dwarf's strike and rockets upward, getting right above him to seize the upper hand. With ruthless precision, Cross drops from above and hammers the dwarf out of the air with a brutal aerial cross counter. Spectators gasp in disbelief as they watch him not just shut down magic, but flip the whole fight by using those same magic skills himself. After that brutal fight, Cross gets dragged into healing the dwarf, who's now screaming for urgent treatment. Even with his wounds still bleeding, Dwarf gives Cross mad props for his skill, then straight up challenges him to a rematch, clearly blown away by that fight. Cross finally gets the rush of fighting, and now he's dead set on making every battle that comes next even more fun. Meanwhile, a mysterious watch slips through the chaos of the fight, fascinated, and starts sizing up how useful it could be for someone called Gimlet. A woman in a sultry outfit struts with fearless swagger, teasing that Gimlet would be absolutely thrilled by Cross's skills. Cross steamrolls 10 opponents back-to-back, leaving the whole crowd in total shock, because his skill and power are impossible to deny. Mysterious figures watch Cross with sharp-eyed awe, amazed that his combat skills are leveling up fast, and loving every second of his hunger to fight. The women huddled up and pointed at Cross, insisting that if they shove him into battle, it'll spark his growth fast. The women plot around Cross, brush off the danger like it's nothing, and gear him up for even tougher training. Cross claws his way to a 13-win streak, drained to the bone but refusing to quit. Then he finally grabs the break he's been desperate for. After that brutal fight, Cross and the others finally catch a break, food hits the table, and recovery potions are handed to them as their reward. Cross blindsides everyone by showing off a brand new recovery skill he somehow learned, and the whole group goes shock-still. Cross pulls off the move, stitches up his injured ally, even as Giselle frets about that dangerous hands-on contact. Cross strides in like he owns the moment, swearing he can heal even shattered bones, and the whole group goes silent, then stunned because his power is unreal. Everyone on the team decides Cross has to drill his healing skills, even if it leaves people scratching their heads. During a breather from the chaos, Cross heals Giselle and the gratitude hits hard. She thanks him for his service, then charges right back into the fight. The royal court erupted in applause for Cross and Giselle, praising their flawless teamwork and proving they were strong even as fresh newcomers. The noble woman gushes over Cross's skills, praising how his magic is so unmatched it makes everyone else look like amateurs. Cross strides up to the nobles and introduces himself, then boom, he meets Rihanna Mablina, the eldest daughter of a powerful faction. Cross and the crew finally clock it. The noble visitors Rihanna and Gadruk aren't just guests, they're heirs to massive, power-packed domains. Rihanna Mablina pulls Cross and his crew into her faction, pitching their potential like it's too good to ignore. Gadruk and Rihanna snap at each other over what faction Cross should join, both desperate to snatch him up first. Cross can't stop thinking that a noble's favor could lift the orphanage's honor again, but the moment he imagines getting involved, doubt gnaws at him. Rihanna pushes hard for Cross to join her faction, swearing it's the key to their future, while Cross can't shake the doubt. Giselle, seething with frustration, cracks at Cataleya's party and snaps back, defending Cross's group from every insult they throw. Three king powers split into rival factions, and each one rallies behind descendants of the hero's party. Rihanna pushes Cross to join her faction for protection, but he refuses because he won't be used. Giselle hatches a bold plan. She's determined to win Cross over and pull him into her faction. Also, the orphanage's future finally gets brighter. Rihanna snaps as a major figure shows up, while Cross clocks the crowd's tension like it's about to explode. Gimlet-Walled Rhea, the proud noble of the Disgrave family, storms into the event with a dramatic entrance that turns heads instantly. Cross and Giselle stare at Gimlet-Walled Rhea, the discreet family's fourth son, and can't stop wondering what kind of past forged him. The crew's stunned when a top-tier noble shows up, someone who might be tied to the Duke's very bloodline. Gimlet closes in on Cross, grilling him on whether he's the faceless freak who just wiped out the terrifying noble, Cataleya. Gimlet makes a daring play and straight up asks Cross if he'll join his faction. Gimlet admits that even with his grudge against the cousin who took him down, he still has Cross on a pedestal. Lord Gimlet-Walled Rhea, a top-tier noble, shocks everyone by throwing his status aside and going door-to-door himself, recruiting everyday commoners into his faction. Even though Cross hesitates, Gimlet keeps talking straight through it all, brushing off every interruption from his crew, including Giselle. Cross is torn in half, ready to join the faction, but his gut keeps screaming that Gimlet isn't treating Giselle right. Cross spirals over his hesitation to join, replaying Gimlet's actions in his head while the decision pressure keeps hammering down. Gimlet shot back to Cross with a calm grin, telling him that if he joined his faction, Cataleya's grip would fade, and all of Cross's fears would finally ease. Gimlet steps in with a wild offer, have Cadilia publicly bow, betting it'll calm Cross's hesitation and finally push him to join. Cross, his mind tangled in confusion, Gimlet's proposal leaves him rattled. He questions it, and the thought of punishing Cataleya for his sake fills him with real concern. Cross refuses to kneel under Gimlet, flat out rejecting the offer and making it crystal clear he won't join under those terms. Right in front of everyone, Cross guts a high-ranking noble's offer, and the whole crowd erupts in shock. Cross stays cool and flat out refuses, then pushes for a duel to lock in a safer deal. Gimlet swallows Cross's refusal, then lanes in and teases that he's got one final thing left to say. Gimlet hopes Cross won't end up regretting saying no, because he's closing the distance fast. Gimlet gives Cross one last shot to reconsider, offering him a seat at future talks. Still rattled, Cross stares off into the distance, replaying his run-in with Gimlet as he gets ready for tomorrow's tournament. Cross, bone-tired and overwhelmed by the battles, drops into a seat at the combat festival and admits defeat, eyes heavy with exhaustion. Aaron's badly wounded and begging for help, then he drops the truth. The orphans are in serious danger. Giselle and the others are hurt too, and as they talk about that brutal surprise attack, panic grips them. They're terrified they won't make it out alive. Cross finally clocks the truth. That black-haired woman from Gimlet's crew secretly led the surprise attack. Cross reels in the shock. Why would they attack the orphans? While Giselle shoves recovery medicine into his hands, all while she's fighting back panic. Cross finally gets how bad it is and sprints after Giselle as she fights to drag herself back to safety. Giselle keeps right on his heels, face tight with worry as Cross charges forward with those reckless moves again. Cross races ahead while Giselle and the others scream at him to stop, terrified of his reckless move as they sprint straight into danger. Giselle chewed out Cross for his impulsive move, snapping that charging in without proof only drags them into more trouble. Cross stands before a towering building, jaw set and determined to dig up the truth, while not a clue dares him about the danger lurking right around the corner. Guard slams into Cross and demands to see his ID, cutting him off mid-step, but Cross doesn't budge. His decision holds fast. Cross slips the hit at the last second, eyes sharp as he calculates his next move, knowing that resisting could set off serious consequences. Cross storms into the grand room, squares up to a well-dressed nobleman, and refuses to back down while the whole crowd stares. He charges straight into the crossfire, plowing through armed guards while rage flares hotter as he shouts that his actions are 100% justified. He slams out Cross counters, barely ducking under every strike as he slips free of the guards' desperate attempts to pin him down. Cross keeps smashing back, knocking away another opponent and sparking a full-blown commotion. Cross needles the noble with sharp, bold words, then demands a one-on-one duel, daring to spit in the face of the noble's authority. Gimlet threw down a no-escape duel with her, promising to do anything he asked if she lost. Cross stands tall and fearless, orders Gimlet to kneel as his subordinate, and hurls a challenge so wild it leaves the nobles stunned. Nobles snap their breath in shock as Cross-challenging Gimlet brazenly steps in, and the Duke's smug presence hangs in the air. Cross pushes through the absurdity, fully aware this might be his only lifeline. Gimlet takes the challenge on the chin, taunts Cross to his face, and smiles, because he knows the power balance is slanted way in his favor. Cross throws down a duel challenge, and Gimlet can't help but nod, intrigued by Cross's wild boldness and ready to set the whole stage on fire. Cross braces himself, knowing the deck's stacked against him, but he still demands a duel that's fair. Gimlet drops his real power on Cross, showing him plain as day that he's a dead serious level 50 swordsman. Even with Gimlet running his mouth, Cross sets his jaw and refuses to back down, until the brutal odds hit and he hesitates. After that brutal display of power, Cross gets hurled aside, teeth bared as he spits curses at Gimlet for his arrogant swagger. Giselle is seething. Cross just challenged that terrifyingly powerful noble, and he did it while still reeling from his injuries. Cross blurts out an apology for his reckless move, but Giselle's already staring at the fallout from his challenge. Cross, even with impossible odds crashing down on him, vows to push through, because his pride won't let him quit. Even with danger looming, he gritted his teeth and vowed to push forward, while Giselle steadied him, cheering him on right in the middle of it all. A brand new character watches Cross like a hawk, calling his challenge reckless and downright careless. Cross gets called out for skipping the power check, then immediately throws in life-or-death stakes like it's no big deal. Cross is reminded to be more cautious and focus on survival, just like past experiences. Even with all the scolding, the others still nod along, because they believe in Cross and trust he'll grow into something great. The training finally kicks off, and his mentors hype him up hard, pushing him to level up for that coming duel challenge. Cross bows to his mentors, admits he's still immature, and swears he'll give it everything from here on out. The three mentors huddled together, their voices tight with worry as Cross's reckless choice to challenge a noble hung like a dangerous spark. The mentors are split down the middle over Cross's duel, but deep down they know one thing: his growth can't be stopped now. They break down Cross's skill growth, and man, his intermediate skills creep forward way slower than anyone expected. Even with Cross's strength fading right now, his mentors fear 10 days is nowhere near enough time for him to get better. The crew huddles up, ripping apart the duel's logistics, because if they stall, the whole thing could start looking fake. The mentors huddle up and agree they'll find a way to stall the duel, praying they can carve out time to train. The mentors start joking about stirring up a huge incident to buy time for the duel, using the nearby forest like a perfect getaway trap. Under the moonlight, the mentors push their plan again, scrambling to stall the duel, grinning like their dirty scheme is working perfectly. Cross bursts into the room, grinning hard, shouting that the duel's been postponed, and the mentors instantly start to sweat. A notice blasts out that the school's shutting down temporarily because a road collapse went huge, giving you the chance to stall the duel. When the school shuts down, Cross snaps awake and realizes he's finally got all the time in the world to go all in on intense training. Giselle couldn't stop griping, cracking jokes about the closure, while the others stared into the deadly abyss of trees like it might swallow them whole. Cross seethed with rage, screaming for the culprits who masterminded the accident that threw the dual cross schedule into chaos. Gets hauled off by his teacher mid-argument, still firing back about whether the road collapse is even legit. The teachers huddled after the collapse, trading notes on what happened, and admitting, with relief, that it was a lucky accident that somehow made their training possible. Cross furrows his brow at his teacher's cryptic remarks, then decides to shove the confusion aside and zero in on his training for now. Cross and his teachers kick off brutal training for the duel coming up, where he'll face a high-ranked opponent. One of the teachers jumps in, fired up, urging everyone to unleash powerful recovery magic for a no-holds-barred war of attrition. With a giant grin, the teacher breaks down how Cross should tackle ruthless enemies, and it instantly turns his nerves into a full-on panic. Cross can't stop thinking about how to smash an opponent's weak spots, and his teacher teases that there are even more ruthless tactics waiting for him. Just as the group starts to settle, a giant bird rockets out of the sky and dives straight at them, shocking everyone into total silence. Cross spots the beast and shouts, "It's a giganto falcon, a level 40 flying monster built for the sky." The dark priest teacher snaps into action, chanting a spell that blasts him with speed down, then slams it into a slowdown to trap that giant bird. Cross and the others freeze in shock as that brutal bird keeps charging forward, unbothered, unstoppable. Cross tightens his grip and boosts his weapon and muscles for the coming fight, his nerves rattling as he swallows hard and agrees to finish off the monster. Cross realizes that if he cuts down an enemy's power, even the toughest monsters start cracking, and he can take them on. Cross gets completely blindsided when his teacher hands him a totally unexpected and awkward training lesson. Cross protests break out all around him, but his teachers refuse to let him off the hook. They shove him into training and make him handle everything on his own. The teacher hands Cross a countermeasure for that quick-flash swordsman and basically tells him, "Now train your heart out, no excuses." He clashes his sword in intense cross-practice, desperate to level up, then his own technique sparks a shocking explosion out of nowhere. That explosion screams it, Cross's training works, and the moment he drives the enemy's power down, you can see it pay off instantly. Cross, startled, receives an unexpected lesson, leading to a chaotic but amusing moment during training. Cross hesitates for a split second, then obeys his teacher's command, ready to sharpen his sword skills with razor-sharp precision. Cross jumps into training for a brand new skill, but doubt gnaws at him. He's not sure if he really needs it, or if it's all just extra pressure. Lyudmila pushes Cross into focus, urging him to unleash his healing magic, then fires him up to keep fighting through every ounce of effort. Cross gets swamped as his magic surges out of control, pushing him right to the breaking point. Cross clenches his focus so hard that somehow he barely manages to fire off the recovery spell, and his energy comes roaring back. Cross breathes hard after that brutal training, and pure relief hits him as the healing finally kicks in. Lyudmila breaks down exactly what magic can't do, then reveals their mission, sharpening timing so combat turns lethal. Cross wrestles with the punch of magic endurance, then forces himself to adapt because his training demands it. A massive falcon suddenly tears into view, its blinding speed and brutal power stealing every breath. Cross goes on high alert. Cross braces for impact, locking eyes with the monstrous beast as its brutal speed and crushing power close in. Cross fires the speed down spell, crushing the giant creature's momentum and giving him the upper hand. The creature comes charging like a disaster, but Cross snaps his focus, clocks his speed, and braces to meet it head-on. Cross keeps training hard, but the air feels weird, like something is about to happen, while he can't stop wondering. The group argues over where to train, and Cross can't stop staring into the mystery of that hole, like it's begging to be uncovered. Cross gets snatched out of the plan at the last second, because Lyudmila suddenly takes him in and borrows him. With a huge pack slung over his shoulder, Cross keeps trudging forward, and he can't shake the eerie fact that monsters are mysteriously nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, a colossal black dragon crashes into view ahead of them, sending Cross into full panic as it flexes its terrifying, unstoppable power. The black dragon snarls with fury, claws bared and teeth flashing as it hunkers down for a brutal, earth-shaking strike. Cross thrashes to break free, and with every second, he realizes the dragon's sheer power might crush him for good. Desperate, he bolts forward and dives into the trees, using the forest like a shield to outrun the dragon chasing his every breath. A black dragon barrels after Cross without mercy, shredding everything in its path as it swoops through the trees above him. Just as Cross scrambles up the cliff to break free, the dragon slams down and splits the ground right under his feet. A terrifying monster senses a human child nearby, storms right up to them, and demands answers, sure they've gotten lost in its territory. The women watching the monster erupt in cheers when Cross finally traps the beast, shouting praises for his brutal skills. The monster howls in pure terror as fresh silhouettes crawl over the horizon, like the fight is about to begin. A fierce, horned demon rockets forward, eyes blazing as she demands whether that missing kid was bait for a trap. A tight-knit group of women tracks down a mysterious kid, then it hits them like a punch. She's the black dragon everyone's been hunting. The black dragon clocks Cross's confusion and snaps that she's no imitation demon. She announces, "I'm Salt Basquadia, the real demon king," and claims she rules every monster in existence. Cross reels from Salt's bombshell that she's the demon king, and then everyone showers him with praise for how respectfully he treats her. Cross and the crew stumble onto the truth, the original demon king, a nightmarish force set on crushing humanity. Salt storms in with fury, ripping into the group and blasting humans for failing to land the killing blow on the last demon king. After the argument blows over, Cross and the crew fire off one question: who in the world is Salt? Because they're desperate to get the full story. How the mightiest monster or an entire race seizes the throne and becomes the demon king the moment the last one dies. The group points at Salt's one twisted horn and drops the truth. Only demons with her kind of status wear a mark like that, the sign she's royalty among the demon kings. They break down how the state and the guild keep eyes on Salt, making sure she never charges in recklessly. Salt snaps with raw rage, firing back at the group and daring them to mock her strength, then shows them exactly how powerful she really is. Salt unleashes a brutal world-ending strike, and the blast crashes straight through Tusk, shattering everything in sight. Cross gets blasted by the attack's force, getting flung out of the way at the last second, just barely not getting crushed. Cross scrambles to steady himself after Salt's attack, battered and writhing with pain from the blast. The crew stands staring at the gigantic crater, jaws dropped at the sheer destruction Salt left in its wake. Salt lets out a taunting laugh at Cross and the crew, then snaps that underestimating her isn't a mistake you walk away from. The whole crew braces themselves, ready to crush the threat with raw power, casting Supreme Ice Prison and every deadly magic skill they've got. The earth shudders as a brutal, destructive blast erupts, blasting out a massive wave of pure devastation. Salt's power tore everything apart, and now the aftermath is staring right at you: massive destruction, burned scars, and a landscape that looks permanently wrecked. Cross jolts, shocked and trembling, as he finally grasps just how deadly the Demon King's power is after seeing the chaos it unleashes. The crew huddles up and argues that a Demon King can be controlled with sweets. Then they compare Salty to a pampered pet. Even with just one horn, they all agree, this Demon King's power is still undeniable. They stumble on a mysterious hole, and everyone agrees it's exactly the spot Cross needs to start his next training. Cross is thrown into the dungeon alone, and he has to break through it fast, because this is the warm-up before his next stage of training. That dungeon is pure danger. Monsters pour out forever until someone smashes the dungeon core. Cross learns solo expeditions are off-limits, so his training turns into a deadly sneak-in mission. They lay down the rules. In this dungeon, Cross isn't allowed to use any attack magic, only melee moves and black magic skills. Cross pushes forward and smacks into a brutal monster head-on, and his hard-earned training gets thrown into chaos when he's forced to survive creatures on level 30. Cross fires off his intermediate weapon enhancement to freeze the monster's pace, then lands a pinpoint strike with deadly precision. As the monsters close in, Cross braces himself and fires off with lightning reflexes, fighting to keep them off him. Cross powers through and wipes out a bunch of monsters with zero attack magic, and by the end he's got serious confidence in how far he's come. After mowing down tons of monsters, Cross bursts into a dungeon he doesn't recognize and stumbles on a strange object that shouldn't be there. The thing starts creeping toward him like a warning, and Cross jolts in pure shock the second it closes the distance. Cross gets hit by a mysterious object that zaps him over and over, leaving him totally blindsided. After the hit, Cross grits through the agony, eyes widening as he finally feels the terrifying power of what just struck him. Every move screams it. Cross stares down a weird furry monster with razor fangs, and anxiety slams into his chest as it closes in. They finally name it a spring hopper, a deadly, high-tier monster that's all about raw speed. Cross gets slammed with the spring hopper's insane speed, and it hits him. This thing is faster than he ever imagined. Cross blasts forward with his speed to slam down the spring hopper's rapid attacks, turning it into the ultimate practice partner. Cross's status screen blasts onto the scene, and you can literally see how he's leveled up fast, stacking serious skills across combat and magic. Cross grits his teeth at the brutal challenge of using the speed debuff right, and Telemea steps in to hype him up. Telomia explains this: if you want to land weakening skills like a speed debuff, you've got to actually connect with the enemy first, and that part is brutally hard. A punchy page basically shouts, nobody picks the Dark Priest class, because the drawbacks are so bad almost no one can stand it. Telomia leans in and tells Cross she's already taught him a trick to wrestle with black magic. Cross gets pushed to remember the lesson he shared with Telomia, because it's the key piece his training can't live without. Cross finishes his magic transfer training and realizes the time has come. He's got to put his brand new abilities to the test. Cross shot Telomia a grateful look, then finally felt truly prepared to smash through whatever came next, armed with everything she'd taught him. Cross stumbles on a spring hopper in the dungeon, and he instantly realizes this is just another fight waiting to blow up in his face. Cross faces Telomia and she flashes a seductive grin, teasing him with a sly hint that a dangerous mystery, maybe even a challenge, is right around the corner. A weird little round creature rolls onto the scene, and its hostile movements scream, "I'm about to attack." Cross braces himself to unleash an attack on the creature, calling forth a terrifying, mysterious technique with raw power. In the heat of it all, Cross strains as his weapon collides with the creature's, and it darts away in a blink. Later on, Cross drops into a chess match to steady his nerves after the battle. Cross just survived a brutal match, and now he's staring down a confident opponent who's already ready to crush him. Right in the middle of that brutal chess match, Cross fights to move, then gets thrown off as distractions slam into him. A chilling, menacing creature barrels toward him, and while it closes in, his mind races, wondering just how strong and how fast it really is. The creature rips into a lightning-fast attack, and Cross refuses to fold. He braces to intercept it, even when the odds scream at him. As the creature pushes forward, Cross snaps his evasive move into action, throwing up a barrier of speed that slows it down. Cross braces for the next strike, zeroing in on the creature's timing and setting up the perfect intercept. Cross fights through the crushing heat of the battle, dodging on instinct and hardening his body to survive. Cross gets hammered by attack after attack, but he realizes strength isn't just brute force, it's knowing when to hit back with sneaky, underhanded tactics that actually work. The chat keeps rolling as they dig into the brutal truth. Good people often end up sabotaging their own success. Cross realizes that if he wants to crush every challenge, he has to read the enemy's moves and outsmart their tactics. With a lightning-sharp pivot, he slips past the creature's rush and lands a decisive cross-counter that finishes the fight cleanly. Cross's stomach knots as he squares up with the creature, but a tiny voice in his head pushes him to lean into darker tactics. Cross sharpens his sword technique, then locks in on a critical strike, all while questioning whether his moves are truly the right way to fight. Burning with exhaustion but refusing to quit, Cross keeps fighting, grinning like he already knows the win, because it finally clicks and his powers start making sense. Cross, now perfected his method, throws a victory celebration, but deep down he can't shake the weight of what his tactics cost. As Cross drifts through his memories, the pain he survived in the orphanage still grips his heart and forges the unstoppable spirit that won't quit. Telomra clenches her resolve. No way is Cross getting away from her as they gear up for their next brutal challenge. Cross pushes through sheer exhaustion as his team rallies around him, using every one of their skills to back him up. After 2 weeks of ruthless training, Cross looks completely drained, but he refuses to stop pushing forward. Cross keeps pushing through his brutal journey, hauling himself up the stairs packed with fallen creatures, and even as exhaustion screams at him, his will doesn't budge. When Cross finally slips into that mysterious chamber, he spots a glowing orb waiting for him, and the moment he sees it, he knows the next phase of his journey is officially about to begin. Cross stumbles on an orb deep in the dungeon, and shock slams into him, like it just unlocked the next step of his journey. Telomra wraps her arms around Cross, praising his win. Yet with him looking wrecked, she can't help but feel rattled, caught between nerves and shock. Cross tore through the dungeon way faster than anyone expected, and Telomra couldn't stop praising how his power and skills had skyrocketed. A skill growth screen flashes, showing Cross surging forward, his abilities ballooning at a breakneck pace as his journey steamrolls ahead. Telomra claps for Cross, cheering that he just finished the second step of his training and pushed him straight into the elite class. Telomra blasts the news that Cross's final training stage is starting, firing him up with excitement, but leaving him wildly confused. A blinding light bursts from the orb, and the whole room snaps into an intense, electric silence as both of them go wide-eyed in shock. Cross slams into a brutal trial, and Telomra fires him up, but that mysterious phenomenon has him second-guessing everything. A gigantic dungeon boss gets summoned out of nowhere, blindsides everyone in the blink of an eye, and screams that this is the real, no excuses test for Cross. Cross locks eyes with the Spring Fighter, a ruthless level 42 monster, and he knows this fight is the last trial standing between him and everything. Cross digs in for the fight, pushing past every limit he's got, ready to burn every last ounce of strength to win. As the fight escalates, Cross gets blindsided by how insanely strong and fast the creature is. The monster's speed blitzes Cross so hard he can barely even swing. Every hit he tries just slips away. Seeing the monster's insane speed, Cross can't stop wondering how he's even going to survive the brutal challenge waiting right in front of him. Cross clenches every ounce of strength and launches a brutal countermove, trying to shove back the unstoppable monster bearing down on him. Cross flinched at the monster's crushing blow, realizing it could end him in a single instant. Telemia slams the brakes on the fight just before it turns fatal, saving Cross from certain death. Cross is battered by the monster's might as it claws back hard, and every move he makes feels like it's getting crushed by sheer strength. Cross is left reeling after barely dodging the monster's strike, only to realize this fight isn't some easy win. Panicked, Cross clocked the monster's raw speed and brutal strength, and knew there was zero chance to pull off any tricks. Telomere finally unveils Cross's last training stage, where he's taught to strike first, even when his opponent is stronger. Cross learns that the recovery skills he's been grinding are exactly what he needs to take on even stronger enemies, and they set the stage for what he'll do next. Telemia reveals a lethal ancient trace technique, blood manipulation, and it instantly spikes Cross's fear. Cross's nerves slam into overdrive when Telemia unveils a crushing new skill. Now his mind won't stop spiraling with unease. Telomia taunts Cross over an off-board trick, grinning like, "Go on then, hit back with the same kind of move." Cross, nerves buzzing, pulls off a win in his very first chess match, and then practically bursts with excitement, calling Rian and Ludmilla to celebrate. Cross barrels into the dungeon, slams face first into an overpowered opponent, and unleashes the No-Life King's death skill to survive. Telomia lays out the brutal tactic Cross has to learn, one that's meant to tear an opponent down fast and hard. Cross finally unlocks a cursed dark magic skill that turns enemies into living threats, so they attack with deadly force against anyone but him. Cross freezes in horror, suddenly realizing what this tactic could unleash and exactly how it works. Cross finally realizes his recovery skills aren't just helpful, they're the only reason he's still standing, and it slams him that his weaknesses could get him killed. Telemia lines in and explains that her people heal at insane speed, so even lethal wounds can't keep them down. Cross wrestles with the fear of getting hit, while Telomere pushes him to practice it anyway. Cross realizes his instincts can't carry him. He has to fight with cold, calculated tactics instead. Cross reels under the pressure, second-guessing every choice as he squares up to Telemia. She just watches in silence, waiting for what he'll do next. Cross grinds through brutal training, chest heaving, while Telemia watches from a distance, her eyes locked on his progress like she can't decide if it's working. Solsha torments Cross, teasing him about the dungeon boss fight and pressing him hard. Did his training actually pay off? Cross, worn out from non-stop fights, finally breaks down and admits they're all out of town, so he's stuck there alone. Salty crowds Cross with a bitter grin, taunting him over his loneliness and smirking like, "Yeah, you're totally alone now, no masters to save you." Cross squirms in fear as he realizes Solsha's locked onto his weakness, and she actually looks thrilled about his misery. Cross, drained and on full alert, finally clocks Solsha watching him from the distance. Solsha snaps into an aggressive stance, taunts Cross to his face, and boasts that she can take full control of him with her power. Cross, battered and cornered, panics about what his loss will unleash while Solsha taunts him like it's already over. With rage blazing through her, Solsha finally drops the mask and reveals she's the Demon King, pure power, zero mercy. Cross shoots a nervous explanation the second he realizes he messed up, but Solsha's rage only grows, turning more destructive by the second. Solsha keeps blasting forward with wild, no-holds-barred fury, while Cross keeps panicking over the wrath his master is about to unleash. Solsha drops the bombshell about the Demon King's succession, warning Cross that if she dies, he can't afford the fallout. Cross, feeling the danger slam into him, finally starts to realize how deadly Salty's role in this world really is. Solsha finally drops her calm act and reveals the nightmare underneath as she gets ready to unleash her destructive power. Cross's face twists as Salty's fury crashes in. He's getting slammed by her overwhelming strength, trying to fend her off with everything he's got. In that pulse-bounding climax, Solsha rips through the air with a terrifying fiery blast, and in one moment everyone realizes she's got Demon King power. Cross spots the danger closing in as Salsha charges up for yet another strike, and he tenses up, bracing for the hit. Cross gets hurled around by that crushing punch, and pure hopelessness floods him as he's totally overpowered. Salsha bared her deadly plan, declaring she'd send every human to the other side. Then she mocked Cross with a sharp laugh. Clutching determination in his chest, Cross grits his teeth and steels his resolve, thinking about every person who counts on him. A sudden wave of memories hits Cross, and he refuses to stop, because he realizes he can't die, and now he's locked in to protect everyone. Cross, fueled by pure grit, launches into a graceful leap just in time to dodge Saltia's colossal strike, because he knows exactly what's at stake. Cross clenched his teeth, realizing that surviving this battle isn't just about courage, it takes real determination. Cross snaps and chooses to fight with everything he's got, convinced that if he survives, he can save everyone. With pure adrenaline, he crashes into Salsha and screams that he'll fight to the very end, even if it costs him his life. Salsha gets caught off guard by Cross's relentless drive, stumbles the moment the hit connects, and screams through the pain. Saltia frets over whether her Demon King performance really measures up, and you can tell she's thinking like a tactician with every move. Salsha scoops up her partner, beams at him, and thanks him for every ounce of effort he poured into that training. Cross freezes, totally thrown off by what just happened, and the uncertainty hits like a wave. He can't tell where this is going to land. Cross freezes when Saltia suddenly flips her behavior and suspicion hits him hard. Was it all just an act from the start? Salsha finally spills the real truth. She never stopped planning, and she reveals that everything she did was meant to push Cross even harder. Cross gets blindsided when Salsha snaps him back to the real reason he fights. He's protecting others, no matter what. Salsha blurts out an apology, admitting her wild plan was built to conquer Cross's fear, for everyone else's sake. Cross pauses and stares at the truth. His dream was never just adventure, it was becoming strong enough to protect the people he holds closest. Cross vowed to push himself even harder, thanked the lesson in his heart, and stepped forward ready to smash whatever challenges came next. A week later, Cross gets hit with a fresh problem. He's gearing up for the brutal showdown coming next. Cross stared at his healed wounds and the magic still left in him, then braced himself for the battle with. Cross clenches his renewed determination and vows that today is the day he finally wins. In the brutal heat of the fight, Cross gets badly injured when spikes rip straight through his body. Bloodied and bruised, he clamps his hurt arm with cross grips, jaw clenched, refusing to quit the fight. Even while pain screamed through him, Cross clung to pure determination and hammered a strike that shattered his opponent's speed. Cross, battered and running on fumes, throws himself at the monsters while the dungeon's boss looms in the distance, watching every move. Cross spots the enemy's sudden blitz and his eyes widen, because multiple creatures are swarming in on him from all sides. As the creatures' strike slices past them by a hair, he slams his physical upgrades into overdrive and bolts out of danger. Bloodied and barely standing, Cross fights off the creatures with shaking strength, but he refuses to stop, forcing his way forward anyway. Meanwhile, the demon girls huddle up and trade their plans, and boom, their duel date is officially locked in. Even after beating his opponent, Cross refuses to slow down. He's locked in, believing he can push through anything. Cross gets his progress judged, but he can't shake the doubt. Are his skills really enough to make it? Those demon girls doubt his prep, but Cross grits his teeth and keeps pushing himself harder and harder for the duel coming up fast. Cross stands locked in at the arena, eyes blazing, ready to smash whatever the next moment throws at him. The arena shoots up with pure hype, buzzing with anticipation as the duel day creeps closer and the whole stage clicks into place. The city's walls start to tremble, destruction is seconds away, because the enemies are already crashing through and unleashing full-scale chaos. The soldier's panic exploded when he realized that the high-level monster they thought was miles away had finally shown up. A killer tiger tears through the streets, sending citizens into panic and mowing down everyone it targets. The soldiers get crushed by the beast's blistering speed, and no matter how hard they fight, they can't even find a way to mount a real defense before it slams into them. A noble seethes as disaster crashes down, helpless to slam the brakes on the beast's raging fury. A nobleman surges forward and swings a lightning punch, stopping the killer tiger dead in its tracks. The noble sizes up the tiger's raw power and starts gearing up to clash with even tougher, higher-level techniques. With jaw-dropping speed, the noble blasts out a storm of strikes, smashing the killer tiger before it can breathe. The noble stays stone calm, already certain his power is more than enough to crush that massive beast. After wiping out the tiger with ease, the noble turns and strides off, barking orders so the rebuilding can keep going. Cross's insane strength has everyone stunned, people are starting to notice fast, because his wild feats are turning him into a legend overnight. Meanwhile, a crew rides on edge, staring at Cross like he might break, and they can't stop worrying whether he'll be okay. Alicia, a top-ranked figure, storms back in and snaps at the noise, completely clueless that Cross's presence already changed everything. Alicia sprawls in her room, lost in thought about Cross, replaying everything he might be up to next. With the duel looming, Alicia can't stop thinking about Cross, so she keeps talking, and you can feel the excitement building in the air. Everyone's buzzing about Cross Alcart because he stepped up to challenge Duke Valdera's family, and the whole city can't stop talking. Alicia can't stop thinking about Cross, and her heart tangles itself up as she wonders what's about to hit him in their upcoming duel. 3 days later, Alicia stares down the arena, heart pounding as she wonders, has Cross finally gotten ready for this fight? Cross stares at his preparations for the duel, feeling the weight of what's coming, and still refuses to back down. As Cross steps into the arena, the crowd explodes into cheers, because the fight is about to kick off. Cross strides into the arena, and the crowd goes dead silent as one lone person slaps down a bet on him. The crowd roars for Cross, pushing him to grit his teeth and stay standing for what's coming next. Cross swivels his eyes across the room, sure his masters are here to hype him up, riding the crowd's non-stop electricity. Alicia's opponent smirks at him and needles him with a mocking remark, "Cross made it here without even running." Alicia and Cross both threw their grudges aside and locked in on the duel like it was the only thing that mattered. The duel kicks off and they slam the rules into place. Cross clenches his resolve, swearing he won't lose. Cross can't believe what the duel demands. He's got to serve a noble, no escape. The duel organizer leans in and says the punishment won't be brutal, but it'll still hit hard enough to matter. Cross stares at the penalty, baffled by how light it is, and wonders if they're trying to teach him respect. Cross's jaw drops when the two titles get locked in. Now he's forced to serve the local nobility. The crowd scratching their heads over the nobles' choices, terrified the other factions will turn Cross's crew into a joke. With rumors flying about what the soldier family has done, everyone starts whispering about what the fallout for Cross could be next. The noble drops unsettling truths about what he's been doing, hinting at dark, twisted crimes tied to young victims. Cross is absolutely terrified. If he loses, he's sure a perverted aristocrat will take control. Shrouded figures huddle in secret, whispering about the coming duel, and they're already sure it'll end in disaster for Cross. A mysterious group watches Cross's next duel like it's a ticking bomb, and they can't stop thinking about what happens if he actually loses. Worried sick for Cross, one character blurts out that if this duel turns ugly, someone could die. Cross clenches his resolve, vowing he'll win no matter how crushing the odds get. The noble sneers at the Cross, but while that motivation gets crushed, both rivals gear up and lock in, ready to throw down. The duel explodes into motion, and Cross and his opponent launch their plays as the tension rockets through the roof. Cross scrambles to keep up, but his opponent's lightning speed hits him like a surprise. He trips and stumbles before he can get his footing. His opponent, smug, confident, and laughing, goes straight after Cross, taunting him and daring him to kick off his move. Cross stares down the situation and the truth hits him. Just sitting back and waiting will only seal his defeat. With pure determination blazing in his eyes, Cross slams his physical enhancements to the max and charges headfirst into an all-out assault. His opponent snaps back instantly, clocking Cross's new power, and somehow still stays one step ahead. Cross throws down with a brutal attack, but his opponent doesn't even flinch, calling out his wild, unexpected special abilities even though he's classless. As his opponent finally admits he's improved, Cross struggles, then gets hit with a lightning-fast counter that overwhelms him in an instant. His opponent sneers at him, making it painfully obvious how huge the training gap is, and it crushes Cross with frustration even as determination hardens in his chest. Cross clenched his teeth, refused to yield, and unleashed a special attack, trying to shatter the hold his opponent had over everything. But his opponent weaves out of the strike with zero effort, calling Cross's move too slow to even matter. Cross suddenly strikes with a brutal attack, but his opponent stays ice calm and clocks every new power Cross is starting to unlock. Cross replays his plan in his head, realizes it's not finished yet, and gears up to reshape everything as soon as possible. The opponent taunts Cross to his face, mocking his lack of preparation while Cross fights tooth and nail just to claw back an inch of ground. Fueled by pure determination, Cross unleashes a game-changing power, flipping the odds in his favor as he readies the perfect strike. The opponent snaps back instantly, showing off pure dominance, and then calls Cross out for barely keeping up. He rockets toward his opponent at breakneck speed, swinging to land the hit, then a savage counter smashes him back. His raw speed shocks the whole crowd, but Cross snaps into action, shifts his focus, and locks in on the very next attack plan. Cross lunges off the ground, soaring into the air with pure grit, hunting away past his opponent's defenses. Cross slams down with a brutal triple wind lance, unleashing a raging storm of hard-hitting strikes at his opponent. His opponent, totally unfazed, slips the strike with effortless grace, and you can feel the skill gap, every move controlled like a master. He fought back as relentless pressure crashed in from his opponent, and the crowd roared like fuel in his veins. Cross battered and bruised but still standing tall, he refuses to bend as his opponent hammers him with taunts and the crowd roars around him. The noble just taunts his opponent, dragging the duel out on purpose so the pain stretches on and on. A brutal hit slams into Cross, ripping through his body as he fights to stay upright, yet his resolve refuses to break. The noble erupts in a roaring victory, landing the final blow and laughing like he just crushed Cross for good. Cross is wrecked, his right arm shattered to pieces, while his opponent smirks and watches him fight through sheer agony. The noble crowd-slit, the nobles tangle their taunts, drinking in the suffering he's caused, and they map out their next brutal strike. Cross, desperate and running out of time, finally unleashes his long-delayed magic, gearing up for a last, desperate strike just to survive. The noble is caught off guard when Cross blasts him with magic that drags his movements, buying himself precious time. The noble freezes in shock, stumbling when Cross's attack finally lands, and for the first time his so-called superiority gets rocked. Cross, battered and barely standing, realizes the noble's strike should have wrecked him, but the blow lands with impact and force and still does no real damage. Frustrated beyond words and feeling every useless strike, the noble finally realizes Cross hit him with a speed reduction spell. Cross struggles through it all, still refuses to quit, then he can't stop wondering how he ever picked up skills like this, including magic so powerful it can cripple you. The noble's face crumples as panic hits, because Cross is unleashing a level of magic so advanced it's totally beyond his grasp. Cross flips on his magic stalker power, and the noble jolts in terror, because now a deadly threat is bearing down on him. Even with agony screaming through his body, Cross keeps swinging, bruised, battered, and absolutely unwilling to break. The noble's eyes widened in shock as he realized Cross had triggered 3 abilities already. Now Cross was fighting for his life. Cross clenches his memories of training and unleashes magic to stretch a spell's activation time, so long the noble is caught completely off guard. Cross trains until he fully masters self-recovery and pain-cutting techniques, so when he fights, it's like he has no limits left. With his brand new abilities, Cross steps into the fight like nothing can hurt him. No fear, no pain, no stopping now. Cross, looking like pain can't touch him, throws himself into battle with relentless fury, while the crowd stares in disbelief at his shocking strength. The noble, struggling to comprehend, recognizes that Cross is using a rare and dangerous class. Cross unleashes his brutal dark priest skills, leaving the noble stunned as he gets ready to unleash them. Cross slips into a comeback, snapping the pace down with his speed reduction skill, and everyone watching goes silent, stunned by how powerful he really is. Cross fights through the agony, and as his wounds seal up in front of everyone, he grins through the pain, leaving his opponent utterly stunned. The crowd's left scratching their heads because Cross is tearing through logic. He heals way too fast, and it totally shatters everyone's expectations. Gimlet lunges for the finishing blow, then he realizes Cross has been setting this up from the start. Cross stares at his own hands, realizing he played his opponent like a pawn, baiting every move to cover the tracks of his real strategy. Cross unleashes his physical enhancement skill, turbocharging his strength as he gears up for a crushing, make-it-or-break-it attack on Gimlet. Cross erupts with power and a battle cry, rockets straight toward Gimlet, dead set on crushing him. Gimlet doesn't even see it. Cross charges in at breakneck speed and lands a swift strike before he can react. Even with his speed dialed down, Gimlet keeps slipping past Cross's non-stop assault, weaving his agile move after agile move like it's second nature. After Cross's speed drop slammed into the fight, Gimlet juked out of it with ruthless precision, proving just how lightning fast and sharp his reflexes really were. X's Cross finally locked onto Gimlet's every move through sheer eye tracking, setting up the next strike. Cross grappled with the shock as he clocked Gimlet's brutal speed, then steered his next move with cautious precision. Gimlet gets ready to move across town, unleashing his special abilities and zeroing in on the exact weak spots he knows will break. Cross and Gimlet slam into each other in brutal combat as Cross wrestles with the curse, frozen for a split second, not knowing what to strike first. At Gimlet, in the biggest make-or-break moment, the Cross charges dug in and refused to back down, even as the odds crushed them from every side. Cross snaps into action, carving out 2 quick chances, and he finally strikes back at Gimlet before the moment slips away. Gimlet decides to pull out the big guns and wipe out both chances before they can do any damage. Gimlet fires back with a low kick, convinced that even the tiniest injury will wreck his cross. That low kick hits Cross and totally catches him off guard, way more powerful than he ever expected. Gimlet grimaces as Cross lands yet another crushing hit, and you can practically feel defeat creeping in. Cross surges forward with a brutal strike, ready to unleash eternal despair, until his target slips out of reach because he's too slow to keep up with the dash. When Cross realizes his speed still isn't enough, panic hits, and he fires off an intermediate black magic move. A wild burst of speed slams down and chaos erupts as Cross clocks the truth. This isn't the same as speed downbreak. Gimlet fights to move as that rapid blast slams his body to a crawl, and he starts doubting Cross's power the moment the speed drops. Rayoni breaks down where the speed down burst comes from, and why it hits with insane range, not raw power. He fired off Cross charges with a brutal strike, forced an emergency retreat, and suddenly his agility shot up so he could vanish fast. With a surge of pure physical power, Cross darts through the air with smooth, weightless grace, like he's flying when he should be grounded. Cross rockets forward in a clean leap, and the second he's in range, both warriors collide like thunder. A brutal explosion erupts the moment Cross charges in, blasting dust and wreckage into the sky like a shockwave just hit. The crowd erupts in shock and awe as they watch Cross Alucard pull off the most unexpected victory and the insane power behind it. Cross admits Gimlet's faster and stronger, but he refuses to quit. He's hunting for a way to beat him. Both fighters are perfectly matched, until Cross starts defying every single one of Gimlet's expectations mid-battle. Cross fires back, questioning how they're supposed to be evenly matched at all, insisting that if they just slowed down a bit, they'd see he's not on their level. Gimlet bursts out with pure conviction. Beating brutal opponents, not just coasting on skills, is what makes you a real warrior. Two warriors launch into their ultimate showdown, their swords smashing together with bone-rattling force. Cross and Gimlet lock eyes in a brutal standoff, both burning with pure, unshakable determination. Cross throws himself at Gimlet without mercy, snapping at every opening and striking again and again, dead set on breaking through and beating him. Gimlet tries to warn Cross, but Cross's relentless assault shoves him straight into an explosive counterstrike. The clash keeps surging, both fighters unload devastating attacks, and not a single one of them even thinks about backing down. Both fighters keep hammering at each other in a brutal, relentless clash, powered by stubborn willpower and pure, unshakable pride. The crowd erupts as Cross and Gimlet slam into a brutal, razor-sharp sword duel, trading skills blow for blow. Sparks erupted as their blades slammed together with raw, earth-shaking force, and you could feel the battle heat blazing in every clash. Cross and Gimlet, locked in and fearless, know this second is the real proving ground for everything they've got. Cross and his opponent, Gimlet, are locked in a brutal showdown, both of them digging in with pure determination. The clash is brutal, but Cross keeps whittling his power down, and now Gimlet finally stands toe-to-toe with him. Gimlet clenched his teeth, refused to go down, and fired up his enhancements, gearing up for an even more brutal, power-packed attack. Cross barely ducks out of Gimlet's boosted strike, and the hit hits him like a wake-up call. He can't afford to underestimate a fighter like that. Gimlet blasts back fast with a blitz enhancement, but Cross throws on emergency evasion and slips out at the last second. Cross faces a deadly special move that wipes out a risk level 5 adventurer in the blink of an eye. Gimlet explodes with a storm of 100 moves, and somehow Cross only barely clings on. Cross squares up and readies himself to copy the enemy's signature move. He's locked in, ready to learn just how strong his opponent really is. The move slams down with such monstrous force that the forest gets pulverized into dust, proving just how insanely powerful he is. Exhaustion crushed Cross as he fought to stay upright against that brutal force, and his mind kept going back to Rion's deadly technique. Cross steels himself, sharpening his focus until he's ready to weather every hit the enemy throws and turn his skills into a shield. He slams down his counter, nails the signature move dead on, and boom, shockwaves explode everywhere. Cross snaps into the intermediate cross counter, driving each strike with razor-precise accuracy and pure determination into his opponent. With a jaw-dropping counter-reversal, Cross flips the whole fight around and snatches his opponent's attack out of the air with a flawless counter. With a sly smirk, Cross cracks it. His counters aren't just for nobles, and that bombshell leaves the enemy reeling as he's finally crushed. Cross and Gimlet slam into a brutal showdown, trading earth-shaking counters that leave the crowd stunned. Cross gets swarmed by Gimlet's rapid-fire assault, but he refuses to break. He holds on with sheer resolve. Gimlet huffs in rage, admitting it's brutal to square up against a melee monster like a dark priest. Even as Cross eases off the Gimlet grim dread hits, he realizes just how brutally outmatched he is. Right as defeat closed in, Gimlet realized the brutal truth. His magic couldn't break Cross at all. Bloodied, bruised, and wiped out, Cross cops harsh insults from his foe, but he refuses to quit, even with every chance stacked against him. A stunned Cross glares at his opponent, and the truth hits hard. He sees the skill gap, and he can practically feel how outmatched he is. A friend lets it slip that Cross's opponent is a level 50 swordsman, and it instantly sends his fears and doubts spiraling. Cross catches people tearing into him for his lack of talent, but he clenches his silence and pushes forward anyway, dead set on making it through. As Cross reflects, he finally sees what's really coming for him, and he realizes just how much his friends truly matter. Cross, battered and alone, stares into the chaos and can't believe how he wound up caught in this fight, his mind spiraling out of control. He clings to Jaisel's words, finally realizing she pushed him toward the truth just to keep him safe. It hits Cross like a punch. He's been fighting himself the whole time, crushed by self-doubt. With his inner war raging louder, Cross fights to get back on his feet, swearing he won't mess up in front of his friends. With fresh grit blazing in him, Cross rockets ahead, swearing he'll never let the friends who believe in him down. Cross snaps into his enhanced cross counter, mind flashing back to every hard training session, and he locks in, ready to smash through that brutal opponent. Gimlet fires back with a counter reversal and laughs at Cross, totally blind to the fact that Cross's strength and resolve are swelling fast. Gimlet's sure Cross is in total panic, completely clueless that training has already sharpened Cross's focus to a whole new level. Cross holds on to Rion's lessons, and suddenly he gets it. His fight wasn't random, it was paving the way to unlock his full potential. Cross clenches his resolve and charges forward, ready to repay his mentors with every ounce of power he can summon. Gimlet keeps needling Cross, his patience snapping as Cross's attacks land again and again, and Gimlet still can't see how dangerous Cross really is. Cross's surprise blast hits Gimlet hard, then Gimlet's about to realize the truth. His attacks don't feel right anymore. Cross slams his intermediate physical boost to life, and the raw strength he trained for hits like a truck, leaving Gimlet completely stunned. Gimlet fires back with a counter reversal, but Cross's brand new power lets him slam it down again and counter right back. Cross studies Gimlet's fight move by move, clocking the rhythm of his magic and every slick motion of his body. Gimlet freezes, staring at Cross's relentless counters that keep crashing back like a thunderclap between them. Cross unleashes another brutal attack with razor-sharp focus, and it shocks Gimlet. He never saw this coming. Both fighters unleash their ultimate moves, their counters spiraling higher and higher until everything hits an unpredictable, breathless level of intensity. Cross stares down his struggle and finally realizes the truth. Each fight is carving him into something stronger, even with his weaknesses still hanging on. Cross blasts upward with one last surge, and his counter skill spikes so hard it levels him up like crazy. Gimlet's eyes go wide in pure shock when he realizes Cross has somehow jumped to a level he never saw coming, crushing him under the power. Gimlet gets driven back hard, crushed by Cross's shocking toughness and non-stop counterattacks even while he's bleeding. Cross barrels forward, unbending and relentless, while Gimlet's frustration keeps exploding, wondering how Cross's magic can possibly keep pouring out without stopping. Cross ignited his powerful physical enhancement and kept ramming through his opponent's relentless attacks with pure, unstoppable force. Cross hits back with ferocity, unleashing his advanced techniques, and his skills shoot up fast the longer the fight rages. Cross unleashes a jaw-dropping aerial strike at breakneck speed, his boosted power hitting like a thunderclap and leaving his opponent completely blindsided. Cross dives in from above and unleashes a brutal wind spell, trying to end the whole fight in one massive hit. Gimlet lunges to intercept Cross mid-drop, lining up a strike as Cross crashes down with raw force. Cross unleashes his brutal triple wind lance, and Gimlet has to scramble backward fast to keep from getting destroyed. Gimlet can't believe his eyes as Cross darts around his attack with sick precision, laughing it off and proving just how confident he is. Cross whips his wind magic and a roaring dust cloud swallows the arena. Gimlet is left dazed, thrashing to get his footing. Cross Elcard unleashes a brand new spell, Wintry Wind of Twilight ***, and absolutely shocks his opponent with the sheer force of it. Cross's opponent snaps into action and smashes forward with a brutal strike, aiming to end the fight with one deadly blow. Right before the hit lands, Cross snaps into a counterattack stance, catching his opponent off guard with a sudden, razor-fast response. The counter-reversal lands like a thunderclap, freezing the opponent in shock, then Cross rushes in and strikes before they can even react. Cross's counterattack surges harder and harder, then he launches one last, lightning-fast strike that decides everything. Alucard's opponent hammers forward with brutal force until the whole moment gets yanked away, because the spell glitches and everything stops. Cross Alucard explodes in rage, blasts out a magical counter, and can't believe it when his opponent's attack still comes up empty. His opponent gets slammed with a brutal hit, and the truth hits hard. This isn't anything like what he expected. Right when you think it's over, the opponent erupts in rage, unable to accept that Cross just dropped him. Cross ends the fight by smashing the final blow with a blazing, bone-crushing Aegis shot. He hurls it with speed nobody can match. Cross Alucard slams off a brutal attack, blasting debris everywhere while he seizes the advantage. That brutal impact sends his opponent soaring through the air, but Cross just stands there stone calm, watching it happen. Cross slams his power into gear, unleashing a fresh spell wrapped in crackling energy, and the terrifying force he's about to unleash becomes crystal clear. The crowd gasps as the life preservation ward springs to life, screaming that Cross is still alive, even after that brutal fight. Cross bursts out of the wreckage, gulping for breath, yet he still stands proud, shaking from the damage but not falling. Cross stands victorious, weapon in hand, and in the middle of it all he remembers why he fights, so he can protect everyone who matters. The fight crashes to a close. Cross stands victorious, stunning everyone with a win he clawed for every single second. Cross gets mobbed by his friends, and they cheer his win like crazy, stunned by just how insanely strong he is. His friends, overwhelmed by the victory, can't believe Cross won against an upper noble. Giselle fights to hold back her tears, as the others tease her non-stop about how she feels. Giselle snaps at Cross for charging into fights with zero brains, and he keeps apologizing because he can't stand knowing he scared her. Cross declares loud and proud that his victory belongs to Giselle, and to everyone, showing just how fiercely determined he is. Cross and Giselle smash knuckles for a victory fist bump, and the crowd erupts like they just witnessed legends. The story slows down for a breath of calm. Cross is being steadied by his friend right there in the arena. In the infirmary, Cross collapses into rest after the battle, and a friend steps in to shower him with praise. The girls erupt into cheers as Cross pulls off the upset, and they celebrate like their job was way easier than they expected. Cross gets yanked into a hug, and Giselle's talk about sacrifices sends worry punching through his chest. Cross thanks everyone for the support, then vows to do anything he can to repay it. The whole crew starts plotting their next move, and Cross gets roasted with jokes about that infamous bath situation. Deep inside the royal palace, someone sits back and relishes a hard-earned victory, totally blind to the catastrophe about to crash in. Gimlet couldn't believe what he was seeing, and that reality hit him like a brick. Frustration boiled over until he couldn't breathe. He calls in an assassin unit, willing to settle the problem with raw violence once and for all. His assistant snaps back, insisting the assassin unit is meant for emergencies only. Gimlet blows past the warnings. Panic surges higher and higher as he prepares to unleash those assassins for pure bloodshed. Gimlet lets out a shaky question about his future, drowning in the mess he's in, terrified he'll lose the noble status he's clinging to. Gimlet bursts into maniacal laughter and vows that if doom is coming for Cross Alucard, he'll drag Cross down with him. Boots thundering, a squad of assassins, dragged into action by Gimlet, surges forward. The assassins slipped into their cloaks, snapped on their weapons, and locked in for the mission, moving on Gimlet's orders with zero doubt. The assassins finally get the hit confirmed, where the target is hiding in that secluded wooden building, and their mission clicks into place. The assassins huddled up and talked about the insane price of Cross Alucard's training, stunned that he'd climbed so high despite being classless. The assassins crept toward the building, their instincts screaming that something about Cross Alucard just didn't add up. He slipped into the room and fanned out, feeling that creepy silence clamp down on him as he geared up to strike. An assassin is thrown off by the dead silence, no signs anyone's home, and it makes them doubt everything, staring at the emptiness like it's hiding a trap. While the group rips through the room, they stumble on a hidden staircase that drops them straight into an unknown space. The group tiptoes down into a pitch-black, mystery-soaked passage, and the chill of impending danger crashes over them. The assassins creep toward a massive mansion, thrown off by the pitch-black, ominous sky and that hulking structure looming over everything. The crew feels four wild presences closing in, and they finally realize the mansion's real purpose is buried under a non-stop mask of deception. They decide to split up right now, forming 3 teams and racing to wipe out the advanced classes using a single, deadly plan. Bursting into the grand chamber, the assassins sprint in, locking onto their target with pure, deadly intent. They slipped into the target's room and inched toward the sleeping figure, ready to strike the second they got in range. The assassins freeze in shock when they spot knives jammed into the bed, then it hits them, their target vanished. A brutal blast of freezing magic hurls one assassin through the air, and you can practically feel the defenses snap into action. The assassins jolt into motion when they spot a shadowy, terrifying figure, effortlessly bending ice magic like it's nothing. They knew the magic source was close, so they snapped their eyes up and found the figure waiting at the top of the stairs. That ruthless figure grabs control of the room. He threatens the assassins, stares them down, and demands answers about which noble house sent them. The attackers start to panic when their plan collapses, and they finally realize the target is way more dangerous than they ever prepared for. The magic ripped the leader's voice right out of his mouth, silencing him mid-sentence as panic and confusion crashed in. As the magic crashes down, the attacker's fight spirals into panic. Ice-cold power pins every limb in place. Her face stays strangely calm as she steadies her allies, telling them they'll heal, no matter how much it hurts. With a calculated grin, she hands them a chance to spill their secrets, if they're willing to earn survival first. The assassins, seething over their failed hit, crank things up fast, then cave and finally speak once the pressure gets unbearable. Poison surges in as the attackers thrash and choke, then their bodies stiffen, freezing under the deadly substance. As the poison chews through them, their screams of agony only drag them deeper into the danger. Even as the poison crawls through them, the calm woman smiles and drops the truth. Everything they've tried is pointless, and they're just not enough. The leader clocks the danger instantly, his men freeze in place, and suddenly their whole plan looks like it's about to fall apart. In the dead of night, chaos explodes. Assassins get launched into the air, screaming as they realize something unexpected is ripping them apart. The real reason for the destruction finally hits as a furious figure curses the moment he smashed the wall. A determined woman roars with rage and threatens to crush her enemies in broad daylight. The assailants suddenly realize this isn't what they bargained for, and the moment the true power hits, panic explodes in their ranks. Meanwhile, the protagonist jolts awake, stunned by the deafening noise, completely unaware that chaos is raging just outside. Ice erupts from the ground in a terrifying blast, locking the assassins inside a deadly frozen grip. A worried ally blurts out an apology for what they did, then scrambles to calm everyone down and reassure them everything's going to be okay. As the truth finally hits, the whole crew braces for what's coming next, then sharpens their skills and fights back harder than ever. As the protagonist mulls it over, the realization hits. These masters planted the expectation of chaos from the start, and that thought drags crushing doubts up from deep inside. New perspective in hand, the team braces for battle. Then they start grilling the enemies, hunting for the real reason behind that assault. The apprentices, finally clued in on their master's wild, outrageous stunt, gear up to strike back and make him pay. Furious, the protagonist finally gets it. Those assassins bolted with the advance payment, and rage immediately ignites in his chest. Rage flashing in his eyes, he demands answers on the spot, furious that his subordinates move like they're stuck in mud, and he has no clue danger is closing in. The protagonist gets hit with a sudden jolt, instantly realizing something's gone terribly wrong, and it leaves him completely stunned. He gets slammed down hard, gasping as his mind scrambles to make sense of the sudden ambush and the betrayal that hits right after. Duke Hamlet Waldrea shows up battered and bleeding, unleashing his supreme-class job like a gut punch, and the protagonist just stands there, totally thrown. The protagonist is absolutely stunned by his father's condition, frantic as he tries to make sense of how he ended up so utterly ruined. Father storms in and tears into the protagonist, furious that an assassination squad got pulled into it. Father rages on, blaming the protagonist for unleashing an assassination squad on those dangerous adventurers. In pure shock, the protagonist trips over a giant mountain of assassins, every one of them sprawled and defeated in a single, brutal heap. Just as the protagonist tries to steady his mind, a mysterious figure closes in, fully aware that things are far more complicated than anyone's letting on. A massive blast of magic erupts as the three women dig in their heels, ready to smash into battle. The father drops to his knees in pure shame, crushed by the brutal storm his son unleashed, begging. The moment the S-rank adventurers crash into the chaos, the protagonist realizes just how bad everything has gotten. The protagonist freezes in disbelief as he looks on, one brutal pile of assassins laid, crushed, and defeated. The protagonist starts to unravel. He feels the assassin's plan is built to torture him, and it forces him to fight past every limit he has. Cross scrambles to stop the chaos, but as he watches the group's moves snowball, he realizes they've officially lost control. Even though Cross knows they're mad for a reason, he still can't shake his worry, because that anger feels like way too much, and it leaves him feeling completely overwhelmed. Cross blasts the attack as unforgivable, but then he slams the brakes and insists retaliation still needs clear limits. The group sits with what they've done, finally seeing how serious everything is, and realizing what his role really means. Cross calls for a truce, realizing that if they keep fighting, everyone's headed for disaster. Cross slams the brakes on the chaos, shouting that going after a noble family has crossed the line. Even with the chaos crashing in on him, Cross clenched his resolve. He would shut the conflict down and carve out a moment of peace. Cross finally cracks, understands the situation, and forgives him on the spot, shocking everyone with how kind he is in that tense moment. Even though Cross has nothing going for him, he catches Gimlet off guard by offering a peaceful deal instead of revenge. Moved to tears by Cross's unimaginable mercy, Cross finally shows his true strength, and that compassion hits them like a punch. Gimlet gets completely overwhelmed by a wave of loyalty and respect for Cross, and that feeling hits so hard it turns into raw, intense emotion. Gimlet's loyalty runs so deep and so fierce that it leaves the royal family in the dust. Cross's kindness hits Gimlet like a thunderbolt, forcing him to face the truth about what he's done, and it turns into crushing regret. Gimlet swears he'll be loyal to Cross for life, admitting he messed up, and promises he'll follow him no matter what. He's thrown off by Gimlet's tidal emotions, totally baffled by how deep his devotion runs. Cross declares his loyalty, and it hits Gimlet like a wave, so hard he's overwhelmed and instantly swears allegiance to him. The women surrounding Cross couldn't hide their unease, and they stared at the situation like they didn't know if Cross truly had Gimlet under his control. Even with everything cranked up to full tension, Cross digs in and pushes for a peaceful ending, because he wants the whole chaos to stop for everyone's sake. Even with his own battles raging inside, Cross keeps pushing ahead, while everyone around him questions whether his methods will ever work. The tale keeps rolling as the building crumbles to dust, hammering home the brutal price of everyone's choices. Cross is greeted like a hero as his new faction, Alakart, starts to blow up in power. Gimlet, desperate to prove he's worthy to Cross, throws down a challenge, demanding everyone bow to him and follow him as their leader. Cross's control snaps into focus as people start staring at the wild new power shift like, wait, since when? Some people are side-eyeing Cross's transformation, swearing it's nothing more than the shock of his defeat still rattling him. Even as Cross's world shifts around them, his companions keep their daily grind, joking, nudging, and forcing him to move ahead. Cross slams himself between his companions to stop the brawl, while Gimlet wrestles with a loyalty storm inside his chest. Cross grudgingly lets the attention roll in, praying the orphans snag a brighter future. Right here, the girls huddle up, talking about how Cross's powers have skyrocketed, and they're buzzing with awe over how fast he surged in strength. Cross's status sheet screams massive growth, and everyone around him is left staring in pure confusion. As Cross's power and influence explode, everyone around him can't stop wondering, what is he about to do next? Cross spots a brand new, totally unknown skill popping up in his status, and it instantly throws him into confusion, then has him craving to find out exactly what it can do. Cross spots a brand new error skill hiding in his status screen, and the moment it catches his eye, he can't stop wondering what it'll do. Cross's brand new error skill finally gets unveiled, and it fuses multiple abilities into one, supercharging everything he can do. They break down nature's skills, and Cross's brand new error skill is basically a crazy mashup of 8 enhancement abilities. Even though it takes its sweet time to come online, the new error skill is insanely strong, so much that it blows past every other skill's potential. The debate keeps raging about whether Cross's growth is basically limitless, so powerful it could blow right past even the boundaries of support skills. Cross's future growth is so explosive it leaves everyone stunned, watching his power skyrocket right before their eyes. The women huddle up, plotting ways to snag Cross's attention, and they're determined to claim him. They plot a game plan to help Cross unlock advanced class skills, all while keeping the orphanage safe, fed, and thriving. Cross bursts into the celebration and gets a massive welcome, shouting out his win as cheers and excitement explode around him. The party goes off the rails as the women bicker and push harder, hungry to celebrate and desperate to win Cross over. Cross suddenly gets shoved into pure chaos, stuck right in the middle of a crowd of drunk, wildly excited women. The women start bickering over Cross, and even though their words get sharp, you can tell they're all in. Meanwhile, Cross is stuck right in the blast zone. The very next morning, Cross stares into the day, replaying everything that went down, realizing those chaos-filled moments taught him lessons he'd never forget. Cross feels buried under it all, but the praise for his new skill hits like a surge, overwhelmed and fired up at the same time. Cross scrambles to keep his cool when the chase slams into an unexpected twist, right as they finally catch up to him. Alicia steps up in front of Cross, flashes him a shy little smile, then leaves him utterly confused and desperate to figure out what's going on. Cross's jaw drops, he's shocked, totally lost, and can't figure out why Alicia just suddenly showed up right in front of him. Alicia tries to blurt out something huge to Cross, but her nerves get the best of her, and Cross just ends up looking completely confused. Cross gets blindsided when Alicia drops the bombshell that she's hunting something huge inside the city. Alicia blurted out what she wanted. She wanted Cross by her side as her companion, and it hit him like a sucker punch. Alicia tells them that most adventurers don't just chase treasure. They form factions, claw their way into power, and make a name that can't be ignored. Cross is stunned when Alicia drops the truth about how chasing fame can end with you marrying drop-dead gorgeous people. Cross frantically shakes his head, insisting he wants nothing to do with marrying Alicia, while his own racing thoughts and the awkward mess of the moment leave him completely flustered. Cross swears it's all a misunderstanding, panicking to set the record straight about what he really meant. Alicia looks unconvinced and she keeps the talk going, while Cross is still drowning in the mess of his own words. Ever since Cross met Alicia, something feels off, and he can't stop replaying all these weird thoughts that won't let him breathe. Things click for Alicia. She realizes she misunderstood, blurts out an apology for asking such a weird question, and leaves Cross still totally confused. Cross nervously blurts out an invite to Alicia for a meal, and she's so shocked by the offer that she just turns and walks away. Cross sprints after Alicia, desperate to catch her before she misses what he's feeling, because he's determined to clear up the misunderstanding. Alicia digs into her meal, eyes widening as she realizes she hasn't tasted anything this delicious in ages. Cross looks at Alicia and thinks she's finally doing great, but a nagging fear hits. What if another misunderstanding is already brewing? Cross cornered Alicia and grilled her about the opening ceremony, worried by how cold and distant she'd been the whole time. Alicia told everyone that the speech she delivered at the ceremony wasn't her idea at all. It was something she'd been ordered to say. Alicia bursts out with pure frustration. She's a descendant of the hero, but all it means is no freedom, no real choices. Cross leans in and listens hard as Alicia spills her painful truth, drowning in the suffocating weight of her family's mission. Alicia admits she's been letting off steam lately, and she tells Cross it means everything that he's always been such an amazing listener. Cross thinks he's stepping on toes, but Alicia laughs it off and tells him it's just her situation. Cross wonders open the door for Alicia to live way freer, so long as it wasn't the hero's bloodline calling the shots. Alicia freezes, torn and unsure, but Cross barrels forward, grilling the big question: could she really live free without the bloodline's crushing weight? Alicia pauses before answering, her mind stalling as she weighs Cross's question about the demon lords. Cross shoots out an apology, cheeks burning from his mistake, while Alicia bursts into playful laughter, totally delighted by the whole mix-up. Alicia keeps grinning, but Cross can't shake his nerves. He's torn up, clueless how to deal with what's happening. As they strode down the street, all kinds of group whispers lit up, because Cross's late arrival had everyone staring. They spot a Cross in front of the building, right there with someone else, and instant tension snaps into the air. Cross stands there in stunned silence as Alicia crumbles into pixels, and that eerie moment leaves him reeling. Alicia's sudden disintegration rocks the whole group, and panic floods the streets as they're left utterly baffled in the city. Cross drops his pride, apologizes to Alicia for his childish jab, and she blushes hard before forgiving him. The group goes wide-eyed and overreacts, instantly clocking Cross's awkward vibe and getting hit with their own shock at how crazy the moment is. Alicia throws Cross a warm smile and melts the embarrassment off his face while he stumbles through his apology. Alicia flashes a playful warning to Cross: don't blurt out embarrassing stuff like it's nothing, and she totally catches him off guard. Alicia's brows knit with worry because she fears Cross's words could spark a nasty misunderstanding. Then she blushes just a little. Cross freezes in shock at Alicia's words, then anxiety claws at him. He can't tell if he messed up. Cross freezes in shock, eyes wide as confusion and alarm crash over him. Then he hears weird noises outside the window. Alicia snaps at the group for their wild overreaction as they spiral over Cross's sudden rise, then drops a twist nobody saw coming. Alicia shoots down the idea that someone with a jobless past and a hero bloodline could ever end up with each other, while everyone else hangs on her words, hearts pounding. Alicia's troubled face gives her secret panic away, and she grows wary as she feels the tension tightening around her. Alicia snaps into action with sudden urgency, and Cross's gut twists as he races to figure out what could have triggered her weird behavior. Now her eyes narrowed and her voice snapped, warning the group about the terrifying danger she just sensed, leaving Cross completely baffled. Cross freezes when Alicia warns him about a threat worse than a Hydra, and he can't tell if she's telling the truth. Cross senses the time to go is here, but Alicia leans in, smiles, and tells him they'll pick up their conversation later. Cross watched a totally unexpected incident unfold. Two strange figures lit up with bizarre powers, and it left him completely baffled. With a jealous elf in the mix, the two start snapping at each other, then one of them panics and frets that their reputation is about to get wrecked. Just like that, the trio realizes their rivalry could shove Cross straight into another surprise love interest. Locked in, they choose to move without slowing Cross down, but the way they act turns even more secretive. Cross jolts awake, hustles to school, and braces for whatever's coming, worry gnawing at him the whole way. Cross stares into the legend of a hero's power to crush the demon lord, and you can see the determination harden in his resolve. Cross stares straight at the grim truth of his goals, weighing every obstacle as the loud, non-stop city swirls around him. He's locked in on his mission, then something's off, because a cold presence just keeps hanging nearby. A brutal strike from that powerful figure slams into his focus, and Cross just stands there stunned, awestruck, unsettled, and unsure what comes next for his future. His eyes snapped open in shock as he sensed danger right around the corner, and realized something was seriously wrong. A brutal brawl detonates when a mystery swordsman ambushes Cross, and Cross has to fight for his life, defending with everything he's got. Cross gets shoved back after a brutal clash, legs wobbling as he fights to stay upright against his opponent. The mysterious swordsman smirks, clearly impressed by Cross's defense, and it's obvious his skill isn't a lucky fluke. Cross stands trapped by hostile figures, yells for answers, and feels completely lost and shaken. Cross is left speechless, not even realizing the brutal fight that's about to slam into him. As Cross clashes with a terrifying swordsman, the fight explodes. He slams down a shield to block that brutal, ferocious strike. Cross gets blasted through the air, totally crushed by the impact, and he finally clocks it. These attackers aren't just trying to take him down, they're straight up faster and better than him. Outnumbered but unfazed, Cross twists his agility into pure survival, slipping past every one of his opponent's strikes. Cross keeps blasting back at unstoppable enemies, but the whole scene is spiraling into total chaos. Enemies lose sight of Cross as he slips into the cracks of a messy alley, dodging a deadly corner before they can close in. Cross gritted his teeth, plotting how to lose his pursuers without walking straight into a trap. Just as Cross tries to slip away unnoticed, he's caught instantly, and a brutal confrontation erupts. As Cross squares up against a whole swarm of enemies, he realizes the danger is no longer lurking, it's closing in fast. Cross grits his teeth and shoves past his limits, slamming back against the enemy's crushing force. Then the truth hits, they're way stronger than he thought. Cross slips the attack with surgical precision, then snaps back with a crushing cross counter that flattens his opponent's strike. The advanced knight clenches through the pain, realizing Cross's skill is far deadlier than anyone guessed. Cross gets slammed backward by a brutal shield bash, his momentum shatters, and he tumbles down hard. Two enemies hurl a lethal fire spell at Cross, and he barely slips out of the blast just in time. Then bam, a rogue blasts robbery magic, throws the opponent off balance, and slips away into the smoke like a ghost. Cross is confronted by a powerful opponent, his threat leaving Cross momentarily startled and confused. His opponent snaps out a devastating 100 bone-crunching strikes that slam down like a raging whirlwind. The strike crashes down with terrifying force, blasting everything apart while the opponent screams in pure, furious panic. A wave of relief hits for a second as the two allies rush in to check on Cross, making sure he's still safe. Cross suddenly realizes his friends, Giselle and Gimlet, are in real danger. Panic slams into him instantly. Giselle grabs Cross's attention and warns him to watch his back, because rumors are spreading that someone's gunning for him. The group starts trading rumors about a massive reward for anyone who dares to challenge Cross, and suddenly every one of them starts side-eyeing the whole situation. Gazelle snaps at Cross, anyone who dares to challenge him will bring disgrace on themselves, and even while he's out of sight, hidden assassins could strike him any moment. Giselle snaps into an angry rant about the noble factions plotting against Cross, and Cross just stands there, completely awkward. Giselle fires off a fiery promise that he'll stay loyal to Cross, insisting Cross must accept the proper respect, while Cross just stands there utterly baffled, like he has no idea what's happening. Giselle closes in on Cross, drops to her knees, and vows her loyalty, saying she'll serve him however he needs. The whole crew huddles over Cross's looming danger, and Giselle can't stop fretting that an ambush could hit them any second. Even with annoyance simmering in her, Giselle steps up and offers to escort Cross, swearing she'll guard him with her life. Giselle and another character explode into a heated argument, each one swearing they're the one who has to protect Cross. Cross snapped in frustration, sick of Giselle and the others constantly trading blows, and reminded them, loud and clear, what their duties are. Cross lays it all out, then realizes their current defense is shaky at best, and the bodyguard plan is only a short-term cover. Cross admits he's been leaning way too hard on Giselle and Gimlet, and the fear hits him, because if the threats get worse, he might not be able to handle it alone. Giselle bursts onto the scene and announces a short-term combat training camp, pushing everyone to level up fast before they face way stronger opponents. Cross can't believe the camp idea, and Giselle hits him with the truth. This isn't roleplay, it's real combat. Giselle leans in and tells everyone the real secret: beef up your base abilities, because the future always throws surprises, and that kind of grind makes your whole strength jump. Cross gets thrown into the mix, teaming up with Giselle and the others to handle requests, while he grinds on brand new skills at the same time. Cross hesitates like, can I even handle requests from S-rank adventurers, or is that way too much for me? Cross is blown away by how smoothly his master handles everything, and how they see the danger coming before it even hits. Everyone scrambles to get ready, itching for what's next, and they finally roll out toward the mission that's waiting to test them. Cross stumbles back, stunned to learn they're marching straight into the deadly abyssal forest to meet their client. Cross and his crew finally reach this bizarre spot, and they can't stop staring. Every inch ahead looks totally unfamiliar, and the shock hits hard. They finally spot the ocean, and the moment it hits, their whole journey flips into something they never saw coming. Cross can't believe it. The beach is right there beside the forest, and he's stuck wondering what in the world is coming next. Giselle snaps the group into focus, reminding them this truce is temporary, so they'd better keep their hands off each other and stop causing trouble. He throws out salty jokes, and his crew erupts with laughter, because everyone already knows exactly what he's talking about. Cross can't stop staring at the ocean's beauty, but his smile crashes when his master vanishes out of nowhere. Cross gets shouted over by his companions, and they practically drag him along to explore while they wait, grinning with excitement. While they're chatting, Cross suddenly remembers, this expedition isn't only about training and grind, there's room to unwind too. Cross's stomach drops when she spots what looks like underwear, and she panics, thinking it's meant for aquatic monster training. Cross fumbles into the outfit, still awkward, squirming with every step as the open air exposes him, while the abyssal forest looms close by. Cross's jaw drops when Ryan shows up, apologizing for making him wait while he just stands on the beach. Rayoni snaps into a confident pose in that bold outfit, half wondering if she looks totally weird for daring to cross. Cross trips over his own words, blurting an apology for staring at Rayoni, only to watch her go visibly stunned. Rihan's cheeks burn red. She thought she was the one making her move, but Cross swoops in and reacts first. Cross fidgets, terrified he might have said the wrong thing, while Rayoni's face floods with a blush, totally confused by what just happened. Cross's jaw drops, he's completely flustered and blushing. Then Telemia strolls up in a revealing swimsuit, and his embarrassment spikes through the roof. Telemia fidgets and blurts to Cross, "Be honest, how's my swimsuit?" all while her confidence crumbles under the weight of her own self-doubt. Cross and Rihan freeze in shock, realizing they're both staring at Telemia's swimsuit, and it hits them all at once. Telemia blushes, can't stand the staring anymore, and snaps at Cross and Rayoni, straight up exposing how uncomfortable she feels. Admila explodes in a furious rant at everyone for being so shameless, and Cross and Telemia scramble to explain themselves. Cross jumps at the sound of Telema and Rayon, because the second they gear up for beach fun, the whole vibe turns tense. Telemia tells Cross to rub lotion on her back, and her teasing smile makes him feel more and more flustered. Cross is totally baffled, and Telemia grabs the moment to tell him, "Use enough lotion, trust me, it's made for underwater." Out of nowhere, a sea serpent erupts from the depths like a nightmare, forcing the whole group to snap into action fast. Cross screams for his master in panic as Telemia charges ahead, ready to smash the monster head-on. A massive sea serpent erupts from the deep, and Rayoni and her friend are left trembling as they fight to survive. Ryan snaps at Telemia to move as the serpent whips in. One deadly clash is about to erupt right in front of them. Telemia's strike lands like a thunderclap, snapping the serpent's focus and whipping it back in brutal pain, sending the water into total chaos. Raywin rockets straight into the fight, launching her own attack as her war god's crushing fists slam down on the serpent. With a thunderous strike, Rion smashes the serpent and hurls it all the way across the horizon until it crashes out of sight. As Rion unleashes a brutal strike, the sea serpent howls in agony, gets badly injured, and the whole ocean erupts into chaos. Shocked bystanders whispered how effortlessly Rayoni crushed the beast, and they couldn't help but wonder why it had been so terrifying before. Right out of nowhere, the protagonist gets hurled across the sand and loses control for a split second. After the skirmish, everything goes still. Lyudmila fumbles for cover, cheeks blazing as she awkwardly tries to disappear. The protagonist jolts in surprise when Lyudmila tugs his shirt out of nowhere, like it's all part of some mischievous game. Lyudmila nervously blurts for feedback while she squeezes into a swimsuit, her cheeks burning with pure embarrassment. The moment he clocks just how bold Lyudmila is, pure shock hits him like a truck, and his surprise spirals into something way bigger than it should be. The protagonist tries to make sense of the awkward mess, words tangling in his mouth as he scrambles to explain. Lyudmila looks at him, cheeks burning, asking what he thinks, yet shame hits him so hard he can't even bring himself to look. Lyudmila feels the whole weight of it crash over her, and as she stares at her own nerves, she can't stop asking, why is she so totally flustered? Lyudmila feels the pressure crushing her. She's right on the edge of breaking, fighting tooth and nail to keep her emotions in check. They lock eyes and the tension snaps tighter as the gap between them shrinks fast. Lyudmila froze right as he suddenly cut in, and the situation flipped into something she never saw coming. The showdown keeps getting hotter and a furious character explodes, demanding answers about exactly what they've been doing. Rage flares in the angry character as he demands silence, slamming the threat down with a brutal warning. One word from anyone and disaster will hit. Nervousness crashes over the Lyudmila as she finally bares her swimsuit, then she realizes she can't rein it in anymore. Panic hits the protagonist hard, she's overwhelmed, freezing in place, and she can't bring herself to look straight at it. The awkward tension won't quit, then strangers show up and slam the moment to a grinding halt, turning every heartbeat into pure stress. Things spiral the moment a furious voice roars for answers, turning an awkward situation up to 11. The truth finally slams into place, and the scene exposes the real reason everyone's gathered, and why the protagonist can't escape getting involved. Cross's eyes widen when he realizes they're calling him in for a special favor, even though an S-rank adventurer should have been the one handling it. As they sprint toward the site, Cross can't help but wonder, what kind of job are they really walking into? Lyudmila flexes her speed and raw power, rockets ahead, and yells for Cross to chase after her. Cross is left speechless, staring as his companions unleash jaw-dropping skill right in front of him. Lyudmila unleashes a jaw-dropping ice spell, and her absolute zero magic blasts the world into an instant, unbreakable freeze. Cross and his crew stride up to a mysterious dungeon, hearts pounding as they have no clue what kind of horrors and surprises are waiting just beyond that door. As they close in, the dungeon looms up with a terrifying entrance, pulling their eyes straight into its pitch-black depths. The team strides into the dungeon, and the second they do, they feel it. This isn't just any place, it's wrapped in a special condition. Right in front of them, a brutal barrier slams down, one even Salty, an S-rank adventurer, can't break through. Lyudmila tells them straight up, before they can even step into the dungeon, they've got to hit the right conditions first. Cross and his crew are hit with a brutal dungeon rule, beat it only if everyone's under level 10, and they're left totally stunned. Lyudmila tells them those dungeon monsters are basically on the same level as advanced classes, so the danger hits way harder. They're hunting a priceless item hidden past the dungeon boss, because beating him isn't the end, it's just the start of a way harder mission. They crack open the treasure, and realize it isn't some random mineral at all, it's the demon god's legendary legacy. Cross is totally stunned that Lyudmila, despite her sweet, peaceful vibe, actually wants to hunt down the demon lord's treasures. Lyudmila lets it slip, she'd already given up on snagging the demon king's treasures, until she saw Cross's skills and something clicked. Cross can't stop worrying about grabbing the treasure, but Lyudmila shoots him a huge reassurance with a generous offer. Cross still can't shake his doubts about that dungeon because even Salty, the demon king himself, threw in the towel. Lyudmila slides her hands over the top-tier item box and tells him how it can stash everything inside a totally separate space. Lyudmila hands him a cross packed with emergency dungeon escape gear, plus a crystal that keeps a close eye on how he's doing. Cross gets buried under the treasures, but Salty grabs his attention and tells him, "Don't freak out, this is exactly the plan." Lyudmila steps up, plotting the next move and lining up a perfect cross, all while charging into the dangerous dungeon ahead with fearless confidence. They crash into the dungeon entrance, an unforgiving trap of a place where only real strength and sharp strategy can break through. Cross nods along with Liadmilla's plan, convinced it's the perfect shot to level up his vital skills. With pure grit, he strode forward, declaring, "I'm giving it a shot," and braced himself to take on the dungeon head-on. Cross plunges into the glowing undersea dungeon, bracing himself for a trial he's never seen before. With his eyes shut, Cross kicks on level 3 presence detection and sweeps the area for any hidden enemies lurking nearby. Heart hammering, he slips past the guards without a sound, threading his way through the tight coral walls with razor-sharp agility. His mentor slams him with a whole new plan: dodge every fight, slip in with stealth, and use thief-style dungeon skills to stay out of combat. Even with his doubts, Cross figures it out fast. Evasion keeps him alive, forces him to hold back his magic, and makes his hiding skills razor-sharp when danger closes in. Cross trains without mercy because detection never shuts off, even when he's asleep, so his reflexes and instincts stay razor-sharp. Cross edges forward with rising confidence, convinced he can slip into the boss room unnoticed and leave without a scratch. Silver wolves slam into his path, moving as one to unleash lethal attacks way beyond anything he can survive right now. Even with stealth, the wolves clock him, then growls explode from the dark, and every glare locks onto his body as tension spikes. Caught in a ring and panicking, Cross gets hit, his stealth plan collapses, and the wolves surge forward fast, brutal, and without mercy. Cross's scream tears through the air as the wolves swarm him, and he barely manages an emergency dash out of the dungeon. His mentor yanks him out of danger just in time, and he staggers there dazed and wrecked, barely dodging defeat. The mentor's laid it all out. Stealth has holes in it. The smell can give you away, the sight can catch you, and mana leakage can betray you, so one whiff or flicker of light means your presence gets crushed the moment danger hits. They let the wolves rest, because reading their behavior can give you a sharper game plan than just trying to hide. Cross drops into a crouch, eyes locked, calculating. There's only seconds left before Sento betrays him, so he coils up for one final, desperate dash. He darts forward with razor-precise dashes, and until the moment the hit connects, enemies never even sense him. With flawless concealment, Cross ambushes the wolves, and when they finally realize it, he's already charging in, too fast for them to react. Boosting his strength and sword skills on the move, Cross crashes through a wolf with overwhelming force, striking in a flash, fast, sharp, and perfectly on target. He barrels deeper into the cave with the hunters on his heels, then the whole wolf pack explodes into pursuit, snapping forward with relentless fury. He slips back into a split corridor, while the wolves fan out and prowl the maze with sharp, cautious focus. Cross kills the last wolves in dead silence, one perfect strike after another, until they all drop, their bodies hitting the ground one by one. He remembers his master's plan, using the terrain like a trap and slipping in with stealth to spring an ambush on enemies packed into tight choke points. With exhaustion clawing at him and caution screaming in his head, Cross finally drags himself to the ominous door that seals the dungeon boss's chamber. He steps in, wondering what kind of boss he's about to meet, then bam, an explosive surprise hits him. Cross comes to outside, stunned and dazed, blinking up at the open sky as dragons spiral overhead. Cross jerks awake on the beach, and his mentors break into praise for his stealth and the grit he showed throughout the trial. He's left reeling when he realizes he got, in an instant, without even laying eyes on the dungeon boss. The mentors push everyone to level up, because tackling unknown threats is the whole point of training, and retreat is totally allowed today. Day 2 kicks off, and after fully recovering, Cross steps in with no limits, ready to take the boss head-on like he means it. He finishes his pre-battle plan, then drops the concealment and steps straight into the danger head-on. Cross steps into a cavern of jagged, towering spires, and the air itself feels like it's daring him to face what's coming. A swirling ball of energy suddenly bursts into existence in front of Cross, and you can feel the incoming danger closing in fast. Cross snaps to attention as the danger hits, and suddenly he recognizes the dungeon boss, because this is exactly who he failed to reach before. Even with all that noise and presence crowding him, Cross fights to find the boss, and that creepy atmosphere just won't let up. Cross senses something and jolts in surprise, his focus snapping to a sudden movement or a sound that shouldn't be there. Cross barely slips past death, snapping out of the way just in time as deadly rocks slam down around him. He spots a colossal, weird earthworm-like monster crawling out of the shadows, and that glaring eye locks on like a threat. Finally, the creature bursts through Cross's stealth and shatters his cover, so he has to fire up his enhanced physical abilities just to get away. In a last-ditch sprint for his life, Cross bolts to freedom, only to get chased non-stop by that thing. With one final surge of pure determination, Cross snaps in a devastating counterstrike and drops the creature for good. Cross is fighting for his life, ripping into a swarm of spiked giant earthworms as they close in from every side. Spotting more than one shadow, Cross snaps. He knows his stealth is finished, and he braces to strike back. With zero time left, he slams his physical enhancement on and throws himself into the dodge as the attacks come crashing in. Cross barely makes it out, staring in disbelief as the full weight of the danger hits him. He makes his fourth run at clearing the dungeon, knowing one wrong move could snuff out his life. Cross snaps to a hidden presence and realizes the tentacles wrapped around him aren't the dungeon boss at all. Cross grits his teeth, unleashes a triple wind lance, and blasts straight toward the target's position. His attack unleashes a brutal whirlwind through the dungeon, tearing everything apart and leaving chaos in its wake. Cross finally rips through the mystery to find the real dungeon boss, then a giant entity smashes out of the rubble, roaring to life. A colossal underground monster rips itself out of the earth in a violent burst, shattering the rocks and whipping its thick tentacles like weapons. Cross gapes in disbelief as a tentacled beast traps him, shoving him farther into the cavern's dark lair. Facing off against Lampadine, a terrifying high-level plant monster, Cross jams his sword deep into the grotesque nest. Cross spots the central eye as its weak point, and now he's gearing up to smash through its defense swarm. Cross flips on emergency mode, scans for danger and braces hard, then fires back with a counterattack from every angle. Cross tears through the battle by unleashing speed-boosted clone after clone, yanking the tentacles' attention aside as they smash through the monster's defensive ring. Even with his agility, Cross gets swarmed by non-stop attacks, and every time he tries to close in, the main body stays out of reach. Throwing caution to the wind, he lunged with cross charges straight at the creature's weak eye, betting everything, even if it cost him his life. Tentacles swarm and surge forward, slamming through the air as he crawls nearer to the core's deadly stare. Cross starts charging his ultimate move. He's targeting the tentacles for a full-on blindside, then blasting straight through the creature's defenses. Cross unleashes a triple intermediate cross counter, slicing straight through the incoming tentacles with perfectly synced blade strikes. He hurls the triple wind lance skyward, pumping magic into a spiraling blast that targets the monster head-on. The wind slams into the main body, smashing the defenses and tearing right through the upper tentacle swarm. Cross basked in the victory, certain his strike had flipped the brutal fight on its head. Even with the eye still alive, he tore through a ton of those tentacles until they went down, and now Cross is ready to hit the exact same attack strategy again. Suddenly, the severed tentacles snap back into place, and with a sickening splash of grotesque fluid, they regenerate, fusing back together to rebuild their entire structure. Cross panics explode as Lampadine regrows everything in a flash, then the truth hits. An unknown ability kicks in, blasting him with mind-bending speed and insane, instant regeneration. He watches the monster heal in real time, and then it clicks. It's gulping dungeon magic straight in, using it to stitch its injuries back up. Cross gets swarmed by endless regeneration tentacles that just keep multiplying. Then they clamp down on him and hold him in place before he can even back away. He realizes the monster's strength was wildly underestimated, and this dungeon is guarding a forbidden legacy way bigger than he can handle. Lampadine's main eye snaps shut tighter, reacting in a flash to the sudden surge, and her aggressive magical pressure crashes into the air like a warning. Cross lunges with a speed burst, hurling an intermediate dark magic spell straight ahead as he screams his true intent. He locks onto the tentacles and goes for the kill, cutting the magical links first so the entire body collapses from the inside out. Dark magic surges around him as Cross bears his next move, and tentacles crowd in from every direction like the world is closing in. To Lampadine's horror, Lampadine slams into the magic's transmission path and blocks the spell cold, saving the core structure from taking any damage. Cross triggers physical hardening, but the tentacles smash him midair. His own momentum gets crushed right back into him. Barely standing and completely drained, Cross starts weighing one wild move, using an escape item to reset the challenge. As old memories of his mentors crash back in, he remembers he's built to adapt on the fly, slip unseen with stealth, and fight in a way nobody can predict. Inspired, Cross slams back into enhanced physical form, and suddenly realizes the enemy still hasn't figured out the full set of tactics he's got. He fires off yet another triple wind lance, snapping atmosphere and magic into place with laser-sharp control and pinpoint targeting. Cross rockets upward, magical aura blazing as he summons the Tyrant Dragon Spear, then hammers it down as his deadliest finishing blow. He smashes the seal on his magic stash and blasts the stored energy out with a defiant roar. The triple wind lance, pumped even harder with double pressure, detonates outward and rips up a giant wind vortex swirling around him. At last, the spiraling strike breaks through and slams straight into Lampadine's central eye with brutal force. Tentacles jerk and thrash as the core recoils in pain, its eye blasted, while its whole body spirals downward into total collapse. A charging attack screams forward and slams straight into Lampadine's core, shredding it as it shrieks in pure agony. The monster thrashes through the air, smashing everything with a brutal shockwave that tears its surroundings apart in one last violent burst. Even with everything battered, Lampadine lashes out with enchanted tentacles, sealing itself into an unbreakable magical cocoon that shrugs off every next attack. Cross launches an elegant leap, blasts wine magic to soar over its defenses, and races straight for the exposed eye. He rockets through the air, wind howling around him, and snaps his path straight for the monster's core. Cross whips out of the way of spinning tentacles midair, and as Lampadine locks eyes on him, he realizes those lightning-fast, unpredictable moves are coming. The monster jolts back to life, panicking as it flings wild punches and blasts out defensive pulses in pure desperation. Cross crouches behind stone, vanishing his trail with presence concealment and slipping through the monster's blind spots without a sound. Lampadine's eye finally opens up wide as it claws its limbs inward, completely oblivious to the Cross bearing down on it. Cross amps up his sword work, charging straight in with a last, brutal strike that shatters through the monster's core. As the tentacles drop limp, Cross crashes onto the monster's huge, still core like he just landed the final blow. Worn out but still standing, Cross stares as the defeated Lampadine crumbles away, and he knows the battle is finally over. With the way cleared at last, Cross spun toward the next dungeon chamber. Cross bursts back from his journey, grinning like a winner as he strides through the cave entrance. Cross shows off his new power and blows everyone away, channeling life and mana with flawless precision. The whole team erupts in celebration for Cross, cheering his win, cheering how far he's come, and praising the upgrades to his skills. In this cramped little room, the team stumbles on a hidden treasure chest, and what they find inside is a tiny stash that somehow feels even more shocking. Cross and the crew crack the case and stumble onto a massive treasure trove packed with relics and weapons left behind by the demon god. Cross soaks up the praise for his hard-earned win, but right when the bigger, deadlier treasure beckons, doubt grips him tight. The crew pushes Cross to grab the best gear right now, betting on one thing: once he gets it, his power is going to skyrocket. Cross slams his new gear into place, unleashing intense magic that rips open into a colossal tornado of raw power. Cross stares at the new gear and realizes its power isn't just strong, it's already too big for him to control. Cross decides to stick with his current weapon like it's calling to him, then he factors in what Giselle chose. Cross digs through the treasure pile and snatches an old, tattered sword, only to feel nothing magic pulsing from it at all. Cross fumbles and accidentally triggers the sword, and it blasts out a sudden wave of raw, violent power he can't control. Cross grapples with that brutal weapon, and it rips control from his hands. Then his friends see the chaos exploding right in front of them. The sword gets revealed as nothing but a worthless, sacred blade, an accursed weapon with mysterious powers that feel dangerous the second you lay eyes on it. The whole team starts doubting why they're even here, and then one brave member blurts out, "Let's test that sword, use it, and find out what it can really do." The sword morphs into a gauntlet, and the second it spits out crushing power, the wielder is left totally bewildered. The gauntlet keeps transforming, and then a tsunami of magic crashes through the air, blowing everyone's minds wide open. Unleashed *absolute zero ** blasts out like pure dominance, freezing everything in its path to prove just how powerful he really is. Cross and his crew hit their abilities at once, cranking up their combat power and supercharging their healing magic. They break down the sword's magic, how it morphs and even patches itself up, depending on the skills you use. People start calling the sacred sword worthless, even though it's packed with unreal powers and jaw-dropping magic. The sword's transformation fights back, shifting shapes without warning, until Cross is left completely baffled. Cross starts to feel the sword isn't just a weapon anymore. It clicks in his mind as he spots the eerie similarities between its past and his own. That sword is primed to evolve and get stronger, perfect for Cross, because it comes packed with abilities nobody else has. Cross snatches the sword, instantly sensing its strange power and the heavy responsibility that comes with it, then flashes a real gratitude for the gift. Cross, brand new weapon in hand, leans in to talk to Giselle, then she spots the hilt design has totally changed. Giselle grabs Cross's attention and offers to train him, teasing a brand new fighting style she's picked up just recently. Cross drops a bombshell announcement. He's heading to a weekend training camp with his master, and Giselle can't believe what she's hearing because it's all about self-improvement. Giselle seethes with hurt because Cross keeps choosing training over spending time with her, and it's tearing at her feelings. It all erupts into a brutal shouting match between Giselle and a noble, and poor Cross gets trapped right in the middle of the fire. Cross and his crew sprint to get the materials the request demands, because the next move is already waiting. The crew gathers around to talk through the mission, and they break it down. These special materials are the town's famous local specialty. They set out for the kingdom of Almeria, crossing massive wild landscapes just to grab the one item they need. Even with their advanced wind magic, they still run into a brutal problem. Buying the boundary crystal they need just won't go their way. Cross scans the town and finds it dead silent, with this creepy emptiness hanging over everyone like the life got drained out. Cross and his crew comb the area for boundary crystals until they find the brutal truth: bandits already swiped them clean. Our town's drowning in empty shelves because shipments never show up, and now thieves are circling harder than ever, hitting the area day after day. A monster stampede erupts and throws everything into chaos, smashing straight into the kingdom's border army and wrecking the town in a big way. The army keeps trying to restore order, but the town's economy is hanging by a thread, right on the verge of collapse. With tensions already snapping at the seams, a robbery erupts in the central district, smashing right into an already fragile situation. Cross screams a warning as his crew barrels through the streets, barely dodging disaster at the last second. A thief gang member barrels toward a scared girl, but Cross is stuck too far away to stop it. The girl's bucket gets slammed out of her hands, spills its contents everywhere, and she jolts in shock, gasping. Cross whips around, shocked to find a brutal powerhouse standing over the thieves, wiping them out in seconds with zero effort. A mysterious woman strides forward, calm as ever, and corners the thieves like she's got a few questions they can't dodge. Cross shoots a warning with urgency as a pack of thieves barrels toward him, and right after, a girl. After a lightning-fast standoff, the thieves get knocked down, but the girl is left looking like she's in real trouble. Once the thieves are gone, the girl, panicked and desperate, starts spilling secrets she never meant to let out. Cross frowns, uneasy, and fires off frantic questions about what just happened, while the girl grins like she's completely satisfied with every move. The team steals up, ready to snatch back the stolen goods and slam into the thieves who caused all that chaos. Cross and his three masters busted through the mountains to uncover the thief gang's secret hideout. That massive fortress towers over them, and its defenses feel impossible to crack unless they've got a rock-solid strategy. Seeing just how strong that base is, they map out siege tactics and realize the terrain gives the defenders a huge advantage. They go full stealth mode, erase their presence, wipe out the lookouts, then strike with a direct attack. Inside, the thieves go into full panic as alarms scream, and their drunken confidence is ripped apart the moment the intrusion signals hit. Even after the warnings, Cross and the Masters slam straight at the gate, and the enemy is left reeling by their bold, unexpected confidence. Enemies snap back with a storm of arrows, and Cross feels the brutal threat of a frontal assault hit him right in the face. The Masters unmask the hidden threat in those still, ballistic eyes, and then, with stone-calm precision, they sent incoming projectiles flying off course with the perfect countermeasures. Cross barrels right after them as the group crashes through, mowing down the guards posted at tight choke points. They unleash a brutal blast, wipe out every shred of resistance, and lock down the corridor before any new ambushes can even spring. The enemy scrambles away in pure terror, too late, because the traps snap shut and reinforcements lock down every escape route. Detection magic flashes the base layout clear as day, and with sheer force she hurls earth-based magic that wrecks everything in its path. The enemy scouts spotted the ground twisting out of nowhere, but they didn't realize magic was reshaping the whole battlefield behind their backs. The whole fortress buckles and caves in, and then, boom, a hidden dome snaps shut, trapping the mountain and everyone defending it inside. When they realize escape is a dead end, the desperate enemies lock in and charge, straight at the Cross and the Masters. Cross fought to keep standing as enemies suddenly swarmed in from every side, cutting off his escape with zero warning. Instinct hits like lightning and he slips out of the way, shocking even himself and the deadly swordsman charging in. Seeing how skilled his opponent is, Cross plants his guard, while his mentor's warning hits hard about elite-class fighters. The Masters point at him and say, "That's our elite bladesman, second in command of the whole thief base, no doubt." As the Masters retreat, Cross is forced to unleash his weapon and take on a pack of furious swordsmen. Cross plants his feet and steadies his sword as the enemy charges straight at him, desperate to end him for good. With razor-sharp focus and pure refusal to back down, he shouts the true name of his weapon, Viatros. His opponent slams down a flurry of buffs, rockets forward with terrifying speed, and charges in like they're about to end the duel for good. Cross unleashes a jolt that hardens his body on the spot, and he barrels through the brutal collision while dust erupts from their non-stop, violent clash. Out of nowhere, Cross rips open a radiant shield that dazzles the enemy and snaps right in front of the killing blow, blocking it cold. The mighty swordsman staggers back hard, blindsided by Cross's sudden shield and that shocking jolt of resistance. A sharp low kick slams into the enemy's leg, snatches his opening, and drops him off balance fast. As the opponent crumples in pain, Cross snaps on presence concealment and vanishes into the shadows. Frustration and confusion slam the swordsman as he roars into the fog, still unable to sniff out Cross's sneaky hiding spot. From the shadows, Cross explodes forward with a brutal counter, smashing his opponent for not clocking him in time. Cross triggers intermediate swordplay Enhance and blasts his opponent skyward with a violent burst of explosive force. The enemy gets hurled across the field with no way to stop it, caught helpless as the final finishing strike lands. Cross studies his blade and realizes his training is finally paying off. His mentor's skills are rubbing off on him, and he can't help but beam with pride. Just as the loot gets locked down, one final enemy crawls back into the scene, snatches a hostage, and swings a blade to threaten everyone. The masters lay out hostage tactics like it's routine, calmly telling Cross this is just a bluff, powered by fear, nothing more. Cross gets live tips mid-battle as the enemy scrambles in panic, only to realize they've been straight up ignored the whole time. Without a second thought, she unleashes a stone bullet and drops the hostage taker with one savage strike. Cross tore through the fallen enemies, found their leader, and watched the truth click. He confirmed they staged the hostage situation. After wiping out the bandits, the crew bursts with relief, celebrates their win, and hammers out plans to push even faster. Back in town, whispers start flying about these mysterious heroes, then suddenly they vanish before anyone even gets the chance to praise them. The crew slips out quietly, steering clear of any notice, and even dodging the grateful thanks spilling up from the village still crawling back to health. They spotted another bandit hideout, struck immediately, and wiped it out like it was just a quick stop on their way. They step into the lost forest to meet their client, then Cross blunders and gets knocked away from the group. Alone in a meadow, Cross stumbles on a mysterious girl, sitting silently among the wildflowers like she's been waiting for him. He slipped into the lost forest and then spotted a girl alone on the ground, shattered like her world had already ended. Suddenly she snapped that he'd seen something forbidden, and right then, her hidden power exploded in a violent burst. The force vanished in an instant, and confusion clawed at him as he froze, too cautious to breathe. He swept the clearing with his eyes, but she was already gone. Shaken by what just happened, he stared at the world and wondered, was any of this real, or was it all just an illusion? Moments later, his party finally crashed in, journeying deeper into the forest, where answers waited, and danger was already prowling. A massive palace burst out of the forest mist out of nowhere, slamming the group to a stop, stunned, on edge, and not sure what they'd just stepped into. Again, cheers snapped into panic as the residents inside heard the shouting and rushed to the gate, because unexpected intruders had slipped in. Below them, jagged pillars of earth erupted upward with terrifying force, slicing the group off from each other and screaming, clear as day, attack. Trapped as the walls shot up around them, Cross screamed in horror at the sight of his master's hurt and pinned in place. With a single, jaw-dropping strike, a mysterious woman smashed the earthen prison wide open and snapped them free in an instant. Even after being warned, a brutal shockwave detonated across the area. He threw up a shield just in time as the dust finally cleared. A towering woman stepped out, grinning like she'd seen this coming, and even in the chaos, her playful jab made it clear she knew the attacker personally. The whole crew touched down safely, and the woman greeted them like they were old friends back in her living room again. Then the introductions finally kicked off. Roselia Arcobellino, the old woman with the highest priest-class title, wielded a mountain of power no one even remembered. Once she'd been a legend, but she gently corrected them like it was nothing. Her glory days were over, yet everyone still held her in the highest respect. Roselia shrugged off her power, but admitted her magic could twist space itself and wipe out even elite young adventurers. Under her control, the whole zone rewrote the rules, physics bent, and even access depended entirely on her. Even with all her mastery, age was eating away at her magic barrier, and now she had to swap broken components using pricey, rare materials. The orphanage's secret whereabouts lured in troubled kids, and her barrier became the one thing standing between them and disaster, securing their safety and their future. Right then, a voice from far away shouted, cross-sterned, and you could tell they recognized the girl who'd been in the forest earlier. Later, lightning ripped across the sky as the girl's Sylphie crashed into the group with joy, and the moment she saw them, relief hit her harder than any thunder. That strange familiarity lit up a dozen questions. Cross even hooked her into the field encounter, and Sylphie teased him nonstop, accusing him of spying. Thayer's awkward tension hit the room like a shock, and everyone noticed instantly, because the boy and the spirit girl had already crossed paths before. They finally unveiled her, Sylphie Stellicott, a rare half-spirit born with jaw-dropping natric power and a mysterious origin no one can explain. Legends whispered about spirit folk, but Sylphie wasn't just some fairy tale. She was real, crushingly powerful, and right there in front of them. Her ancestry revealed a rare fusion wind and fire spirits blended, birthing lightning within her bloodline. Cross stared in shock. Sylphie could actually turn into living lightning, a power so rare only the boldest could dream of it. A human body hosting spirit magic made her unlike anyone else, maybe even the last one of her kind. Even without any official class, Sylphie's speed and magic blasted past most veteran magic users, making her stronger than they could hope to keep up with. When people asked about Cross, the masters proudly called him their shared student, strong, loyal, and still leveling up. Both just stared in silence, then Sylphie suddenly exploded with excitement, totally blown away by Cross's sincere expression. She praised his training bright as sunshine, then introduced herself all over again, no longer on guard, openly calling him sister like it was always meant to be. Here right now, trusting him, Sylphie grabbed onto the moment and offered to share her secret spot, yanking Cross along with pure, unstoppable excitement. They pulled up to a silent building, and Cross tiptoed inside, staring at it like he couldn't figure out why this place mattered so much. Without warning, Sylphie snapped, and just like that her mood flipped. She tore into Cross with harsh accusations as sparks erupted, and that burning surge of emotion slammed back. Jealousy snapped through Sylphie. She challenged Cross and blew the room apart with a spirit energy burst, no breaks, no mercy. But right after the impact, she disappeared out of thin air, and Cross was left standing there, shaken and totally clueless about her sudden, explosive feelings. He burst back into the palace, and the mentors told him, "We're staying longer. There's magical material nearby we have to gather." Cross tore into the reality around him, but the others shrugged it off and kept moving, prepping him like it was business as usual for the next field assignment. Everything flipped at the last second to keep him safe, so they ordered Cross to stay put at the orphanage. Roselia handed Cross a brutal special mission, the orphanage's toughest job, reserved only for the truly unbreakable. The toughest hit came out of nowhere, then the ground buckled, and a colossal magical structure erupted into view, towering so high it left everyone stunned. The whole structure mutated into a massive city, and Cross's job somehow stayed alive after he survived a tag game against a bunch of non-stop, high-energy kids. Right then, the kids' bodies snapped into monstrous forms, and monstrous silhouettes loomed everywhere. Cross instantly knew this was going to be brutally hard. Roselia calmed him down, but those terrifying, werewolf-like kids made it crystal clear. This wasn't some casual lesson, it was the real deal training. Cross bolts awake in a magical arena, trapped in a vicious curse that forces his true power to stay sealed inside the virtual battlefield. Standing from the towering starting point, he scans the massive arena where fighting and survival crash together. Using pure stealth and sharp detection, he spots 30 scattered enemies and then maps out a slow, careful push forward. His cover snaps and the girl spots him. Her team closes in fast, chasing him hard with no hesitation and no mercy. A brutal beast lunges at him from the rooftop. Somehow it slips past his sharpest senses without a trace. The divine wolf laughs at Cross, bragging that its stealth is unmatched, and it's closing in at breakneck speed with total, ruthless confidence. Desperation hits hard. Cross triggers enhancement magic, smashes straight through the wall, and bolts to escape the chase. With every strike sliding past him, he rockets through narrow alleys, then vaults up walls and sprints across rooftops without ever slowing down. Cross bursts forward with lightning-fast speed and wind magic, shattering the chase for a heartbeat and sending the enemies flying across the heart of the district. Spectators are left staring in disbelief. How is his class pulling off magic and physical buffs that slick so effortlessly? Confusion hits the crowd fast. While everyone's stuck in shock, Cross bolts forward, ready to slam on the gas and widen the gap. An enormous axe rips through the street, and he grimaces, then toughens his body on the fly as he barrels forward. A scream blasts from a nearby window, and he freezes, because something feels terribly wrong, like danger is breathing down his neck. Sylphie ambushes him out of nowhere, slamming her massive axe straight into his only escape route. She tags him, nails the clean ending to the trial, and even after everything goes wrong, his clever resistance still wins their praise. The masters take turns on support duty, rotating roles so Cross improves keep climbing, while they stockpile the mission-critical supplies. Back at the bathhouse, he spots childish, hand-drawn short comics, like a mischievous prank gift left there just to get him. In shorts, he takes Sylphie's teasing on the chin, and yeah, it still stings, but compared to the bullying before, this feels almost harmless. Even with that playful streak, she stays guarded, snapping into defense the moment a stranger comes too close. Cross can't stop wondering why she only spills her real thoughts when it's Roselia, and only within their tight little circle. Tucked behind a tree, Sylphie catches cruel words that slice right through her, ripping open old emotional scars and crushing insecurities all over again. When Cross closes in with concern, she snaps into defense and barks at him to back off, right now. Her frustration erupts, she spits out that his kindness only proves her wrong, rips into him for every cruel thing she keeps doing, and then screams at him to disappear. All alone, Cross clocks the hostility and can't shake the feeling it's really jealousy, or pain she just doesn't know how to show. He finally learns the truth. Sylphie was once a test subject of the Empire, until the Masters swooped in and rescued her. The Oka Empire rains down bombs on its own city, trampling civilian lives as it chases ruthless goals. Two ruthless warriors snapped their hands forward and unleashed devastating spells, hell-bent on smashing the Empire's advancing army. Meteor spells slammed from the sky, shredding tanks and fortifications, and turning most of the second city into rubble in an instant. At last, after the devastation, they tear open the captives and free the prisoners, leaving the Empire with no way to hunt their people down again. Amid the rubble, they stumble on a sealed vault, its purpose and contents still a complete mystery to them. Chained to a cold experiment and blasted by lethal electricity, young Sylphie gets dragged through sheer torture and captivity as nothing more than a test subject. Her rare spirit nature made her a prime target, so the Masters snapped her up under strict protection. A cloaked orphanage became her lifeline, keeping her safe while she grew up and clung to her guardians with her whole heart. Cross kicks off another week of training, but this time the air is packed with warnings about magical threats and a creeping buzz about black market arms. That weekend, Cross sprinted from rooftop to rooftop, chasing his target midair and pushing his brutal tag-based survival training to the limit. While Cross grinds through brutal training, the Masters start snapping at each other over who gets to claim him as their disciple. Alone in the hall, Sylphie stews over his relentless push and the crushing distance that's been burning inside her for so long. She snaps on a smile, shoves her insecurity aside, and clings to dinner plans while her sister figures steady her from the side. Cross gets praised by everyone. His insane growth shocks even the people running his weird training routine. Even with her staying quiet, Cross shoots her a warm thanks, then flashes a signal that he'll be back come what may. Sylphie snaps, furious and confused, completely buried under emotions she just can't hold back anymore. Her lightning detonates like a thunderclap. Violently, Cross is thrown into severe injury as he tries to calm her amid the chaos. When it hits her what she just did, Sylphie crumples, tears spilling hard as she stammers apologies, stunned beyond words. His body crashes outside, knocked out cold by the blast, while the whole area stays scorched from runaway. Magic later, Sylphie finally learns the hard truth. She can't fully control her lightning, and she never once intended to hurt anyone. Sylphie's lightning nature is straight-up deadly. Only the people who take care of her can stand close without getting scorched. Alone and sobbing, she blames herself all over again, crushed by the fact that her powers ended up hurting someone she truly loves. Little did she know, a crew of cloaked figures watched her weakness from the shadows, far off and closing in. Sylphie's insane power didn't make her proud. It dragged her into heartbreak, leaving her to face abandonment and rejection from her own mother. Ordinary parents watched her uncontrollable gift spiral out of control, and soon isolation became the only shelter for her fragile heart. Clutching those symbolic flowers, she drifted back to the quiet days, fragile truces between her bickering but deeply loving parents. With every cruel jab in that terrifying chase, she clung to memories etched to the reconciliation flower. Even after her father died and her mother shattered her trust, she swallowed the pain, swearing she'd forgive, guided by one last, defiant bloom. Sylphie frantically snatched up flowers, praying her sister would get the heartfelt apology in time, before it all slipped away. Even though Cross didn't know how she'd take it, he still clenched his honesty and made up his mind to say it straight to her face. With permission to go all in, the team pushed forward, and their mentor eyed the boy's determination with amused, curious interest. With detection magic, they probed the barrier for answers, but Sylphie's presence was gone, erased without a single trace. Panic hammered through her body. Her spirit blood couldn't stand the open air for long. Right when she swung around to go, a weird flash of light swallowed her up, and her feet locked in place, unable to move. Dark tendrils blasted out and clamped around her, yanking her with brutal force while, just a short distance away, Enemy after enemy stared as her energy beacon flared to life. Their ambush hit dead on when the masked leader saw the trap snap shut with zero resistance. A chilling smile spread across his face. Her captors reveled in what she was worth, then that spirit-sealing magic hit, stealing Sylphie's strength until she couldn't fight back or break free. Sensing the danger, the kidnapper snapped orders for a fast escape before her terrifying crew could slam into the scene. Faint cries tore across the sky, but her friends didn't make it in time. Every frantic shout sank their hearts lower and lower, and then they followed Sylphie's lingering magic trail, and what they uncovered sent a chill deeper than they ever expected. Spirit restraint traces revealed high-grade gear. Only weapons-only elite factions could get their hands on tools like that. Even though they weren't skilled, the kidnappers still busted out forbidden tools to cripple the child's power. Something felt horribly wrong. Once they clocked the bigger plot, they split up. One crew sprinted to defend the orphanage from what was coming. Telomia rockets through the sky like a missile, blasting straight back to the orphanage. Rage thundered in their chests as the masters geared up to fight. Cross was told to stay right behind them. They blasted through the sky at bone-chilling speed, fueled by pure rage and itching to obliterate their enemies. Enemy scouts felt an unstoppable killing rage roll through the air, so brutal it froze their breath in their throats, like they were staring down the real monsters. The kidnappers panicked on the spot, and their leader instantly regretted ever messing with someone like Sylphie. Vile bragged that his trap had a pre-planned escape route, leading him straight through forbidden terrain while everyone chased after him. The pursuers surged closer, and one of them swore they could feel Sylphie's magic trace flickering faintly from the cliffs. They tore forward and boom, a cave mouth appeared, and every legend they'd ever heard suddenly came roaring back, raising alarms in the group. They pushed through a glowing magical threshold, and boom, alarms screamed because it was no ordinary cave at all. Realization hit hard. This wasn't a natural cave at all. It was a level-locked dungeon built to stop high-ranked intruders from crossing. Cross realized the dungeon laughed at strong warriors. Only low-level fighters were allowed to step inside and fight their way through. The masters raged with fury, but the barrier crushed their might and left them helpless to chase after him straight on. In that huge dungeon maze, the endless space and countless exits made it nearly impossible to catch the kidnappers, unless someone inside tipped you off. Even if the plan looked like a last-ditch gamble, the crew still weighed one brutal idea: map the inside by hand to stop their enemies from slipping away. Cross surged forward, refusing to back down. He charged in solo, vowing to rescue Sylphie with pure grit. Then he blurted his declaration, and the masters froze. His sudden courage cut right through the silence of their hesitation. Even with fear clawing at him, he couldn't shake the truth. Sylphie was feeling even worse. He couldn't walk away from her now. His training kicked in, and he'd even trained to take on advanced class fighters. Seeing what he was up against, the masters nodded, then backed his resolve with supplies, putting their hopes right in his hands. With bare-bones gear and one last round of warnings ringing in his ears, Cross steeled himself to step inside, because he wasn't just going in, he was carrying all their faith on his back. The masters barked their final orders at him, screaming not to push past his limits during the mission. Cross caught sight of the rift, then launched forward, because even saving Sylphie might not leave them a way out. Fueled by enhancement magic, he sprinted straight into the dungeon with one goal: reach her, no matter what. Inside, monsters churned awake, and Cross slipped in under the radar, dodging every threat and getting past the danger before the first guardian even clocked his movement. With stealth and mad tracking instincts, he slipped past the monster patrols and followed Sylphie's leftover magic farther into the dark. He stumbled into an enemy squad, caught completely off guard, then the kidnappers struck with a straight-up ambush against. Even with their threats hanging in the air, Crossblock moved in fast, snapping aside every attack as he pushed forward, determined to find her on the other side. He tore open the seal and unleashed his trapped magic, then fired a triple wind lance that blasted enemies back in a full-on retreat. With iron resolve, he swore he'd protect Sylphie. No way he was letting them snatch her again. With fallen enemies all around him, Cross fires up mana detection, quietly hunting for the last survivors while he vanishes in the forest's shadows. He stomps a vial under his boot, shattering it and snuffing out the wounded enemy's final chance to heal. They sized up the scene. Once those cross-insurer enemies got hit like that, there was no coming back, and they were sure the crippled group wouldn't get attacked by any monsters. Elsewhere, bandits sing praises to their leader's secret supplier, and they've got no clue danger is already sprinting up behind them. Out of nowhere, one of them gets dropped, and panic erupts as blood blasts across the snow. The bandit leader snaps and violently shuts his own subordinate up, then glares at the others, daring them not to ever question his secret deals. After he gets rid of the body, he sneers at the fallen, bragging that even fools still have their short, temporary use. Suddenly, Cross unleashes a brutal counterspell, blasting enemies apart, then sprints off into the distance like a blur. He slips into the cave and spots disfigured bodies piled in a sickening heap, death still fresh, brutally wrong in a way no one can explain. A black orb blooms in midair above the corpses, and Cross panics instantly, snapping into emergency evasion mode on instinct. A violent explosion detonates right behind him, swallowing the tunnel in a roaring blaze, blasting debris everywhere in an instant. Gasping through choking smoke, he couldn't believe it. His comrades were being tossed aside without a second thought. Deeper inside the chamber, he stumbles on Sylphie, passed out, tied up tight and barely clinging to life, with no one sure what's happening to her. He checks her wounds with a rush of relief. She's unharmed, but she's clearly drugged and tied down. Right from the shadows, the enemy lunges out, clocking Cross's skills in an instant and realizing he's nowhere near an average kid. Cross sizes up the man's raw power. This kidnapping wasn't a random act at all, because he's the mastermind and a higher-class fighter to boot. The enemy grabs hold of Sylphie and turns her into a living shield, threatening her life just to stop Cross's charge. Hit by that killing intent, he braces hard, because the pressure feels unnatural, like some kind of specialized intimidation skill is crushing him. Replaying his training in his head, he snatches the exact moment of hesitation and locks in a spell meant to hit back with surgical precision. No hesitation, he rips forward with a triple wind lance, slicing straight through the enemy lines like lightning with pure explosive force. He shocks the enemy by weaving in thief-level agility and wind-charged bursts, then blitzes toward them before they can even react. No matter what he tried, the enemy still crashes in with a brutal kick. Sylphie's body gets launched skidding across the ground. Cross demands answers for the cruelty, then his enemy slams him with a vicious counterstrike in the middle of his sentence. The blade drove in, she gasped, pain ripped across his face and blood burst out, splattering the womb. With a smug grin, the enemy lays out his twisted logic, like every living thing is here to be used, and used the right way. Cross staggers ahead, bleeding and barely standing, while Sylphie lies unconscious as the enemy hauls her around like she's nothing but disposable cargo. Taunting him, the enemy plays the moment, pushing at his rage until it's about to snap, trying to shatter his resolve with raw emotional manipulation. Even through the agony, he spits out a desperate spell, snapping out incomplete cross-counter moves mid-attack like he refuses to go down. Crashing down, he crawls straight toward her and slams the emergency healing magic on without a second of hesitation. He throws out Breath of Life, ripping spirit magic into the air as ominous shifts start creeping in behind rubble. Even injured, the rogue still stands tall, snarling through the pain as the crosses slam in, one complete strike so close it nearly shatters his ribs. Rage ignites his body. He surges forward, screams vengeance, and smashes in with a devastating full-force arm strike. Even hidden in stealth, Cross was found and slammed mid-swing, while the rogue's senses stayed razor-sharp. He tears the enemy's class apart with a rogue hybrid built to slaughter in brutal close quarters. When you stack the enemy's raw power and class rank against his own stats, the gap becomes absolutely brutal. Blades slam into fists as Cross charges straight at the rogue, and the whole clash erupts in total chaos. As he dodges blow after brutal blow, he finally realizes nothing, no defense, no boost, can stand up to that brute's raw, crushing strength. Even with the pressure never letting up, he realizes the power gap is shrinking, like it was against Gimlet, and his focus ignites again. Suddenly the rogue erupts into smoke, gone in a blink, then rockets back at full speed, crashing into his target with a brutal hit from behind. Caught off guard, Cross gets blasted backward by a brutal punch, and the rogue snarls in furious frustration. Right in the middle of his spell, he keels over, and the rogue sneers, because he'd already picked up on the charged magical energy with zero trouble. Cursed abilities and wind counters slam into him, and the rogue keeps taunting with terrifying confidence, pressing him hard with pure force. From the distance, their allies stared in shock as strange techniques came at them, and nothing could even scratch their boss. Others swear the rogue's unmatched skill is pure lightning. He reacts mid-fight, shuts down ambushes before they ever touch his body. He realizes he's falling behind fast, his tactics are collapsing, Sylphie is in danger, and he's got no strength left to fight. Cross plants himself and tests a brand new skill on the fly, syncing his stance perfectly as the rogue barrels in with ruthless speed. He barely slips out of a deadly hit with zero dodge skills, and the rogue just stands there stunned for a split second. With razor-precise moves, he darts faster than anyone predicted, smashing the enemy's rhythm for the first time. Cross burst forward like lightning, slipping past every swing from every angle, and leaving the surrounding warriors stunned by his impossible agility. Everyone froze, staring in disbelief as he, once clumsy and painfully slow, now slipped past the enemy commander's wild barrage like it was nothing. Even while he was getting slammed, Cross kept landing razor-precise counters, moving quicker and hitting harder than anything they'd ever seen in training. The enemy leader's eyes sharpened, because he just realized he'd been reading his moves by instinct alone, not some mindless reflex. He snapped his blade into the enemy's strike midair, and his instincts kicked in like an elite attack detection skill, reading every move perfectly. He stood his ground as his opponent spiraled into panic, using a move that almost nobody can pull off without grinding for years. Memories of old lessons crashed back as his master said detection wasn't just about spotting things from far away. She taught him to turn those skills inward and read every incoming strike a heartbeat before it ever landed. He fused instinct with discipline, then cross-wired presence and mana detection into a battle technique that actually works. Even with everything crystal clear, he kept losing his focus. Fatigue gnawed at him, and one tiny slip meant he'd be exposed, completely defenseless again. Right out of nowhere, the enemy triggered advanced presence concealment and disappeared completely from the heat detection sensors. Ice cold panic tore through him, and he couldn't read the trap or predict the ambush at all. A devastating hit landed clean, brutal, sudden, and he got blasted backward, coughing up blood, completely unable to move or respond. Vile sneered at his push for mastery, yanked at his weakness with taunts, then healed the critical damage like it never happened. Observers realized Cross's concealment shattered his precognition, and then they exploited the opening, shutting down every detection-based counter he had. Violet unleashed a storm of attacks, daring him to guess her next move in the chaos. Cross pushed himself to the limit, his detection levels skyrocketed in seconds, fueled by desperation, raw fury, and one haunting memory. With a scream of pure defiance, he shattered through the fog of his senses, his sharpened mind catching the clues at levels no one thought he could reach. With his reflexes reawakened, he slammed the ambush down clean, his shield popping into place just in time to stop the strike. Then came the last counter, blade flashes everywhere. He used that boosted sword play to power through their guard with a clean cross slash, cutting straight through the defense. Vile barely dodged the counterattack. He slammed the emergency evasion button and vanished mid-slash on pure terror-fueled reflex. With a cocky grin, he finally nailed a critical hit, timing his moves so perfectly that everything flipped in an instant. Vile finally pulled his trump card, a cursed gauntlet, blazing with a sinister glow and packed with powers no one could even begin to understand. He backed away slow and cautious because those black gauntlets weren't standard issue, and Vile was dead serious right now. A faint groan crawled from behind him, his fallen ally calling out, and that was all it took because he couldn't stall anymore, so. Selphie crumpled, her strength draining fast, and Cross knew that if they backed off now, they'd just lock in their own defeat. Without hesitation, he charged. Vile was stunned by his decisive movement and relentless determination. Cross braced for the counter, shifted his stance on the fence, and juggled defense with razor timing, ducking every lethal hit. Steel screamed as he dug in and held fast, locking blades with Vile while the pressure tried to crush him. Even with body hardening up, he still screamed in pure agony, because that blow slipped right past his defense like it wasn't there. Cross screamed as pain ripped up his sword. Those vials in his gauntlet dumped numbing spirit energy straight into it. Selphie felt it the moment it hit. Her own lightning spirit power had turned around, weaponized into a storm straight against them. Vile tore the mask off and exposed it all. His enchanted gauntlets were siphoning Selphie's spirit mana to unleash a crushing magical blast. The weapon's prototype kept its power in check, but it could still ruin Cross in an instant if he so much as slipped once. He demanded to know why he'd waste a rare power on evil. Then Vile only chuckled, as if the question was nothing. Vile laughed at the idea of redemption, brushing off any deeper reason for his cruelty and violence. He swore his strength excused it all, said his power only existed to crush and torment the weak. Cross lunged in to cut him off, but right mid-rant he snapped back with a vicious charged strike. Vile slid aside with effortless ease, dodged every hit and snapped back, while Cross's speed suddenly couldn't keep up anymore. Cackling like a lunatic, he basked in the gauntlet's crushing power, convinced there was zero downside to using it. Lightning rips across the broken cross, and every strike clouds his mind, dulling his senses and wiping out his ability to strategize. Selphie pleaded for him to stop, because her spirit power was never meant to hurt anyone like this. He still remembered her pain, because anyone who tried to touch her without getting hurt found out her power wasn't a gift, it was a curse. Even with everything stacked against him, he shot back with a roar, he promised Vile's corrupted power would never beat him. Vile surged forward again, but he didn't panic. He still had one last skill left, even if his body was failing him, and Cross clenched his teeth, the stink hit hard, and he shot forward, tearing past every thought and going full instinct. Bruised and battered but still standing, Cross gritted his teeth and dug out every last bit of strength. Then with one final push, he slammed his technique into motion, spinning straight up in a razor-sharp spiral to break free of the fight. His opponent stands below, dead-eyed and unimpressed, thinking it's just a weak opening. Then the rogue surges forward, sure his timing and skill will slam the distance shut before any real danger even has a chance to bloom. Right when the rogue closes in, they dart in from above and cross-strike. Then your fists slam back with a perfect counter, raw power colliding with precision as both of you reel from the brutal hit. They refused to back down, yanked their blades mid-motion, and slammed steel together, sparks exploding as raw strength met instinct in a brutal clash. But the rogue locks onto Cross's rhythm, reads the counter before it comes, slips past the guard, and drives a knee straight into Cross's side, crack, sending him stumbling back as a sharp cry tears out of his mouth. Cross staggers forward on the edge of collapse, blood streaming from his chin, yet his legs still won't give up, while across the battlefield his opponent barrels in, dead set on ending it. As the distance shuts, Cross snaps on instinct. He rockets his swing upward and clips his enemy right in the middle of the charge, slamming their attacks together in a desperate counter. The rogue flashes a grin, taunting Cross as the punch finally lands, but Cross's body screams with brutal strain, and even his healing can't keep pace before exhaustion barrels in. Cross hurls counter after counter, begging for one opening to finally land, yet his opponent reads every move like it's already written, sliding and dodging through each strike, until Cross's body starts to buckle under the non-stop pressure. Kneeling and trembling, he gasps for breath as his vision swims, and the rogue just watches with ice in his smile while the fighter shakes, barely keeping his sword upright. The rogue surges ahead, blade cocked for the finishing slash, Cross barely holding on, consciousness slipping. Then he braces, and a piercing cry cuts through the moment as someone calls his name. Cross gets blasted clean out of the attack's force, slams into the wall with a brutal thud, and a cloud of dust and debris erupts as his body crumples to the ground. The enemy lunges in to end him, taunting him with stolen power, but Cross snaps into motion again and unleashes a hidden skill. From his wrecked body, a violent surge rips through him. Some brand new, unstable power he can't even control explodes out, and the rogue stumbles as the error skill misfires. Then the Aegis shot blasts off out of nowhere. Even shaken, the rogue doesn't back down. He snaps his charged weapon up, crackling energy dancing over it, ready to strike again, throwing off that surprise counter like it's nothing. The rogue locks in on his target, no attack breaks his rhythm, and he deflects it like he always does. Confidence surges in his posture, every muscle coiled and ready for the next strike. But Cross, clocking the pattern, switches it up. He calls forth strange clawed energy, plants his feet, and tightens his aim because he knows the enemy is going to try a straight-on hit. The rogue plants his feet, yanks every power line into a single, brutal attack, and dares it to break every guard, even if the blast tears him apart. Something snaps into place, then bam, a power spike hits even harder than before. The rogue stumbles back, eyes bulging with pure disbelief, as Cross fires off a second activation. An unknown force crashes in right after, leaving no room to breathe. With a single scream, Cross fires a double Aegis shot, boom, and the rogue gets slammed by the stacked impact, completely thrown off guard as that powered blast crashes up from below. The hit smashes down with brutal force, an energy cross bursts through the rogue's guard, ripping them apart in a violent wave of raw power, while armor and bone shards scatter everywhere. The rogue's body snaps and jerks as the blast slams into him. Energy rips free with zero control, tears up the ground beneath his feet, and blasts him straight into the air. Cross watches with his chest pounding as his opponent slams into the crater, lightning snapping across the whole battlefield, only for the rogue's body to go still, swallowed by the very energy he used to command. The crater's center swallows the light, darkness balloons outward, static crawling in glowing lines, and it feels like the whole world holds its breath while the core spirals into pure black. Out of the void, one lone glowing sphere suddenly flickers into existence, hanging there in total silence. Then it pulses faintly, like it's guarding some strange artifact no one can recognize. Cross drops to his knees, chest heaving hard, still gripping his weapons behind him. His partner is hurt, but they're alive and safe, and relief hits him in ragged, shaky breaths. The rogue leader crumples at last, dead still amid shattered crystals, his body wrecked, his terrifying threat finally stamped out. Cross, wobbling on the edge of collapse, still manages to declare he's won. His strength crumbles, but he plants his sword and refuses to rest yet. Somewhere else, two subordinates watch him from afar, and fear claws at their hearts as they hiss out a daring plan, play dead, then wait for the perfect moment to strike. As Cross kicks his healing into gear, a surge of golden light bursts over him and seals his wounds, completely restored, while he confidently wraps his arm, blissfully ignorant as a hidden threat stalks him from the shadows, waiting in deadly silence. Cross rushes straight to Sylphie's side, breathless, apologizing for every second he was late, then raises his healing magic, staying gentle and smart, picking the safer cure over harsh potions for her wounds. Sylphie locks eyes with him, stunned and shaking, and demands answers, because she can't wrap her head around his kindness after everything she's put him through. Cross looks back at her earlier kindness, even the tiniest ones, and it hits him hard because for him, saving her just felt right, pure instinct, no hesitation. He flashes a gentle smile, brushing off the past like it's nothing, because to him they haven't reconciled yet, and that's the only thing that matters right now. With tears spilling over her eyes, Sylphie whispers an apology. Cross keeps that warm smile and admits his own mistakes too. Right there, in that quiet moment, the walls between them start to crumble. Cross leans in and checks on Sylphie, cutting the ropes loose fast. She's safe, but the magic tools they used on her still rattle her body like it can't quite hold together. She shoots back and shows she can still pull off her lightning form, but it's shaking, unstable, like it might snap at any second. Cross clocks it immediately. The device didn't just hurt her, it wrecked her mana circuits. Move now, he demands, because they don't have time. He starts laying out a plan, weighing every option like it's life or death, and his mind locks onto one mission: getting Sylphie home as safely as possible, without pushing her condition any worse. He snaps his healing magic back online, seething because he has nothing better to work with. If only the escape necklace still worked, it would have ended this instantly, but it's useless now. Right before he can move, a familiar voice rips through the air. Then the rogue leader, battered and still breathing, surges back up and swears revenge on the so-called hero who dared defy him. The rogue swings back and roars insults at Cross for shielding Sylphie, then claws at Cross's motives, demanding why he's doing it, claiming it's just pity or straight-up weakness. Cross shields Sylphie, and when the taunts hit, he shrugs them off, lanes in clothes, reassures her, and pushes her to never believe the bitter words of someone who only ever knows cruelty. The rogue keeps ranting, but then everything changes. Ice-cold dread floods his face as he realizes something terrifying is right around the corner. Every sense screams at once, something way beyond expectations is here. Confusion and dread slam into them as a monstrous shadow crawls out deeper in the cavern. A towering insect-like monster stomps into the room, so huge it dwarfs everyone. The air turns heavy with dread, and even the rogue freezes in fear as this new threat finally steps into view. The mantis strikes like a nightmare, instant and merciless. In a blink, the rogue's arm gets torn clean off, blood blasting through the air as his scream rips everything open. Cross and Sylphie just freeze, stunned stiff. A giant insect-like monster plunged into the pit, its blade limbs towering overhead. When it screeched, Cross and Sylphie jolted back, the sheer pressure crushing their breath, and one of their allies finally stepped forward, ready to stop it, trying. The beast lunged to intercept him, snapping down with its brutal mandibles and grabbing his arm. Then he fought back as panic exploded, feeling his limb get ripped apart right there. Blood erupted as the arm got torn free, his whole body jolting in shock, and his face locked in pure agony before his mangled shoulder caved in. Nearby mercenaries caught sight of the carnage and bolted, screaming in pure terror, while the monster's silhouette towered behind them, cold, looming, and totally unshaken. Cross locked onto the monster's razor claws and armored legs, then felt its crushing force hit like a tidal wave, so massive it dwarfed everything he'd ever sensed. This wasn't just another threat. It was something that didn't even fit any category. Sylphie's scream tore through the arena as the monster charged, and Cross yanked her back just in time, dodging a storm of razor-sharp energy that blasted holes straight into the ground. The beast surged over them, powering up its core with a sinister glow. Then it charged straight in, and Sylphie tightened up as its body blasted violent magic all around. Electricity ripped through the monster's limbs as its eyes blazed, and it siphoned power from everything around it. Then Sylphie went still, stunned by the weird transformation crashing into reality in front of her. As it bore down on him, Cross finally saw the truth. This wasn't some random meeting at all, it was planned. The creature carried traits straight out of forbidden texts. It was a magic eater, high-risk, magic breathing, and so alien to biology that it swallowed survival itself. Only elite veteran parties could stand up to, and now it was right there, blocking the road to their life. Cross finally clocked what made that monster so terrifying. Its magical resistance was absolute. Not a single spell under the advanced tier could even nick it, and every attack just powered it up instead. Nearby veteran fighters snapped to it. This wasn't some random beast at all. It was a rare dungeon boss, and somehow it had busted out of its sealed chamber. Sylphie started building her skill, light and energy swirling around her. Then those cross-banic magic eaters snapped toward the height, because her real presence would only make them show up even harder. He lunged and cross-tackled her right before the creature swung, throwing his body in the way as debris detonated around them. Then the dust drifted down and he coughed out a breath, shaken but still alive. Sylphie gripped her arm through the pain. Her circuits were fried, Thunderdash wouldn't work, and Cross finally realized they couldn't run anymore. Cross snapped a teleport necklace onto Sylphie, praying it would blast them back to the dungeon entrance. He figured her busted circuits could block the teleport entirely, and suddenly their escape felt like a gamble. With a monster roaring in their faces, Cross hoisted Sylphie on his back and sprinted to a safer spot. He unleashed his saved-up magic, ripping the air apart with a triple wind strike that clawed through the ground and slammed the enemy's advance to a crawl. He spotted his fallen ally's body, then cross-rushed toward it, desperation driving him as he scanned for anything he could use, bracing for his next move. Cross fired off a movement skill and launched forward with Sylphie, scrambling to stretch the gap. Then he planned to keep repeating it, inching them closer to the surface. The monster lunged through midair. One massive claw came swinging down, smashing their path before they could fully dodge. The blast slammed the earth and yanked them both backward like puppets, while rubble swirled everywhere as the monster barreled deeper through the cavern that was starting to crumble. Cross tried to fire up every sense he had to read the incoming attack, but the enemy's speed crushed his timing anyway. A brutal direct hit slammed in. Cross threw himself in front of Sylphie, and her shield flared as a wave of energy and wreckage swallowed them whole, his body screaming under the force until he could barely stay awake. Cross grit his teeth and snapped into a desperate counterattack, swinging wild as blood sprayed, refusing to back down even as the damage piled up. His mind was sprinting a mile a minute. Fighting defensively meant certain death, because Sylphie was getting hammered and he had zero space to dodge. The only way out was a clean, direct hit. With no other choices left, he went all in, throwing himself into the fight, ready to unleash every move he'd learned, and staking his entire future on one last opening. As the monster bore down on them, Cross took a brutal hit, tearing pain through his body while he shielded Sylphie, and even as agony crashed over him, he never let go. A final strike ripped through, blood exploded from his side, his arm got torn clean off, yet his eyes stayed locked ahead, refusing to blink or bow until the danger was fully gone. Cross and Sylphie got blasted back by the monster's brutal strike. Cross threw himself in front of her, his body scraping the ground as he fought to halt their fall. Bloodied and utterly drained, Cross could barely drag air into his lungs. Then his recovery skill kicked in, but pain crashed over him like a wave, and Sylphie panic stood right beside him, powerless. Cross refused to bow down. His mind replayed their journey, her past, and the exact reason he kept fighting, and he swore he'd bring the creature down, even if it meant paying with his own life. Right before he could lunge again, Sylphie screamed, "Stop!" Her voice shattered his desperation, and tears spilled from her eyes as she begged him to listen. She confessed she was terrified. Every time she leaned on someone, they got crushed, and now that monster still stands there unshaken, licking its lips for their next move. Sylphie collapsed under the weight of it all, blaming herself for every single thing, convinced her very existence only sparked suffering. So she called herself a monster, and the guilt of what she'd lost in the past kept haunting her. Her words hit hard and Cross surged to his feet, bloodied, but he wouldn't bend. He swore he'd fight and even die right here if it came to that. Her life mattered more than any surrender. The monster towered ahead, and Cross realized bravery alone wouldn't cut it this time, because the power gap crushed him, and running back was no longer on the table. Determined, he tightened his grip on his sword, and lightning snapped and crackled along the blade. Sylphie stared, thrown off by the sudden power spike. The weapon shimmered wrong, and the monster froze mid-stride, sensing the air had changed. Cross's sword suddenly started resonating with raw power, and you could feel the fight tipping into a whole new phase. Cross dropped to his knees with Sylphie behind him, sword blazing with crackling energy as raw power surged through it, and the two of them locked onto the path ahead, frozen in tension while the blade's shape started to shift and transform. In the dungeon's massive grand hall, an ancient beast finally tore itself awake after a brutal, endless sleep. Then lightning struck, and its hunger snapped to life as two charged-up figures stepped in, sending its instincts roaring. Ravenous and unstoppable, it lunged past every rule the dungeon tried to hold, zeroing in on its prey with one brutal goal: devour them no matter what, held together by nothing but pure primal hunger. Sensing the danger, the young warrior's weapon snapped to life, violent and wild, then surged with power as the sword answered Sylphie's rare skill, crackling with deadly light. The creature lunged and sliced through the air, and the duo stayed planted, shocked but not backing down, as their strange, humming weapon sparked with unknown power and their enemy surged straight at them. A deafening impact ripped through the dungeon. This creature got slammed backward and smashed into the wall with brutal force, and right then the fight finally kicked off as power started to swing. The creature reeled from the blow, dizzy and shaky, trying to claw itself upright, then its prey whipped around and bolted to escape. A burst of raw energy slammed into the duo, and on pure instinct they unleashed a secret movement technique, then they rocketed across the battlefield. Hope sparked in the boy's eyes as he gripped the weapon, and with the monster bearing down, he surged ahead, betting his whole life on one last shot to get away. They smashed through stone and tore through the air in a wild spiral, the speed exploding past control, and he screamed as that unstoppable force ripped the grip from his hands and threw him off balance. They screeched to a stop, wheezing hard, and he snapped. This power was way too unstable to survive. It was leagues beyond what rush training could ever handle. And yeah, the enemy was still right there, looming. The boy checked his mana, and it hit him hard. Thunder Dash was running on fumes, with only a few uses left, while the dungeon loomed ahead like a nightmare and escape felt flat-out impossible. He surged ahead and slammed Thunder Dash one more time, right as the creature snapped toward them, making them skid and dodge through a storm of flying debris while they tore across the battlefield. The power roared out of control, straining them in a cross-struggle to keep the weapon steady as they blasted through the sky, with danger snapping at them from every side. A sudden spark hit him, and he locked in on the exact moment, matching their steps perfectly with the creature's path, poised to strike with split-second precision. They tore into the enemy with another Thunder Dash, smashing straight into them and blasting them back, just long enough to steal a few precious seconds to survive. Meanwhile, Cross suddenly realized Sylphie had been steering the weapon all along, and the moment she did, the boy felt the wild energy snap into his control, way more than he ever expected. Energy crackled between them like lightning. He clamped down on Sylphie with a fierce grip, pulling her power in to steady the strike. He begged in silence for her power, then clenched his focus tight and tried to match her mastery, pouring it into the weapon with razor-precise control. A colossal beast bellowed and thrust its claws up like a challenge, then it lunged at them, only for the duo to plant their feet and brace to smash it back with their combined power. Cross snapped his eyes to the landing spot and traced the lightning's path, then crunched the numbers like a madman, ready to unleash the stored power with surgical precision, even while everything around him screamed chaos. He narrowed his eyes, funneled all his power into one exact spot behind the creature, and sent a jagged bolt down from above, hunting its weakest point with razor-sharp precision. Power detonated straight into the monster, and boom, a blinding flash tore through the air as a shockwave blasted outward, ripping clean through its defenses like they were nothing. The boy and Sylphie clung to each other with everything they had, squeezing out every last scrap of strength, because the blast slammed them through the air on a wild, chaotic spin. The battlefield exploded with blinding lightning and flying rubble. Raw energy tore outward, slammed the creature from every direction, and smashed through its defenses without mercy. Cross and Sylphie clenched down as the monster buckled, fighting tooth and nail through the last blast. Then boom, the hit shattered it to pieces, and a dead hush swallowed the dungeon. Cross dug deep into his last shred of strength, supercharging his sword strikes and his own muscles, then roared and barreled forward, refusing to let that creature live. Energy detonated around them, crashing into the enemy with brutal, unstoppable force, shattering rocks and ripping the whole area to debris. The massive creature got slammed backward, breaking under the combined assault, and Cross and Sylphie clung to each other as the shockwave launched them through the air. When the dust finally cleared, the battlefield went dead silent. There it was, the creature crumpled and defeated, its huge body broken and motionless, and the duo let out a surge of relief. Exhaustion hit hard. Cross and Sylphie sagged down and gulped air, staring at each other as the silence finally swallowed the chaos, and their victory started to truly land. Sylphie wrestled with her own heart, terrified of dying, desperate to keep living, terrified she'd only slow everyone down, but her grit stayed locked in even with death breathing down her neck. Cross shot her a grateful nod, and the truth hit him hard. He came to rescue her, but it was Sylphie's power that guarded him instead. Relief and pure awe flared in his eyes. He shot her a heartfelt thank you, making it clear that the strength she loaned him was the reason he made it through, and with Sylphie right there when the battle hit, he couldn't stop feeling grateful. Sylphie kept pinning her past on herself, convinced her own mistakes sparked everything that followed. She couldn't shake the guilt, even believing her mere existence brought people pain. Cross held her close, steady and warm, as her panic raged inside. He promised her the power people once feared had already saved lives, so they could both breathe, survive, and push forward together. Sylphie crumpled to the ground, tears pouring down as the battle's pressure and her own fears finally crushed her, and Cross immediately bolted over, worry written all over his face. He watched in silence, letting her finally spill the tension and grief she'd fought to hold in during that brutal battle, her cries tearing through the empty dungeon like a haunting echo. With the crying finally fading, they pulled each other into a tight embrace, Sylphie's voice shaking as she whispered her gratitude, while Cross stood right beside her, holding her close through the wreckage left behind. Their hands met in silence, and a promise of support and understanding flashed between them. Then the bond they forged in battle only grew tighter. Cross spotted yet another fallen body and locked in, ready to move, eyes sharp even through exhaustion, refusing to let anyone else pay the price. From the shadows they struck, yet when the dust settled, the massive monster was already down, and the crowd just stared in pure disbelief at how that young duo pulled it off. The fallen creature got dragged back into service, and the survivors swore they'd use its body as a brutal barricade, making the only way out of the dungeon finally safe. Some of the group sprinted ahead, fuming and grumbling, forced to admit the kids were seriously strong for beating that monster, while they hissed threats and muttered bitter complaints under their breath. Elsewhere, the thief crew that got snared in those traps wailed in total panic, because the dungeon's defenses crushed their schemes the moment the young hero stepped in. Cross, Sylphie, and the rest of their crew strode toward freedom beneath the moonlit sky, battered but together, finally safe after that brutal fight. Cross slowly jolts back to consciousness in a massive cathedral-like hall, staring up as the light above him finally comes into focus. Suddenly his masters, Russian, were visibly shaken, yet bursting with joy. They swarmed around him in a frenzy, thrilled to find him awake after that brutal ordeal. Owen clamped onto him in a tight embrace, overflowing with relief that his arm got reattached in time. He blurts out in panic about Sylphie's condition, and they tell him the truth. She crashed too, just like him, right after they escaped the dungeon, but she's not in any danger. Telemia and Roselia teamed up to heal her mana circuits, and once the smoke cleared, they tracked down the bandits behind the chaos and turned them over to the guild. He learns that Vile, the bandits' ringleader, barely crawled out alive using the dungeon escape item, and even with his wounds wrecking him, he refuses to let go, but whether he'll ever recover is a complete gamble. Even when people doubt Cross's mercy, he's convinced criminals still deserve the right judgment, and yeah, he knows the danger, yet he clings to his ideals anyway. As the Vile guy stays knocked out cold, everyone starts asking how he even got his hands on that National Treasure class artifact, but the mission still gets marked as a success. To keep the kids safe from more trouble, the orphanage packs up and moves closer to Baskerville, right where help is finally within reach. Cross blushes and waves off the praise, saying it's all because of his training. The elders beam with gratitude, stunned that someone this skilled used to be just an apprentice. Right before Cross leaves, his masters lean in with calm, unshakable belief, like they already see it coming. A kid like him could one day reshape the world. Outside, Cross spots Sylphie, now fully awake and strolling by with a calm face, like total silence after the chaos of their last run-in. They trade heartfelt words, double-check her recovery, and Sylphie bows and thanks him from the bottom of her heart for pulling her back from death. Cross turned in and thanked everyone who helped him. His message was simple, but the gratitude in his voice felt real. From a distance, the masters watch their student with proud eyes. They're stunned by how fast he's grown, and they're clearly impressed by achievements that blow past every expectation. Sylphie shyly tugs the Cross closer, urging him to lean in, and while the others go silent and stare, she steels herself, basically saying, "Don't leave yet, we've got something to tell you." Out of nowhere, Sylphie presses a kiss to Cross's cheek, and the second it lands, his brain short-circuits from pure shock. Her sudden move slams their companions into stunned silence, and their eyes go wide with raw disbelief. Confusion hits Cross like a truck. He trips over his own words, desperate to understand what just shattered the moment. She smirks at him and calls it her thank you gift, then showers him with praise for his fighting skills, only to tease him that he's still brand new when it comes to emotions. Sylphie tells him her lightning control has gotten a little better since Cross saved her, and she even promises that next time they meet, she'll be able to master it way more. Her mentor beams with pride as he watches Sylphie claw her motivation back to grow even stronger, while Cross turns bright red, stunned, trying to make sense of what he's feeling. After everything that just happened, the elder leans in and praises Cross for accidentally nailing a side request, then declares he's got the fire and the future of a rising hero. They finally clocked it. Something way darker was hiding in plain sight, because those connections with multiple girls ran deeper than anyone wanted to admit. As Sylphie beams with confidence, everyone freezes in stunned silence, sure Cross is about to blow past all of them and get way more popular than anyone ever expected. At the Baskerville training grounds, Cross jumps straight into a sparring match and locks horns with a dangerously skilled opponent. Blinded by the speed, his opponent rockets straight at him, and Cross is forced to slam into the hit head-on with everything he's got. Cross snaps on his intermediate detection mode, senses the outside mana and whoever's behind it, then bolts into the intercept, reflexes sharp as a blade, timing dead on. After the clash, both fighters finally catch their breath. Cross admits he's still running out of stamina against long, brutal exchanges, and his opponent praises him for swatting away a clean hit. With a grin, the swordsman tells him straight up, Cross's swordwork is reading like lightning now, and the skill jump is wild. The same man who once dismissed Cross as a mere junior now calls him an exceptional master. Just as their sparring heats up, Giselle storms in and rips into the duo for always brawling with each other, then tells them to trade partners and start sparring with someone new. Tempers flare fast between her and that noble swordsman. She throws insults at his attitude, and he smugly fires back, slicing into her slow progress with razor-sharp jabs. Chaos erupts fast as the others rush in to pin Giselle down before she can strike, and Cross tries to steady everyone before the panic boils over. Meanwhile, in a separate grand room, the three mentors crowd around a single document, leaning in like secrets might burst off the page. Shock rips across their faces as they read the status report, because the growth stats are totally unexpected and somehow absurdly high, and it's all coming from Cross. The mentors stare in disbelief, finally realizing the whole training camp was built to smother emotional chaos, because Sylphie's sudden kiss wasn't a fluke, it was the one thing they were trying to stop. When they pore over Cross's growth report, they're hit with a wall of progress he's made, and the fact that his popularity keeps skyrocketing just makes their worries explode. Panic hits hard as the women realize they have to move fast, because if they hesitate, some unpredictable threat could crash in and steal Heart's Cross, or worse. Elsewhere, a mysterious letter gets uncovered, and it practically dares the world, promising to rob the treasure vault of everything that very night. Knights stand poised, burning with pure determination and rage, while their commander throws down a challenge to the thief. Go on, try it, because they'll guard that vault no matter what. From the shadows, a cryptic thief sneers at the commander's every move, and then exposes the truth. The vault he's guarding is completely empty. Under the cloak of night, the thief slips into yet another target without a sound, then bursts into a woman's chamber and catches her off guard, offering back a long-lost treasure. Tears flood her eyes as she realizes the ring was really her late husband's, and before she can even offer a reward, the thief shoots it down instantly, no hesitation at all. Pointing at the mountain of glittering treasure, he lets it slip that he also dragged kidnapped kids out of a corrupt trafficker. Later, he perches on a tower beneath the moonlight, replaying that whole encounter in his head, rejected in one way but still quietly satisfied because he did the right thing. Sarah sits with her loneliness, wondering if anyone out there could ever truly measure up to her. Then she asks herself if nurturing something on her own might finally give her life meaning. With resolve, she strikes out to hunt her own gem, one only she can carve, shape, and finally claim. At the Adventure Academy, Sailor got her newest assignment straight from the president, who was busy planning the next big ceremony. A quiet colleague kept watching her bloom, clocking every shift in her attitude the moment she landed in the city. Even with Almeria calling her its strongest hero, Celira finally caught a rare pocket of peace, because for once, the usual troublemakers were actually quiet. Elsewhere, Cross geared up for school, brushing off every worry even as the local threats kept zeroing in on him. Confidently, he crossed forward and his reassurance steadied his friends, because the master's training and Roselia's support had forged him, and his sudden surge in power was already pulling in dangerous attention. Cross's female mentors, haunted by what happened before and spooked by his growing charm, worried that if he mixed freely with people again, another chaotic accident could blow up at any moment. Meanwhile, Cross slipped out through a secret passage in the decoy estate, scanning every step for danger like his life depended on it during the ride. Thinking the road finally looked clear, he prayed he could make it to school without any trouble for once. Out of nowhere, unknown attackers crashed the scene, and he panicked, throwing up 2 shields on instinct to block the hit. Cornered, he realized the enemies vanished in plain sight with advanced camouflage, probably powered by rare magic tools, and he started sizing up this terrifying new threat. Cross got swamped the moment more attackers surged in, panicking that Giselle and Gimlet might already be down. Elsewhere, his allies were getting hammered, then it clicked. The whole plan was to cut them off from the rest. They clenched their resolve and prepared to strike back hard. The Oni fighter chose to regroup with Cross right away, abandoning the others as sarcastic jabs flew back and forth. Up top, watchers clocked the thugs acting weird, and they instantly suspected black market magical gear was messing with them. Worried about Cross's safety, his mentors tossed out jokes about locking him up at home, and cranking up even more brutal personal training to keep him out of trouble. Cross snapped into action, parrying each strike with lightning speed, dodging like a shadow and slamming blocks down with his shield, while his opponent just froze, stunned and baffled because not a single blow ever landed. Panic erupted as several attackers barreled into an alleyway, only to realize too late they'd sprinted straight into a dead end. Cross snapped into action and fired off a spell from his magical staff, and the enemies froze mid-swing, trapped by a slow curse before they even had a chance to fight back. He struck back instantly with a brutal triple move. Windland's blast launched his enemies into the air like they weighed nothing. Cross stood among the fallen enemies, grinning like he'd just won everything, while up on a nearby rooftop his mentors watched in awe. After that brutal fight, Cross was declared completely unharmed, and his allies finally exhaled in relief, only for Gimlet to get hit with the harshest scolding of her life, branded as her biggest blunder ever.